control. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again, rising up above fear and its pain, letting go of memories, knowing they can't define me. Rising up above feels good. Starting to believe what will be, will be. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again, rising up above fear and its pain, letting go of memories, knowing they can't define me. Rising up above feels good. It feels good. It feels good. Feels good. It feels so good. And it feels good, so good. Coming back again, rising up above fear and its pain, letting go of memories, knowing they can't define me. Rising up above feels good. No point in fighting, it's hard pretending. Wake up, it's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Sad words are spoken. Move on. It's broken. Give up. It's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Don't you coming back no more. Oh no, 'cause I will never let you in. body bad, that's baby mama. Pretty girls come and play in my arena. I'm so cocky with these bands, mucha bonita. She's so cocky with her hands, oh mamacita. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. Spinning bands, what a time of life. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, diamonds up. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Pull up to the spot and get them hype. My girl extra crazy, just how I like. She a ride or die, she here for life. If you cannot respect the code, then pay the price. Don't do drugs, it's a natural high. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. My team be the dream. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, diamonds up. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind.
Making that a sing. Money, pop that, put your neck,
our castle walls. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn dissonant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come to stand and fight for what you believe, for what you believe. The dark will fall and we will rise. Like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. The time has come to stand and fight, deconstruct, reignite. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. touch the ground.
This is game over, you can feel the ground rumble. When I hit the ground running, you should move a lane over. Rain holder, we don't run on the same motor. I'm a chain smoker, you a lighter to a flamethrower. I come from an insane culture, living like a trained soldier, just to make it a day older. No closure, remain closer to the days when I could feel the hunger pains I knew I would take. I knew this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I will never lose, I'm the greatest. Just face it, I was made for this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I ain't going out. I was made for this, and I will never lose, I was made for this. I feel colossal, choir sing the gospel. I can make the sky move, breathing through my nostrils. Sharks in the water, looking for imposters. You ain't in the bloodline, Prince in the popper. Stand between my digits, then you better be a comma. Leave you in the coma, you don't want no problems. Destiny designed us, made us for the finest. Born to be legend, long live your highness. I was made for this. I was made for this. I was made for this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I will never lose, I'm the greatest. Just face it, I was made for this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I ain't going out. I was made for this, and I will never lose, I was made for this.
Gotta take control. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up, above. Fear and this pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up, above. Feels good. Starting to believe took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Sad words are spoken. Move on. It's broken. Give up. It's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Don't you come and beg no more. Oh no, 'cause I will never let you in. Feel like a flood coming. You got my blood rushing.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Face to Face. It's been a long time since we last met, but now we're finally back on track in the DMO gaming house and we have their jungler right next to us.
大家好，我是 DMO 的打野小鹏。
小鹏，我想问你的第一个问题是，你们是怎么样有办法在 LDO 打到这个14连胜的一个称霸的？
当时我们每个人选手的个人操作和自信都比较强嘛，然后当时我们每个人的默契、团队配合都很相信队友，然后当时我们就一直这样子，发现好像对面好像打不过我们，我们就每个人用个人实力去跟人秀操作。当时我们就有一个这种说法，就是我们选一套很秀的阵容，谁死谁背锅，谁挨骂，我们就是这样一路赢过来的。
确实很乐观的一个打法。那你们来到 LPL 之后，你觉得有很大的一个转变吗？然后你们同时也是全 LPL 最年轻的一支队伍，你们会觉得这个反差很大吗？跟在 LDL 比起来？
到了 LPL 我们发现对面还是好强的，然后当时我们就只靠一腔热血，然后跟人去拼命吧，可能就，然后发现这种效果还不错，然后我们就一直延续着这样的打法，然后其实尝试打得比较进攻激进的打法，有的时候可能会被打得对面比较懵，没见过这种太激进的打法吧。
那你可以稍微描述一下你所谓的这个激进的打法，大概是包含哪一些层面嘛？就是你自己觉得你们的这个 DMO 的风格，你会怎么描述？
如果刚开始在春季赛的时候，我们觉得大概率的阵容是，假如说我野区英雄取得了优势，然后我需要我的队友拥有推荐权，然后我就需要你别让他吃野怪，一个野都不准吃的那一种，就全队过来保我去抢对面的野怪，然后对面打也玩不了那种感觉嘛。我们是这样的打法比较多。
那讲到其实这种侵略的风格，好像主轴其实是你去打进攻的嘛。那你可以讲一下你自己认为你在这个团队当中的一个定位吗？
其实当时团队的说法，我觉得我在团队里更多是承担一个carry点，然后他们都把很多的资源让给了我嘛。然后当时我觉得我的状态也挺好的，然后选这些英雄都是一些carry型的英雄， 假如说让我一旦取得了优势，然后我的队友也会特别的舒服，然后我们就靠着这种方法一直去打。
小鹏还想问一下你对豹女这只角色的理解，因为非常特别的事情是你还会在 LPL 上面玩就是 AD 型的一个豹女，你可以跟我们解释一下它的出装跟思路吗？
因为我觉得豹女这个英雄主要是熟练度高，假如说你熟练度高的话，其实你出 AD、AP 都很好。但是我觉得如果是出 AP 英雄的话，大概率就在于你的刷野优势吧。如果是出 AD 的话，你可能是更偏向于你的打肉的能力，因为 AD 的带的征服者，然后3项和战士刀和鬼锁刀，它的那个瞬间爆发都是特别高的。然后我觉得出 AD 的情况下也会特别的好。发现我自从研究出了出 AD 的这个套路之后，他们就不让我玩豹女了，所以我也没有在比赛上尝试过到底好不好用。
你说他们不让你玩是指队友吗？还是指你对手？
对手都把给我搬了，让我玩一把吧。
那除了豹女之外，我们有小道消息说你其实有玩一些就是在单排很出名的一些角色，但是在 LPL 赛场上面还没有拿出来过，你可以跟我们分享一下吗？
其实我对酒桶这个英雄我做的特别有心得，因为我玩酒桶是特别玩得很好的一个英雄，但是之前我的队友都不让我玩，他们说这种不适合啊，不想让我玩这种前期弱势打野，因为我们之前的风格是那种需要前期进攻型的打野比较多的嘛。但是我这个是一手酒桶一直掏不出来，他们不让我玩，我很难受。
那你目前觉得 LPL 谁酒桶玩的最好？
我觉得现在玩的比较多的话，应该还是 top 的熊吧，他看起来像是个老酒桶 king， 供你选择。
你觉得酒桶玩的好与坏的话，最大的关键点在哪？
在于自信吧。其实当时很多辅助，当时不是会有那些压闪的那种操作嘛。然后如果你自信的话，你可以在空中就在1的空中就把 R 给丢出来，然后闪现撞到别人身上，然后造成那种几何桶的玩法。就是玩酒桶，你这个要自信。
好，小鹏，我们现在要来玩一个联想的小游戏，就是你看到题目之后，你要在5秒钟之内想出3个联想词，然后如果想不出来的话就有惩罚。准备好了吗？
准备好了。
OK， 好，第一个，
最佳新人 Night 369小天。
OK， 好，可以。第二个，
软萌上风狂魔比赛强者。
软萌是什么东西啊？
就是软萌啊。
软萌哦，看起来软萌萌的这样子。比赛强者，好行。第3个，
团结心态良好，一群憨憨。
那我想问一下，就是关于季后赛的一些心得，这样，因为我们英文有很多的观众会开始关注你们的战队，也是因为你们3-0击败了 EDG， 算是一个非常大爆冷门的一个情况。那你可以跟我们描述一下，你们当时对上 EDG 的时候，赛前的准备大概是往哪些方向吗？
因为当时之前我们打春季赛常规赛的时候，我们是输给了 EDG 嘛。当时我们在季后赛说第一场能遇见 EDG， 那我们要用尽全部的力量，想着任何的办法，我们就为了打他们去调整我们的战术和规划之类的东西。
那可以讲一下细节吗？你们当时分析的话，你们要取胜 EDG， 主要你们比他们厉害的一些地方大概在哪？
因为当时我觉得1届2位打野当时的状态都不是特别的好嘛，然后我想的就是如果我们团队能在野区找到更多的优势的话，可能会更好赢一点。然后当时我的队友也是这样觉得，他觉得我的操作还算挺不错的，把一些资源和前期的一些帮助全部堆在我的身上，相信我的前期开尾能力，然后导致我们后面能比较轻松的赢EDG吧。
那确实感觉你是非常大的一个工程哦。那我想问一下，在打野碰撞这边你的一些观感，因为我们知道，其实，在夏季赛的版本里面，就是河蟹出生的时间是足足晚了，就是1分钟变到3分15秒才开始发生。那你觉得这个对就是打野区强行碰撞会有什么影响吗？
在最开始的时候，其实我们那些打进攻的队伍在夏季赛的成绩都不是特别好的原因，就是因为野区这些改动。因为平常以前在2分钟的时候出的河道蟹，大家都会想着去争夺那个河道蟹。假如说只要我的野区和我的队友是有陷阱的情况下，我们就会利用这个点去对他们的野区造成进攻，让你们强行跟我打架，要不你就亏损你的野区跟我，让我吃的经济更多，要不你就强行跟我打架，然后你会跟我打输，我们拼操作。就差不多这样。现在改了之后，就可能没有那种前期的进攻打法了，我们就需要更稳定一点。然后那些比较偏运营的队伍，可能就稍微会活得舒服一点那种感觉。
那刚刚小鹏你其实有说到，就是现在可能是比较偏就是营运流的打野会吃香一点。那你可以跟我们大概讲一下现在的版本里面，你觉得哪一些打野会是比较强势的吗？
我觉得像奥拉夫、猪妹这种英雄会比较强势，因为奥拉夫这种英雄是设计一团比较厉害的英雄，他如果配合自己的队友前期很厉害的话，可以让对面的野区亏损一组野区吧。 然后像猪妹这种英雄的话是比较偏向于团队打的控制比较多，然后如果是近战比较多的阵容的话，就猪妹的话，那对面的就会特别的难受，很害怕你们队伍里控制特别多。
那我想问一下，既然你之前都讲你们的队伍风格主要就是靠这个线权啊，然后打野碰撞来取得优势的话，那你自己是怎么调试这个新的版本？
其实这段时间我们之前我觉得输的比较多的原因，可能是因为当时我们对这个版本的线权觉得没有那么重要了，因为我们当时想的是如果能调整一下，让我们都打后期，因为我们选的阵容都比较发育阵容嘛，像沙皇啊、轮子妈这种英雄的话，让我们前期失去了很多，也需要对抗性之类的，所以导致我们可能是成绩不好的原因在这里可能。
接下来我想问一下，就是在 LPL 里面，你最仰慕哪一名打野，然后最期待跟哪一名打野对战？
其实我觉得跟卡萨的话，我觉得会比较很有意思，因为他比较都是说大家是意识流会平行打野嘛，因为他的意识特别的好，然后做的自己的操作也做的特别的好，所以跟他对战的话应该会很有意思。
你觉得有从卡萨身上学到什么东西吗？就是你有看到哪一些点是你觉得非常实用，可以跟大家分享？
因为卡萨这个人意识会特别的好，他会提前做一些预判性的反蹲，他会在任何没有视野的情况下，知道你的打野在下一步行动嘛。如果我能做到这个的话，我觉得应该会特别的好。
我接下来想问一下，除了 LPL 之外的，就是其他赛区的打野，你有哪一名是你觉得特别常有切磋或特别喜欢跟他学习的吗？
其实我觉得是格里芬的打野选手他展吧，因为我觉得他的操作也是顶尖的，然后意识也是顶尖的。
你之前其实我们稍微聊的时候有讲到说，你看到 Tarzan 他每次回家都有2-3千块的这个经济，然后主要是因为他的一个路径选择这样，你可以跟我们分享一下有什么样的路径选择在现在的版本打野，你觉得是非常非常实用的吗？
因为我看过Tarzan，他一般的选择是在于，假如说他现在的下路是在被推线，然后他的血线对面的双方血线都不是特别低的情况下，然后他会从上往下一直刷到他们的下路去，然后帮忙做一波 gank， 然后会去反对面的野怪，然后继续轮流来做事情，然后会发现他身上回家的钱会特别的多，有些时候甚至可以直接出一件大件出来。
我们之前在 Face to Face 的前几集访问奈的时候，我们有问过他最常单排的人是谁，那他的答案其实是给的是你这样子。那你可以讲一下你跟奈的一个关系吗？
之前我认识奈特的时候，他当时我们还不是特别熟，但是我们是在排位里遇到的。当时他觉得我的操作还挺好的，我觉得他的操作也很好。当时我们玩游戏的时候就一起开始尝试着慢慢的双排了之后，我发现这个人的想法和一般人不一样。他每次都觉得他的英雄不够，然后他会玩一些奇奇怪怪的英雄去他的中路。当时没有任何的什么之类的芥末啊、奎因这种英雄还没改版的情况下，他直接就拿着他去走中路。我说你玩这个英雄去中路干嘛？他说这个东西比赛上没人用啊。他说都是 rank 中人先用出来，然后别人才会拿着它去比赛上好不好用。这种英雄肯定是用来开发的，让人觉得这个人好有天赋的样子。然后我们之前其实认识他一段时间了之后，发现他水平还挺高的。当时我在开始已经步入职业道路上了已经，但他没有他还是在打单排 rank 的情况下，我当时就每天晚上有一段时间，大概每天晚上跟他聊3-4个小时，然后跟他说，你既然这么有天赋，你为何不去打职业去试一下呢？他当时就是那种年纪比较小，比较害羞嘛，因为从来没有出过门，他当时他没有出过远门的情况下，当时我就每天劝说他3-4个小时，然后大概说了将近1个星期吧，然后过了一段时间之后，我就突然发现他好像直接当着去试训了那样子，然后之后他才加入了 YM， 然后开始慢慢的我们就稍微就变得更熟一点嘛，因为更多的话题在一起双排也好，我们就越来越熟了吧。
那我想问一下，就 DMO 这个战队的话，因为你们也是刚改名嘛，有点一个新气象这样子。那你们这一季的目标大概会想要达到什么样的成绩？
我觉得虽然我们输成这个样子，但是我们觉得我们自己的目标还是想着是能进季后赛吧，因为我们觉得不能放弃嘛，因为大家都是 LPL 队，我觉得就算我们前面发挥的不好，相信我们之后如果能调整好的话，我们还是能进季后赛的。
Thank you all for watching. This has been an episode of Face to Face with DMO Xiaopeng. Wish you the best of luck this split, and see you guys next time.
拜拜。
Mini,
来，给我。
She make music with a body called a Pandora Spotify.
每当赛季进行到冲刺阶段，任何一场比赛的结果都显得至关重要。无论是早早钓鱼告别赛场，还是一路前进剑指世界赛，所有队伍的结局都可能因为一个小局胜负而改变。境况不佳，但他们对胜利的渴望却不输任何人。褪去青涩，天赋兑现后的目标是更大的舞台。只要相信奇迹，1%的概率也可能变成现实。几经出局，尊严和荣誉同样值得他们捍卫。再度重返巅峰，过去的遗憾将是他们最大的动力。一路走来跌跌撞撞，他们能最终达到外界预期吗？拒绝高开低走，命运的方向盘要由他们掌握。常规赛不是终点，他们渴望用加冕为这个赛季画上句号。唯有奖杯才能替自己证明，只有冠军才是赛场唯一的赢家。
Yet to come, like summer nights, rain. I'm gonna dance, tell you my name. I'm on free, you should do this here. Talk all day.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, for the penultimate day of Week 9 here at the LPL. We are coming down to do or die territory, as we are here in Chengdu for the OMG versus DMO. Pretty packed crowd, and always is really in these deals. There's a lot of fans for a lot of these teams, but you know, good to be back. Good to be back on the desk with you, Raz.
Yeah, I mean, look, you haven't been here for too long.
I know.
But it's been a pleasure. It's been fun. It's been good.
Pulling my heartstrings, man. It's been a pleasure. Obviously working with everybody and working with yourself as well. And a little bit of housekeeping to do before we move on, of course.
Go for it.
We got to go with the games yesterday that we didn't get to have a look at, and a big ol' surprise you'll see on that board.
Where did RW come from? Where did Rogue Warriors come from? Whenever you hype them up, they start to flop. And then when you forget about them, they come and take down JDG right when JDG are looking a little bit better. So it's kind of crazy to be able to see, you know, that last spot in the playoffs, that struggle to be coming from the most unlikeliest figures.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you look at, you know, we kind of quickly look at the Suning as well. Suning obviously continuing their good run.
Yes.
Had a little slip up against RNG. We can forgive them for that. You know, not many teams going to be taking down that team, but, you know, looking very, very strong now towards that playoff berth.
Yeah, so it's going to be fun to be able to see as we move towards the standings, like who ends up making it to that playoff berth. Because the 3-series losing streak to LNG is having is certainly making it difficult for them to, you know, plan for a good run in playoffs. Like for them, they were looking great. If we're just talking about the week 5 and beyond, they're like, great, we're a top 4 team in the league. And then since that point, they've obviously been slipping up against the stronger teams. But then even losing the Billy, which has started the downward trajectory for them, they have some real issues amongst that team they need to sort out.
And we'll have a look now, see how this standings fare at the end of today as we look at today's games. And of course, we've got OMG versus DMO very soon, and then of course later in the day, RNG versus TES.
So a great reminder for everybody is that RNG and Top Esports, because of yesterday's occurrence, are locked in for playoffs. So they got that berth, but being able to make top 2 is incredibly important. So this match of the week is great just because it's a brawl of the greats, and the fact that it has such a significant, such significance for the playoffs.
Yep, Top Esports looking to kind of bring RNG back down to their level in terms of losses. Currently sitting at 9-2, RNG 9-1. And, you know, obviously owning the head-to-head, which could be crucial. We actually looked at the maths a little bit. They could end up on the same game score where that tiebreaker could literally fall down to who won the matchup.
Yes, so just for clarification, it is series Then it's going to be based off points, and then it's head-to-head. And thank the Lord, you only have, it's a single round robin, so head-to-head's incredibly easy. Did you beat this team? And based off the fact that, looking at the series ahead for both these squads, very likely they come out and have exactly similar points. Then it comes down to head-to-head. And so if we're at the end of the split, this is the series you look back on. And if you're RNG and Top Esports, and said we needed to take that win.
Yeah, but we'll talk more in depth about that later, because of course we've got to deal with our first game of the day, our first series of the day, DMO versus OMG. And
yes.
DMO, such a surprise run. They're on 3 wins in a row, and honestly looking like they could make playoffs.
Yeah, out of nowhere. When you start counting them out, they make that run. And it's all about the fact that they made those roster decisions. Aitong, when he first came in, is like, did he have a champion? Is there like a different champion pool? No, he came out and literally played Kindred, which is what Xiaopeng was known for. And I'm like, okay, so it's communication-based. Then you bring in Natural, and Natural, of course, has been a spectacular talent in the laning phase, in team fights for this squad. So it's nice to be able to see what he's been showing for the team.
It's definitely a possibility for them to make the playoffs, but it's a difficult road ahead. But we looked at their fixtures coming up. Obviously, you got OMG
Yikes.
today, RNG and FBX.
Yeah.
Within your last 3 games, that's I don't know. If it's going to happen, you got to get through at least one of them.
I
at
will
least
say this.
one.
Thankfully, going up against FPX, if you're going to face them at all, make it the last set of the split. Because maybe they do go for a Garen pick. Maybe is this the second time you see Garen since Amazing J brought it out. Maybe it's because FPX have already solidified themselves into the playoffs, so experimentation is the thing that they tend to go for. I'm just saying it's possible. And for Dominus, the fact that they can take down Victory 5, which is, for us, we all believe likely with the fact that Victory 5 is not showing anything for us, if you're going to be going up against these teams, it's best to be going up against them right at the end of the split.
And you said it as well, you touched on Natural and DMO in general. They just look a completely different team to where they were at the start of the split.
Yes, this team right now, just based off of really all the metrics they failed right at the beginning of the split, which is based off team fighting. This was a great set that they went up against LGD. They snuck Baron underneath them. This was actually Dominus Appreciation Day, funny enough, that they were able to come in. We expected them to lose because LGD showed a lot of great growth around Bademan. But in fact, it was Dominus that came in, constant team fighting around Natural. Natural actually, through successive team fights off of incredible bruises, was able to get to the back line and show a lot of growth. And then you see members like Gala, who's able to do a lot with that. Now, Gala's been consistent throughout the split. He's not been the one who's been performing poorly. Gala has just been a player that has been really reliant on team fights going his direction. And so finally, you have a front line that's not in a massive deficit early on in the early game, and on top of that is really providing their job. So that really goes down to Aitong and Natural to be doing their job.
We focus obviously a lot on DMO because they are the hot topic as of right now.
Yes.
They're kind of the underdog story, very much coming in. I can't really say a lot of positives about OMG, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You crunch the numbers.
So OMG cannot lose a game. That's it. Even if they win the series, if they lose a game, they're out of playoffs. That's what kind of the discussion that's happening here. And when I made that point on Weibo, people were like, they still have a chance? Do they have a chance though?
But
Do they
you're
really,
telling me
though?
there's a shot.
Exactly. It's kind of funny because even if you tell the players of OMG this, like, they probably have already checked out, or at least thinking about the future more often, because the road for them is still fairly difficult. But you have to at least think about starting that journey. Dominus started that journey, and so for OMG, it has to start right now, especially up against DMO that had very similar difficulties.
Yeah, and as well as DMO, Natural was part of that OMG lineup. Like someone, is it going to be like a Julius Caesar, kind of A2 Brute, the final nail in the coffin as he takes them down? Like your friend just bringing you over. It's just like, why? Why would you do this to me?
Yes, and like the rumors started out like in preseason that Natural left the organization because, he wanted to be that starter. And for OMG, they had a system which they had a 10-man roster. They were rotating a lot of top laners, junglers, all of that. And so, as you can see, the roster here for Dominus, Natural up in the top lane, Aitong in the jungle, Twyla in the mid lane, in the bottom side of the map, it's going to be Gala and Mark. And it's nice to be able to see Natural still in the league and having a starting position unperturbed. No one behind him, really. So he's able to grow on stage, and that's what I appreciate.
Yeah, showed last week against LGD, able to play from behind, get what he needs to get done, as well as play from a very much advantageous position. But their opponents for today, OMG, I did not know. It's the first time I've been in the OMG arena. I did not know they come from the center. It's almost like the final boss
that
fight.
bad guy feel. They've always had that persona, and so they want to have at least a little bit of style when they make their grand entrance. It's going to be Curse in the top lane. World 6 in the jungle. In fact, no 6 there. Seems to be taking that one. That's, I guess, an evolution. Icon in the mid lane, and it's Kane in 5 in the bottom side of the map.
I think he's done. He's gone. He's going home. He's just like, all right, guys, we stood here long enough.
All right.
And you can see that, you know, pretty steely faces on the side of DMO, but, you know, OMG definitely looking a little bit more, I would say loose, you know, a little bit more kind of like, you know, that maybe, as you said, thinking more towards 2020, thinking more in the future, because as much as we would say that, you know, there is still a chance, it is not even in their hands, I do believe. I do believe like for them to actually make it into the playoffs, it would be them winning every single game they play and also LNG dropping as well as other
every
people.
Game. That's literally it. So you're right, it's not in their hands. It's like one of those statistical possibilities that you have to throw out there.
Yep.
So at the end of the day, I talked about that journey. You start always as an unbeliever. Whenever you're thinking about, whenever you're told, yeah, the journey is about 500 miles. You're like, oh, well, you know what? I would rather stay at home.
Yep.
But when you make that trip, the first step's the most important one. And at least making the attempt is always something you want to do. And I think if you look towards OMG, the most recent games, they come out with leads. And that, to me, is the first step. The fact that their first 10 minutes, they're still finding leads in the early game around their mid laner. The only issue comes in the fact that, you know, they tend to not exactly know what to do with it. A good example is mostly like, now they had Crystal last game. Crystal got picked off a few times in rotation from bot to mid, or Curse would get caught out on the side lane, and a lot of that came down to no real preparation on trading sides if Curse gets put in a 1v2 or 1v3 situation. And I think that's a lot of forward planning that is required from OMG. They don't necessarily go for it.
And for DMO as well, like looking at them kind of as a team, you know, this is where the belief kind of starts to grow.
Yes.
This is where you're kind of looking at it kind of going, oh, all of a sudden, we're 4-7. We're only 2 games away from actually making playoffs, realistically, given that everything goes right. And for DMO, that can kind of add a little bit of pressure. You know, you're not as free because you're worried about dropping the ball.
It depends, like on just the attitude. The players have usually been in a positive attitude. The only issue that you have, as we mentioned in the next few series that they had, like going up against RNG may drop that. Going up against Victory 5 seems to be the most important match for them because they're expected to be victorious in that. I think they came into this split with heavy burden in expectation because they're the team that took down EDG in the playoffs. Like suddenly people are expecting a lot out of you as a team, and especially when you're rebranding, there's a lot that comes into mind, especially with the fans starting to get behind you. I think they started to shed that off and just worried about the game to game, which is necessary. If you're losing a lot, you have to find a moment to just reset mentality, and now they're in a 3-series win streak. That's going well for them momentum-wise, while for OMG, they're in a 7-series losing streak. Like, they were a contender in the first few weeks where people were talking about how good of a team they were, mechanically speaking, but then never really evolved past that point. And that's the beauty of the LPL. Like, if you look at our teams in the bottom half of the LPL, they have some great talent. There's never an issue where you say, this team has an issue regarding the talent within the team. To me, that's never been the case. It's more so the fact that teams like LGD can't protect or get a game plan around their primary members of Yuki and Kramer. And it's OMG. We already talked about the members. We're going to be seeing them later tonight. VG Gaming even have good talent. They were a team that at the beginning of the year, we made those questions about and saying that they didn't have the necessary talent. Now they have great players like Puff and Southwind amongst their roster, and their mid lane has great talent around with Ian and Korn. Like, this is a good topic about the LPL, and more so now, there has to be an evolution past the roster and more so about the team play.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, you can see examples of that, like, you know, within every facet of history within, you know, League of Legends. You look at LCK super teams where every individual player was insanely good on paper but just didn't mesh together. You've got, you know, even the most recent one of, like, you know, you looked at the Misfits lineup in LEC of recent dates. You had Soaz, Gorilla, Hansama, you know, Fabivin. You're looking at that and going, that's an insane lineup. It just didn't gel. And, you know, I agree with you. The next evolution is for these kind of like amazing talents to now learn how to work together and become a cohesive team.
That's why, as an overarching lesson for OMG, you know, kind of looking back at it, synergizing, working well with your team is incredibly important. Having a consistent roster is just as important. And I feel like having that rotating door within the jungle is not conducive, it's not helpful. I mean, it only really works if you have strong talent, right, within that midst. And I'm just saying, like, a player that is just so damn good that all he needs is to be put in one game and he takes over. And even in that regard, you look towards side lanes and really knowing what he wants to get out of the game, right? A good example is like Jieko of old. As a jungler, was the type of jungler that looked to the lanes and said, I'm going to be ganking pretty heavily, I'm going to get you a lead, you can run with the ball now. And I look towards, there are two junglers actually, World6, who's playing currently, and then I would also say Pepper, who are junglers that actually wanted to get their own leads. Like, they essentially, you play through them, they invade pretty heavily, and then they get their own advantages. Now, that can mess up, let's just say, a team play style if they go between all types of styles game after game after game.
Yeah, you got to find your rhythm and rhyme and stick to it, otherwise you're just not going to be able to find it again as we go into picks and bans, ladies and gentlemen, for game 1 of this best of 3 between OMG and DMO. Bans coming in thick and fast. Sivir, Rakan, Karma taken out as along with Aurelia, Ezreal, and Renekton. Yuumi still available for OMG if they want to take it.
Let's see what they go for here. Now, Aatrox is up and available. Sylas is up and available. I think you go towards the Sylas pick here. It works very well in lanes, even better in the jungle after the buff that it got in 9.14.
And Corki going to be the first pick, though. That's very, very blind. Now, we'll say, across the world, we have seen Corki flex into multiple different lanes. He can go bot, mid, or top, so a little bit of a flex pick that you can utilize, but it hasn't been to the best of successes a lot of the time.
Well, at least in the LPL, it has been successful. With such a high pick rate, 22%, it has a 65% win rate. And for that reason, a lot of it comes down to how free of a laning phase that it has. A lot of the time, historically, Corki gets bumped out when the lane isn't so free, when the game is so centered around the early game. And a lot of that, I'd say a good team to track with this is like Team WE. That plays it in and outside of the meta. And so recently, you've been seeing Corkis actually be so comfortable as to pick Klepto in lane to get to that Trinity Force a lot faster because a lot of the laning phase matchups are easier. So I want to see which kind of Corki it is if Curse picks it up and goes into the top lane.
It looks like Natural potentially picking up that Akali in the top side. We saw him absolutely dominate 2 series ago. I can't remember exactly who it was against, but he was just insanely good at just taking the 1v1s and the team fights as well. As the Alistar and Lucian locked in there for OMG. So they've got their bot lane and effectively their mid lane. So they're kind of challenging DMO to say, you know, you kind of have to pick with us.
That's hilarious, by the way. The fact that we're going towards the most comfort champion you can even see for 5. I mean, 5's 2 champions that we know very well is the Thresh and the Alistar. And they're just picking it high in priority, recognizing that Dominus might just start banning it in second phase. And, I mean, Lucian and Alistar, just like such a great go signal. I want to see what jungle World 6 goes towards.
And the reaction for that Lucian Alistar is going to be the Yuumi and the Kai'Sa. So good scaling, not super, you know, kind of kill pressure based, but, you know, does what it needs to do.
Especially if you just pop the Ardent Sensor on top of his head and essentially later on in the game, that's a souped-up Kai'Sa. I still want to see that early engage, though, because Akali is technically that, but certainly you want to be able to see a jungler like an Olaf that can run... I guess it got banned out, literally, as you were making the point. Thinking, what would a good jungler be? Now, Aitong has been a pretty damn good Rek'Sai. Now, I think the Rek'Sai would be a pretty decent option. It would give them a great early game bridge too to allow the Akali and the Kai'Sa to be able to get to that late game point.
You see exactly what they're going to go for. A lot of jungle focus coming into these bans, as well as the Kennen taken away as well. So DMO not allowing Curse to pick that one up either.
No Sejuani, so a lot of junglers getting pinched out here. Remember, it's going to be both teams looking for jungle and Dominus being able to get the first pick of the litter. So you would expect that Dominus would pick up. I'm thinking the Rek'Sai would make sense. I think a bit better of a team fighter. It is tough. It's tough when you essentially take out the legs of all these junglers.
Yeah, Skarner obviously available as well. I have seen it picked up fringely when we see a lot of focus on those jungle bans. Does kind of have to make the other team pay the Skarner tax.
I'm not too much of a fan of the Skarner simply because a lot of the Dominus lanes require jungle attention. So having an early game feel is pretty important. And my only issue with going towards a Kindred, you know, a pick that Aitong has gone in the past is that, I mean, who's going to be your frontliner? Who's going to be soaking the main amount of attention and damage during the team fights? Now, the Gragas was an interesting pick, but they need AD as well. So it makes a lot of sense that the Rek'Sai would be that option.
Yeah, it looks like the Jarvan locked in there, so World's going to be picking that one up there for himself, you would imagine. Can be flexed to the top side, have seen it before. Silas made it all the way down to the end and will be locked in for OMG.
There we go. It's going to be a J4, I'm imagining it to be, actually. So we'll still have to see. I'm expecting it to be a J4 top lane in a Silas jungle. That would be my expectations here. Last pick here for Dominus would give us an idea of what their top laner is going to be.
Could also see the Silas flex into the mid lane with Corki top and the Jarvan jungle, you know, just to have that magic resistant shield that he gets now.
Exactly. So I like the flexibility on blue side for OMG, just to believe that a Silas jungle would be a lot better for them.
Twala, gonna go back to that Cassiopeia. We saw him on it last week, got a couple of buffs. You know, you no longer have a buffer now for where you, or the minimum range where you have to cast your miasma, can land it straight on top of himself and really kind of, you know, stop a lot of engages that OMG might be looking for.
And also, the flat buffs that Cassiopeia was able to get was just, you know, the flat sustain that she had prior on Twin Fang, and now it's just a percentage-based sustain. In team fights, especially when she has items underneath her, she is just going to be a beast. An actual... what's a good word for it that we had for man? Remember when the changes came through in a lot of the major bruisers in Season 4 that happened for the Darius? I'm just gonna come out and just say that she's a monster in team fights. A lot of the times you'd have to pick up anti-sustain to be able to deal with her in fights, unless if you just have good poke within your composition.
Yeah, and as the rosters are locked in, the coach shake hands. I see a lot of engage on the side of OMG, and I see a lot of Baron potential on the side of DMO.
Kaisa and Cassiopeia. What's funny is that I've had conversations with teams that have really had struggles with, you know, being able to finish games. You have early game leads, and being able to coordinate with your side laners to be able to get, you know, good pressure on Baron, or being able to siege. A lot of that huge step is difficult for some players, right? Kaisa, Cassiopeia, sometimes the answer is just as easy of picking a hard engage option and just an amount of all-in potential on Baron buff to just make it that easier for yourself. So I want to be able to see what Dominus could do this early game to be able to give them that bridge for Cassiopeia and Kaisa to get on top of Baron and to make magic happen.
Could be gone in an instant given how some of the RNG Drakes have gone. Mountain Drakes definitely being very prolific in the LPL, so got to be very careful with your OMG, but at least on OMG side, you have so much engage.
There's a lot going for them. You just want to be able to see them essentially have great amount of vision control to be able to get to that point in the game as we head into game 1.
I always love the end chants. Just makes it a little bit more fun. I'm not used to it. As of yet, I've only been here a few weeks. Not used to the extra little bit at the end.
It's the creative freedom that they now have. They technically always had it, but now they've just organized themselves, which I appreciate just as much.
Looking at this early game as well, Yuumi Kaiser will be causing 5. A little bit of pain.
And this is the struggle that good reason why you don't see as many Alistairs out there. A lot of the laning phase is incredibly difficult to be able to get past, especially against a champion like the Yuumi that can consistently poke you out of the wave. So a lane that would be ordinarily great for the Lucian can be pretty damn good for the Yuumi. As I say that,
Level 2 gank coming in. World 6 goes in, drops the heal and the flash there from Gala. They turn back a little bit of damage. Successful gank.
just needed good communication between Mark and Gala there. You didn't have to blow the heal if the flash was going to be coming out right afterwards. So good gank coming in. Nice level 2 from World 6 to be able to get that pressure going. Now, that's what he's been great for ordinarily, but nice follow there from Curse.
Curse will not allow Natural to have his way with this lane. We see what Natural can do on this Akali. Definitely wants to put down the pressure, make sure he knows that you're going to have to work for it if you really want it.
Yeah, it's good to be able to see the Sylas coming back into the lane there. Now Curse could essentially go back to what made him an amazing top laner, showcase his skill expression on a lot of great carry tops. And Sylas, I felt, was a champion that he performed really well on. So after the changes, he's able to go right back onto it. I want to talk a little bit more about a pick that we don't get to see too much since the buff, because we've been seeing a lot of Sylas, even just being banned consistently. But the Cassiopeia has been the major change here. And so I'm pretty surprised that we're seeing the Comet Cassiopeia, because ideally we've seen the Phase Rush Cassio, where, you know, you're in the thick of things in team fights and you can just have that extra bit of mobility to be able to either chase someone down or kite back against melees. Here, we're seeing the essentially lane dominance idea, forcing Icon to go back to base with the Comet. Now the change that I talked about from flat to percentage healing is now you can get to 20% AP. But as I say that, Itong's found himself into the back.
Flashes in, gets the knock up, and that's going to be first blood. Blink, and you miss it.
Just like that. Easy as can be. That's what makes it so difficult dealing with a Rek'Sai in general. Being able to traverse walls. You may see him at the end, but I mean, at that point, it's too late. At least 5 keeps to his flash.
Keeps his summoners, but gives over 400 gold. A little bit more, actually, with the assists as well. And, of course, exactly who you want to get it right now is Gala. Kind of shore up that early game shortage that he has in the power. Kai's going to be feeling very, very good going into the Lucian now.
I want to see if they get the full push in the bot side of the map. I think they did. So the only concern that we had about the bottom side of the map, about Lucian being picked for that early game trading, certainly now has been dampened by Gala and Mark being able to get that gank. So pretty damn good times here for Gala. And at this point, the CS advantage that we currently see should just stay. Pretty huge lead that now that Kai'Sa is able to have for herself.
Wave being pushed in. We do have the Rek'Sai off to the side. Curse does take a hit with the turret. Has to be so very, very careful.
Still going to be difficult. I love the fact that Curse is playing this one pretty damn conservatively, because Rek'Sai, while still there, doesn't have flash, so kind of understanding that he could play within on arm's reach, at least provide a little bit of damage, but cannot go all in.
And so far, so good for DMO. Got themselves that kill lead, got themselves, you know, pretty stable lanes, if I say so myself, you know, not going too far behind in anything.
Yeah, I think the fact that we've been seeing so much kind of calm nature within the laning phase, I'm just talking about since the patches, I know a lot of people want to see, not want to see, but have been seeing the Azir versus Corki. Certainly the Cassiopeia is another type of champion that gets thrown into that, makes it a triangle. Essentially champions that can go through the early laning phase, don't care too much about it, really aiming for dragons, barons, those kind of open-ended team fights. And if they can get to their item spike points, then great. I mean, at that point, it's more so, do they outscale? And in this case, I think that, oh, I actually have to cut myself off here.
Yeah, I like this there from Rek'Sai, able to realize that he's probably going to invade my buff, and realizing it very early on, keeps himself with the tremor sense, knows exactly what's going on, forces back World 6.
Yeah, good chunk too. Understood. I think he took his wolf camp and then waited in anticipation, recognizing that the lanes were shoving up at the same time, both bot and mid lane. Great kind of sense to be able to understand what World 6 was going for.
We see DMO collapsing here. Don't think they're going to look for any kill, but this is just to give Twilight a little bit of an easy back. Has not got teleports. They want to try and push up this lane.
Yeah, a lot of great, essentially, just pivoting. Waiting for a play to potentially happen and nothing really coming out about. Funny enough, way back, I think it was a few months back, you know, Medic kind of brought in the term saber rattling, which is essentially looking at your opponent, just kind of seeing, hey, you know, a fight does start. I'm ready for it. I'm prepared for it. Kind of pivoting position.
Kind of like showing off that you have something. It's like, you know, revealing. It's like, I am armed.
But the fact that we haven't been seeing that, because both teams are still comfortable playing it safe and looking for a greater fight. But maybe we get something here.
Stone and Ultimate traded there with Natural. Curse just playing the bully right now and playing it well.
He's just been providing a lot of good positioning for his jungler at the end of the day. I mean, we've been seeing Icon and Curse shoving in consistently. The only question has actually been Kayn and 5. which is relevant because World 6 has been trying to invade on the blue side for quite some time to be challenging for blue buff. But not only has Itong been making it hard for him, but Gala and Mark has been consistently shoving in that lane and have been there. So World 6 might want to call it off.
Yeah, play towards your winning lanes. So the tried and tested move as Natural takes another hit.
Help!
Takes a huge chunk out of him. Natural's going to be forced back again.
He lost his TP last time too, so he's just going to be losing the experience underneath turret. Doesn't have his jungler in the area as well, so him not going back to base is pretty damn risky. Want to see if World 6 understands this. Catches it. Oh, yeah, so this is pretty hard.
We talk about this, like it's not worth it to lose the minion experience, but is it worth it to lose your life? He waits very, very patiently for that cannon wave, is able to pick up the remnants of that wave.
He was just waiting for his Twilight Shroud too. It was on cooldown since the last time they went at it, and he was like, now that I have Twilight Shroud, I'm safe, even if the jungler comes in the area just because I have the tower by my side.
And with the TP being expended by Curse up top side, that is going to be an immediate go sign for DMO to say we have priority in the bot side. Going to get themselves a nice early Ocean Drake, nicely kind of picked up for them.
How painful is that for the OMG bottom lane? They were already dealing with what was a pretty tough one around Yumi's sustain in the lane and the poke that she had. Now it's that plus the Ocean Dragon. So feel bad for the Lucian that was picked for the matchup, now has to deal with this.
It's a little too early as well for you to be trading it for the side of OMG for a Rift Herald.
Oh my God.
World 6 he's heard your calls, Raz, and he's going straight up to try and deal with Natural right now.
Yeah, at least he gets the wave, but J4 is going to be able to take that one, and apparently we're going to take that too. Sorry about that one, Twyla.
You can see the idea there was to try and get him up there, knock up, Miasma goes down, they get a lot of damage. As well as the ultimate, Hexstringer, and there's the Prey Seeker. Nicely done, Summoner's burned.
Lull them into a sense of security. I don't have my ultimate. I just made a boo-boo. Don't worry about it. You can walk up to me now and start trading in, and then in comes the Rek'Sai.
And that was with a Hex Drinker as well. Like, they had to burn through that extra little bit of shield. And I don't know if it was a full-on bait with just using the ultimate, but definitely worked out. And now that mid lane starting to be skewed away from them. As I say that, though, Twilight gets hit in with the Cataclysm.
He has both summoners. This is pretty bad coming in from World 6.
Yep, there it is. Kill
Who does
going
that?
over. World 6 just turns over that advantage. They get the TP and the package. He's going underneath the tower. Good flash! And he's going to be able to get the kill, but for what cost? He will fall to this tower. Mark is there, but he doesn't want to take the kill. 2 kills to Twyla.
Are we just having fun now? Is that what's going on? Literally what happened there. Icon, I guess the idea, and this comes back to our current criticism about communication within OMG and the mid and jungle. Because the idea that World 6 has is that, you know, Icon has summoners. He at least has teleport. He's going to come in. Sounds like a good 2v1. Well, you went in too early. The Cassiopeia has both summoners available, and she's just going to destroy you before the Corki even comes into play. And so he starts the fight before Corki comes in. He dies. Corki comes in. He's like, I'm going to commit for this anyways. And they both die for nothing.
And I love this rotation from DMO. Straight away, they realize there's no dragon available. Let's swap up our strong bot lane up to the top side. They get the duo there, able to pick themselves up a Rift Herald very, very early. And they have ownership of the entire map.
Yeah, and this goes back to what we were discussing before the game even started, which is different trajectories and lessons being learned. Dominus looked like a better team, not just based off of the roster decision, but they kept to those decisions. Natural is the top laner, and he's already talented. He's a talented player. Remember, he came in from OMG to Dominus where he's found stability. And, you know, Itong coming in, just putting a fire underneath Xiaopeng where we thought that Xiaopeng was a great jungler, sure. But that's where they decided to put the fire underneath their jungler, and they're finding great growth and consistency now amongst at least the recency result. The recent results have been looking very good for them, while OMG have just been kind of waddling.
Yeah, and I think it's fantastic to see as well the consistency that we would require for a playoffs team. DMO are finally catching on to it, and this is fantastic to see from them. I said they're very happy. However, it is about transitioning these early leads and these early advantages into those mid-game kind of, you know, team fights or kind of more concrete wins.
They still have a composition built for those team fights. Like Kai'Sa Cassiopeia gives you so many options. Not only is the Miasma going to allow the Kai'Sa to go front to back pretty easily, but if she ever gets threatened, she can just take it straight to the enemy back line with her ultimate. So she has a lot that she has going for herself. Also, the Akali can either stick to the side lane, go up against the Sylas, or be able to take the fights in any position, either take it from front to back as well, create space with her Twilight Shroud, or essentially come in a flank position. So Dominus can play these fights however they want to play them.
And you can just see the 100% priority right now is give Gala gold. They rotated up Twala up there as well. They had 4 men up, dropped the Rift Herald. There is just so much gold going to this Kai'Sa. And unfortunately for Kane and 5, they're not able to get anything from this.
Yeah, and with how I'm currently seeing it, it's not going to be a tier Kai'Sa 2, so it's fairly built towards the mid game. So all that gold going into the Kai'Sa, that's not a investment into the future. That's an investment into the recent play, going straight towards Guinsoo's Rageblade and, you know, take me on at the moment. So it's Dominus recognizing the current gold lead that they have and saying, okay, I don't need to go towards a late game option.
And where is the next move right now for OMG? Because right now their bot lane is suffering, their mid lane is suffering. Like, the only advantage they realistically have is that 20 CS lead in top side.
Yeah, and so the way I would put it is more so around pick potential. You pick the Alistar and the Jarvan for a reason. And, I mean, a lot of their purpose is they are champions who naturally have bad matchups. The Alistar had a bad matchup, you're not picking it for the laning phase. The J4 has numerous bad matchups. It's the same idea. So you have to be coming into the game with the expectation that you're creating plays no matter what situation you are, and guess who's alongside each other for this one?
They have the potential to tank this up. Alistar ultimate is available. They have flashes here as well. Natural just trying to hold on, jump straight onto Kane, drops the Shroud, gets himself back out. They trade an ultimate for nothing.
Bought a lot of good time. At the end of the day, Dominus was trying to gauge whether they need the extra members to come in, or at least out of Fog of War. They decided that they didn't need to do that. Natural is just going to blow his ultimate for it. But we may still see them rotating around the that top side of the map because Kai'Sa is going to be able to pick up the mid lane wave. And maybe a kill. What's going on here?
Kai'Sa will get the proc there, looking for it there. There's the killer instinct, going to force the package out. And that's Icon. You can't even fight the AD carry right now.
Not only forcing the package out, but now Icon's in a really poor situation. Wow.
Flash is in, but a flash away. Gala punishes Icon for overzealousness.
He's just taking random risks now. He should have just went back to base. But yeah, this is the situation we're currently in. He's trying to make plays, probably frustrated at the current state of the game because of the early mistakes that came through. And now Dominus are just reaping the rewards.
And this Kai'Sa is getting to a ridiculous state. All that plate gold that went over, 2 kills now, solo effectively in that last one. And the frustration's building. You can see it on an Icon there, just trying to go for something that just wasn't there.
Yeah. I mean, Icon is the type to look for outplay potential, but even that doesn't make any bit of sense.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Yeah,
that's literally what happened right there.
Yeah.
He just didn't respect the fact that Gala would potentially have flash, didn't have a timer on it, and you're never going to win those.
Closer, closer, and closer towards his Guinsoo's Rageblade, and that's when you get really comfortable to take fights. The only reason he was able to take that last one is because he knew that he had that extra bit of shielding off his ultimate to at least push him out of lane. He thought he did his job, but Corki came right back. So we're at a state now where it's going to be about that next dragon. 4 minutes coming up, and very comfortably the lane assignments for Dominus. I mean, they're doing a great job. Akali's fully shoved out that top side of the map, and she can now look to invade. And at least outside of the blue buff, just great vision controller on the blue side of the jungle. And then it's the same thing happening on the bot side of the map. In fact, Dominus could just center their focus towards that bottom outer turret. So I want to see if that's going to be the case here for Icon.
Icon does steal away the blue buff, or rather takes his own.
Yeah, there he is.
And Curse. Uh-oh. This is a
All
bad
right.
situation for him. They have got the Rek'Sai ultimate stolen. They're going to just try and jump straight on top of him. Petrifying Gaze into the Rek'Sai ult as well. They're going to be able to potentially trade it. No, not able to get him just there. Flash away. Now it looks like the Jarvan Cataclysm is going to be the reason why the Rek'Sai goes down. Good collapse from OMG.
Very nice. Even just Curse buying time with the Rek'Sai ultimate to be able to get out of there. I was concerned because having Curse there for a long time alone, that in any world is pretty easy to lock him down, but he took that risk. The members came through from OMG, not only able to just protect that bottom lane turret, also a pal in mind. They're able to turn this one and try and take this bot lane outer turret themselves.
Yeah, it's not going to stop these minions from doing any real damage. Going to stop the forward progression of World 6 and Icon. And right now, OMG, they're the ones who are dictating a little bit of this mid-game pace.
Yeah, and I mean, it all came off of an outplay. And it sucks to be able to look at the roster of OMG, how many good players that they have, and how consistently, it's just 17 minutes in the game, and how many attempts of an outplay that they have made. I would say that's 3 attempts, only one that came through properly, and it came through from Curse. So good job of him taking a second look at this one, being able to proc his Aftershock, so he took a lot of this damage pretty easily. Then took the Rek'Sai ultimate, flashed out, even Proto belted out, keeping a pretty damn healthy mindset, and then taking a look at this. Nice be able to teleport came through from the Corki, a lot of great damage from the Cataclysm as well. Good job from OMG to be able to respond.
But you talked about the item parity as well, and we have a look at the side of DMO. Now they've got the Guinzoos along that Stormrazor's edge. They've got full mid-game Kai'Sa online. The Rod of Ages stacking up for the Cassiopeia. You've got the Hextech Gunblade as well. And maybe OG look for a fight in the mid lane.
That is a very interesting build coming out of Kayn. We have seen the Essence Reaver Infinity Edge build, primarily from depth when he's had the Yuumi on top of him and he's able to give them, you know, Ardent Sensor procs and able to essentially give him the attack speed necessary. This is coming into this one just saying, no, I'm based off my abilities alone. Double tap is how I'm going to be playing out these team fights. So it's going to be it's going to be fun to see how Kayn plays out these fights, especially in a deficit.
Will hit like an absolute truck though in the late game if they get there. But that's a big if. You got to get there first. And DMO, they have the advantage, but it's only about 1,500 gold, or it's not that huge of a gap between them and OMG. So OMG not out of this just yet.
Yeah, we'll just have to see. A lot of it comes down to, if we're talking about just leads, I'm looking at DMO and saying item leads, hell yes. I mean, 2 items that we've been talking about for Gala have been completely picked up. The Guinzoo's Rageblade is there. 5 stacks on the Rod of Ages currently. At the moment, Twilight is in a really comfortable position, and the Gunblade's been picked out by Naturals, so all 3 carries are all in a great position to take any fight coming forward, while Icon, sure, he has the Trinity Force, but it actually had to go towards the Hex Drinker as a defensive option, and now is, you know, kind of stagnated in going to the second item, be it the Infinity Edge or Rapid Fire Cannon.
Essentially getting the Rapid Fire just to keep him safe. Gives you that extra range, gives you extra little bit of poke as well. And you can see DMO, they've slowed down a little bit again. They want to reassess, reevaluate, make sure that they're not making a same mistake like that bot lane dive 2 times in the same game.
I still like the idea. I think a little bit came down in execution, honestly. I think there's a moment in which you can, even if that all fails and teleport comes through from the enemy team, go out together. Essentially come through on the right side rather than having the Rek'Sai go up top side where he's isolated and can get Cataclysm. I think that's a lesson that you can take from an execution standpoint rather than did we make the right decision.
OMG showing flickers of a still lit flame. They know what this means if they lose, and Ocean Drake going to be taken out here. Rek'Sai is in the vicinity, but you imagine that OMG should be able to take this without contest.
Yeah, you just need to not have this on DMO when they already have an Ocean Drag.
And looked like the exit plan was everybody over the wall. Almost got caught by the Miasma, but good pickup by OMG. They're slowly crawling back those small advantages that DMO got in the early game.
I just realized they all have wall dashes except for the Alistar. He just has to flash out if he ever gets caught. But you know, Lucian, the Corki, the Jarvan, Silent, I say Silent, yeah, pretty much. OMG can take a little bit of risk just based off of what we saw there.
As long as they're all on the same page, like I said, the communication is very much key. It must be a don't fight, everyone out the back of the pit, and let's just not engage. They will lose bot lane turret, the second turret of the game for DMO. Gives them a little bit of cash in hand, but these items are starting to be picked up. It's actually the Infinity Edge picked up there for the Lucian, so now he's on 2 items.
Starting to pack a punch, rolling the dice with the crit that he has currently. We talked about it just a little bit and how I'm not a big fan of the crit build when you don't have essentially an Ardent Sensor to be paired up with that. I'm just talking about if you have a Karma in your midst or the Yuumi or something that can essentially provide that for you. Otherwise, Blade of the Rune King is a pretty damn good ability to get in and out in team fights. And either way, not going to be going for that one. Still, you already said good burst. True. If he gets himself a hand on like a Rek'Sai or a Kali, they're all incredibly squishy. It's going to be impactful.
I'm feeling that OMG live and die by whether or not Kayn can get off a good sequence of kind of, you know, double taps on particular carries. And
get them crits.
Yeah, get those crits. They live and die by RNGesus. And You know, OMG, they want to be hoping that they can stay in this. So far, they've crawled back. It's, you know, a little bit of a goal lead, but again, it hasn't gone anywhere. They've equalized the Ocean Drake. Not that bad of a situation for them.
Yeah, and I think looking towards the next Ocean, now both teams going to be battling for that one, and this is when we start opening up the crit count. At this stage, how many crits can Kane getting in team fight? And is it the reason why they win? Pre-answer is yes. Post-answer is we'll see. We'll see what ends up
The answer
happening.
may surprise you.
Yeah. Because even just seeing the huge crit numbers on minions is already going to get you going.
And you're seeing the 500, 600s at this stage in the game. 23 minutes. Baron has spawned. No Dragon for another 2 minutes 40. It's an Ocean, so not exactly the highest priority for either side. And you have the Luden's Echo and the Proto Belt as well for this Sylas. So Sylas starting to hit his Violent Spike as well.
This is a large amount of focus from OMG to be able to take control around the Baron buff area. They don't have a composition, or at least a team at this stage of the game, that can do it reliably. So I would like for them to make this pressure, at least have this pressure, so they can take that top lane outer turret that looks fairly low. Right now, they don't really have a game plan.
They're kind of just stopping the Baron because they know how quickly this can go down. We talked about it between the Kai'Sa and the Cassiopeia. You can take this Baron so damn quickly on the side of DMO, but they're happy enough keeping this in the mid game, or the mid lane, excuse me. Bot lane's pushing in their favor, top lane's pushing in their favor. They've done their due diligence, they've set up the lanes.
Especially with Natural in the area, being in such a cordon off space, being so closely knit to each other, very easy for the Akali to engage in there with the Twilight Shroud and just wreak havoc. So I'm a little bit concerned for OMG in the area. They played so much around this this space, lost all of that vision control anyways, and the Cassiopeia essentially just pushed out that top lane. So what they could have set up for it didn't happen, and now it just comes down to all the CS that the Lucian received. Now he has a Zeal, which is nice, but I mean, it makes the gameplay a little bit less open-minded.
Runan's Hurricane picked up as well for Gala, so he is sitting pretty on 3 items. We've also got the Ludens finished up there for the Cassiopeia, so she's, again, happy enough. And the longer this game goes, I don't think that DMO are going to be unhappy with the way it is. But again, you make those advantages happen in the early game, you get yourself into a good position. If you kind of just stall out and you let it sit, you kind of turn this into a mechanics battle. To say that, Kane,
already getting it.
Pulling.
What you were asking for. I think it's something a lot of people just essentially want. I mean, when two teams kind of struggle in the same sphere, which is, you know, game plan, strategy, setting up side lanes, they just want to see some of the best players duke it out in large-ended skirmishes that might last around 15 seconds. I've been around games, old newbie going up against old Team WE that are just like, essentially always, or even old Snake, right? They're just 30-second endless battles, endless team fights that last until the next guy dies, respawns, teleports back into the fight. And it looks like a lot of it is just them saber rattling. That's what it is. Them looking each other dead in the eye, no one essentially wanting to start the fight, but trying to intimidate. Dominus getting pushed out, essentially, around position with the Dragon now coming back up.
Icon has got the package. Dragon has spawned. Do the teams want to go for this? It looks like the side of OMG are going to take that one pretty much for free, but they give up pressure around this Baron. We know how quickly this can go down, and DMO have started it.
Well, all right, remember this composition has pretty fast damage. You need some vision now. Wow.
Down to 4,000, down to 3, 2, 1. Too late, and they are going to start the fight, immediately jumping onto Icon. He's the first one to fall. Cataclysm has gone down. Akali is in the backside, just trying to use the Shroud, but is going to fall as well. They're going to be able to take down 2 for 1, 3 for 1, maybe look for a 4 for 1. As they go back into this, it's going to be a 4 for 2, 5 for 2. DMO come up trumps.
That was a very close fight with a blinking HP bar on Twyla. The fact that, honestly, OMG didn't see it coming. We talked about it in Pick and Ban. Cassio and the Kai'Sa had one essentially goal in mind, was to go towards the Baron, but they finally got that window where they had vision control on it, and they just went for it.
And it looked okay from the fight end of things as well from OMG, but they kind of looked a bit scattered in what they were going for. We'll see it in the replay in a second, but you see, you know, the Corki goes on to the left, the Jarvan's off to the side. It's very separated.
At the end of the day, for whatever purpose, the moment you see the Baron at that kind of HP bar, there is no reason for Icon to separate himself like that. Because, once again, look at your team composition. Jarvan is going to be able to start the fight pretty easily. In fact, he's already in the pit. Just be there to support him rather than finding yourself so far off to the left side that it was going to be easy for not only Dominus to be able to take out the primary carry, but then to persist in the fight.
And you can just see how big this Sylas is as well. Sylas was able to do so damn much with that stolen Macaulay ultimate as well. And
yeah.
Natural, very much subdued, didn't really get to do much in that fight at all.
So at the end of the day, it felt like OMG would have been able to win that fight if they had played it slower. You're right. Curse played that out incredibly well. In fact, he was a major reason why they were able to take nearly 3 people in that team fight. So sadly, that wasn't going to happen. It wasn't the case. And what I want to be able to see out of OMG now, a lot more of a defensive mindset. They have the rapid fire cannon there for Kane. They can try and look for new picks. Look at 5. He's in the pit. Raptors trying to essentially wait for Dominus to push in.
Has got the Hex Flash as well, so I always think that when people have Hex Flash, they have to think really hard, like, you know, it's like, you know, flash, and then eventually they can just go in a direction.
Yeah.
But DMO got the Baron, push up around the lanes. You know, you're waiting in the mid lane, that means top lane's open. That's going to be another outer going down.
They broke their ankles too. That's actually really cool. It was down OMG that was setting up around, you know, defending mid, but Dominus slow pushed that mid lane wave, waited for the top lane wave to come in, and then just grouped on that wave. So essentially they made it so OMG had to travel that extra bit of distance, easy pick up on the top lane turret, and now able to do the same in mid.
That is the second of 3 inner turrets going down. DMO just systematically dismantling the defenses of OMG.
It's pretty easy when you have Baron buff, but still, Dominus have shown to us that when they have leads, they can clean it up pretty easily. They can continuously win team fights, know their win condition across the board, and the fact that they've been so successful in the spring split in team fights kind of goes to show what's possible, what peak Dominus looks like. And so it's nice to be able to see them go back to that kind of playstyle.
And what I love seeing as well from a team in particular is that they're not dependent on one person in their team having a god game every single time. Sometimes it's natural, sometimes it's, you know, it's Gala, sometimes it's Twyla. It can come from anybody as long as there's 1 or 2 people actually playing out their minds and playing well. They don't mind if Natural's having a bad game.
That's the thing. I mean, that goes to show a successful team. Looks like 5 and World 6 are looking for a Hex Splash on the alley. Nothing. We got nothing.
Use it to deter. Baron buff has worn off. Miyaza goes down. They're looking for that final outer or inner turret. There's the stolen Yuumi ultimate.
They can wait on the next wave. Take a look at the mid lane positioning right now. Essentially, Akali is going to be able to push this one in at the same time. So now it's going to be on OMG to pick and choose which wave they're defending on.
And it looks like DMO just going to reset.
Okay.
Don't really want to go for any kind of big fights. Probably some items they want to pick up, as we see the Cassiopeia literally picking up the Rabadon's death cap. So that is a big old scary snake woman.
And a lot of the times, we are seeing the Cassiopeia go towards a max on E, mostly because every other ability tends to be nerfed out of the mind in the recent patches. And so you get to that 25% on healing, and we're talking about now items coming through a really souped up Cassiopeia. So a real, essentially a brutalizer in teamfights, even has the Banshee's Veil to her name. So a lot of that poke that we're kind of looking towards from Icon's not going to be very impactful. Dipskundub Duck now is not going to be very impactful if he's going to be starting out the fight, getting off his pick. So it's a good purchase from Dominus to really deal with that pick potential that OMG has.
You can see as well, DMO, there's going to wait for everyone's flash to be up, which is almost just about now. Get all those summoners available. You got Baron in 50 seconds, also Infernal Drake as well in 50 seconds. So this is it. This is where OMG got to fight. They got to be able to take away this Baron, because I feel like if they lose another one, we saw them get 5,000 gold from DMO. They just, one more Baron and they'll be able to destroy your entire base.
You're really knocking on death's door. It seems like Icon wants to look for another play. At least this time he has a friend right next to him. Let's see if he gets anything, or if Cassio even cares.
Cassio doesn't mind. Just get that wave back into an even state. Yeah. Don't team up, group up. DMO doesn't know they can play this slow and steady. They've got some amazing late game carries.
And what stinks is, you're right, a lot of it comes right now, and it looks like you're knocking at death's door. A lot of the objectives are literally happening at this moment. And right now, Icon only has the Kerche Shard towards his rapid fire cannon. So he is nowhere near to that godlike Corki that you require for team fights. and Dominus are essentially going to be able to get it. This is not going to happen. I'm sorry.
They're going for it. They're going to try and see if they can take this. The Dragon was taken off the side, so that's an Infernal Drake done.
All right.
As they go for it, down to about 4,000 HP. They're not burning extremely fast. As here we go, Kali jumps in. Baron has been secured by OMG as they now try to turn onto the fight, but the Yumi ultimate's hitting onto all three people. They try and just trade it with the Akali ultimate, but two people have fallen already.
Wow.
That's three. This side of DMO are shredding through the health bars. They will lose Rek'Sai on the backside, but it's a 4-for-1, and TP's coming out. They're going to look to end the game.
Yeah, pretty long death timers. The only survivor is going to be the Corki, and I'm sorry, he can't do enough. This is a pretty large wave, too, that Dominus is rolling with.
You don't even need the Baron. If everybody's dead, it's no use to you. They still have one person left, but it's going to have to be a godlike defense.
Yeah, at least you have 14 seconds with World 6 coming up. Let's see what he can do. Oh, no, he's going to poke that hell.
Yeah, I don't think there's much Icon can do, and with that, the Nexus turrets will be falling.
Oh, wait a second. That's a lot of
goes
damage.
down. Icon gets flashed on, flashes away, but again, two Nexus turrets go down. The Nexus next to follow. DMO officially knock out OMG.
Just like that. That's all they needed, essentially, is one game. OMG couldn't fulfill that, and now they're officially out of playoff contention. But what we saw, I mean, was Dominus playing it pretty damn clean, playing it tidy. There were a lot of instances, a lot of people questioned essentially the Dragon for Baron run. But think of it this way. Dominus at that stage had a much better teamfight composition and setup. They even left the Cassiopeia to finish up Dragon because the rest of them were going to just at least confirm the fight, so there was no way for OMG to get out. OMG may have gotten the Baron buff, there was simply no exit strategy.
And that's what I was going to say is, like, yes, you got the Baron, but where do you go from there? Because the rest of DMO kind of said, we're fine, we're giving you the Baron because we know we are stronger than you in pretty much every single lane, apart from maybe top side.
Yes.
Like, the Kai'Sa had 5 items, the Cassiopeia had 5 items versus a 3-item Lucian and a 2-item Corki.
Yep, this is when you press F4, you know, at OMG. Officially out. This is when the guns start going. I don't know where.
The cannon.
Yeah, exactly. The cannon works
cannon.
too. Both of them work, honestly.
That's a reference you got.
The kazoo.
I don't get that one personally. I was thinking more Hunger Games.
Not the iconic kazoo reference?
No, I don't get that one.
Oh my
I think
God.
vuvuzelas when I think of like kazoos because I just think of the South
That's when
African
you know
World Cup.
something's about to start rather than end.
yeah.
And you don't
That's
want
like
it
an
to
army
start.
coming
Yeah,
towards
exactly.
you. But yeah.
Yeah, God bless. Great stuff coming in from Dominus. Unfortunately for OMG, they didn't really reciprocate. A lot of it came down to the idea of, you know, if OMG can be competitive. And I felt like there were a lot of moments where you saw that. Curse and team fights really went wild with this list, so that was nice to be able to see. And I think what we saw from 5 was hopeful.
Yeah.
Issue was, I think, you know, you find yourself in such a tough deficit because a lot of times you look for outplays. Icon really went for 2. And miscommunication between mid and jungle. And you lost a lot of gold.
Yeah.
The Cassiopeia was essentially given a free early game.
And that's the kind of big thing. Like, you know, we don't really see this Cassiopeia as a quote-unquote priority.
Yeah.
But when you're freeing up so much gold, so much time and experience, and it's kind of like, why wouldn't you pick it if you're going to be going like that? And like you said, there was flashes in the pan. There were moments where you were like, oh, maybe OG can do this.
Yes.
But it never stuck. It never really kind of came together in a cohesive way that made you kind of go like, okay, DMO are in trouble.
Because for me, what resonated a lot was they had a great amount of, you know, control around Baron, but you have to ask yourself what you're doing with that control. Because that comp's not going to be able to realistically go for Baron at that stage of the game. So you need to be able to use that vision around River to either send someone up top lane, threaten for that, because you know the enemy team's going to have to take the long way to go and defend that turret, and then move around essentially to go for a mid lane turret. Essentially, you just have to bounce between 2 waves. And they just said, no, we're not using top lane at all. So I was like, okay, great. Well, I guess Dominus is just going to mirror you. You're not going to take Baron. You're not going to get any pressure around mid lane. You're just losing to what is a better scaling composition, or at least the better mid game composition, I mean.
Yeah.
So it's unfortunate coming in from OMG.
And a far away kind of venture from the old OMG of Worlds, adventures and everything.
Yeah.
Effectively fighting to not be Paddy last.
What's funny is that they get reminded of those times quite a lot. The organization does a lot to be able to remind them of, you know, the old times in which going, cool, leveling, all of that stuff. When they opened up the lovely Chengdu venue, I mean, they brought in a lot of those old names and they sang that old song they had when they went to Worlds. So those hopes still lie there. They still bring in a lot of good talent. I think OMG is fabulous when it comes to tracking talent, finding talent, bringing them onto the team. It's more of that next step that needs to happen, which is retaining that talent, because Natural's moved on. And essentially
to greener pastures.
Yes, and essentially finding that game plan that works well for them.
We'll have to wait and see. Unfortunately for OMG, they are playing for just Pride. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we'll see if Dominus can take the 2-0 or if it will go to a third game.
Hello everyone, this is Niberia here with another episode of LPL Insight. In the game between FPX and Vici Gaming, FPX's jungler Tien predicted all of the opponent's moves and secured the win for his team. Let's take a look at his site. At a minute 50 into the game, Vici's jungler Ix initiates a gank towards the bottom lane, forcing Tom's flash. From this gank, Tien knows exactly what's going to happen. He stops farming and recalls immediately, even though there are still 3 camps in his blue side. After the recall, Tien rushes straight towards bot lane while keeping an eye on the minimap. When he sees Taliyah vanish into the shadow, everything is in his control. He sends out a ping to remind his teammates of what's happening and plans his next move. Just a few moments later, Taliyah and Xin Zhao show up in the bottom lane, but don't catch FPX by surprise. He dashes into the battlefield with a teleport from Nautilus, using Unburrow to knock up both Taliyah and Xin Zhao, and picking up the kill. Vici starts to pull out, but it's too late. Tien gets another 2-man knockup with his Flash Unburrow combo and secures himself another kill. He hunts down Caitlyn while carefully avoiding the trap and finishes the fight with a triple. With a perfect prediction and teamfight execution, Tien turns Vici's gank attempt into a huge advantage for his own team. However, Vici doesn't give up their bot lane plans. When the game reaches 9 minutes and 15 seconds, Taliyah and Xin Zhao attempt the gank once again. Varus is melted, and Nautilus tries to get something back, but Tom is cut down by Caitlyn's Peacemaker. In this 4 versus 2 situation, Tien and Doinby have to fall back to the turret, and it seems like there's no hope. But then a hero's entrance comes from above. Tien hits the Xin Zhao with a beautifully timed Prey Seeker, letting him cast Void Rush for the kill. He's then rooted by Lux, and Caitlyn flashes in, trying to capitalize with a Root Trap combo. In the face of imminent danger, Tien keeps calm and makes his play. He flashes over the wall before the trap arms and takes down Lux, scanning with his red trinket to keep himself away from vision. Then he pulls out safely under the protection of his teammates, making this battle a 2-for-2 trade. In the final fight of the game, Tien is here to stall out, goes for a solo kill on the Taliyah, and even more impressively, he finds it with a Void Rush and an auto to finish it off. But now it's just him and Crisp alone versus 4. But here comes Gimgoon to save the day. Tien needs to get another kill here, gets the knockup, finds the kill, and Gimgoon finds the triple kill of his own, knocking down the nexus of Vici Gaming. Tien's perfect prediction and amazing outplays help his teammates to survive from the early gank and finally lead them to win. That's all for today's LPL Insight. See you next time.
beautiful scenery of Chengdu. We got some pretty seriously hot pot. I know our producer, we went for hot pot one time, and she kicked my ass because I cannot take spice. But,
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm not a spicy guy.
Oh, no.
I don't do spice. I can do like a minimum, but like...
China, or at least you know, the Sichuan region, definitely gets you to love spice.
Well,
it forces you.
It forces it upon you. Even
Yes.
McDonald's here is spicy.
Yeah, a lot of things here.
Yeah,
are
a
spicy.
lot of here is spicy. But I know it was our producer Rose is like, this isn't spicy at all. I was like, oh, cool, great. And I just went like,
Boom!
oh no.
Yeah. Don't trust the spice at, like, they will get you to eat it.
Yep.
And they will basically like, yeah, I don't taste it whatsoever.
Yeah,
they
it is
taste it. They
nothing.
taste it. But for them, it's like, nah, I don't. Basically, they're just trying to get you to eat it, and at the same time, up their status to you. So you're like, oh my goodness, this guy can take like 10 out of 10 spices, basically.
Yeah, I am not used to it given my my Irish palate, but we're bringing away from food. Back over to the game, of course. We are going into Game 2 of OMG versus DMO, and DMO. They're looking pretty damn good. We keep singing our praises, but like they just kind of impress us even more and more the longer this kind of win streak goes on.
Yeah, they're one of the 10 spices. I think Dominus has definitely shown to us the level of growth that they were able to come into the split with. Because I was an naysayer for Dominus, still slightly am as a team, because I feel like they're kind of figuring out all of their errors really late into the game. But they could be that guy to be able to cram, put in the work, and have that passing grade and find themselves in playoffs. And I think that's really the journey that we're talking about here. The fact that they were able to understand a lot of the solo lanes needed to be shored up. Natural came in and was able to provide a lot of work. And now, there's a reason why Mr. MVP is the MVP. It's going to be Gala, because he can come into a lot of these team fights and just be pumping out damage. He doesn't have to worry about the early game nearly as much as he had to in the past.
Yeah, it's almost kind of like they kind of shored up everything they needed for him to become this MVP.
Yeah.
Only second of the season, but obviously, we're still seeing them kind of transition into that team that they're going to be. And this was just an opportunity that presented itself, and Gala capitalized.
Kind of just testing Icon in this situation. Forcing him out of lane was his ultimate goal. He didn't expect what was about to happen, which is Icon sticking around, chucking a potion, and thinking that he can essentially all in on him. Gala played this one out perfectly. It was more so Icon really having question marks on his head of why he even took this one. So a lot of these replays come out and you have more so Icon low light reels. But at the end of the day, the person who ultimately benefits is Gala, who's playing these team fights excellently.
And Gala, right position, right time, almost certainly every single one of the times. And even here, you can see it. Like, they know they're not going to get the Baron. They immediately go for the fight.
Yeah, exit strategy for OMG. Even if they pick up Baron, where are they going to be going? Who are going to be, essentially running out? So they fully commit to the fight. Great. But it's going to be, Twyla that sticks around at full HP. Gala, who stick around, are, 90% HP. The carries of this team were largely untouched, while the main frontliners of OMG were completely destroyed. So we're just talking about outright ability to teamfight at that stage of the game. I mean, we talked about it pretty heavily about the mid game and how well it was for Dominus, and of course being accelerated with the team gold that they were able to throw in. So at least Icon is in good mood. Too often times after losing the first game in the fashion that they do, they come into the next game pretty down. And so I like the fact that they're still keeping high moral.
Yeah, unfortunately, there is only pride to play for OMG right now. We've run the maths. Even if they win this series 2-1, unfortunately with game scores and everything like that, they just cannot get ahead of 8th place.
Yeah, at this point, the best they can do is tie in points against LNG if LNG literally loses everything.
Yep.
And even then...
In 2 O's.
Exactly. And then even then, they still lose the head-to-head. So that's the situation that OMG's in. So, I mean, all of that, I suppose, to a certain extent, the burden is lifted off their shoulders. They can just play however they want. Also a great change coming into this one. It's going to be Xiaopeng coming in, and Aitong, who was pretty damn good in the last game, going out.
And I like this flexibility coming out from DMO. They're showing that they've got 2 incredibly talented junglers. We saw Xiaopeng last week on that Lee Sin. So scary. He was setting up as a team 100% for the early game. I'm glad to see the 2 of them are really actually sharing that that jungle role.
Yeah, and I think it really goes to show the faith that they have in both junglers and in the system overall. Because at the end of the day, usually when you make these changes, both roles suffer. The player coming in, lack of confidence, wants to make a good showing, of course, doesn't play to his ultimate ability. And the player essentially going out, who's had that full roster for the beginning of the organization, and I'm talking about Xiaopeng here, who's been kind of seen as top 3, top 4 junglers in the split, and then maybe that's a huge hit to his confidence. No, he's just as confident as he was when he was the mainstay jungler.
We are into picks and bans for Game 2 of this best-of-3 series. DMO on the blue with OMG on the red. We have a switcheroo. We see Renekton, Ezreal, Irelia banned with Karma, Yuumi, and the Olaf as well. DMO, they've got a couple of options. What do they want to prioritize? Looks like the Xayah.
All right, Xayah coming in, first pick. That's when you start to really, if you're OMG, do you take the Rakan away? I think that you'd want to. You don't want to give Dominus both the Xayah Rakan in that combination.
It looks like OMG, you're going to be forcing the hand, or DMO going to be forcing the hand of OMG. Maybe that Rakan does get locked in. And Rakan, not in any way, shape, or form a bad support, even without the Xayah.
It's just a tough call because then you're saying, well, we're just going to have a bad laning phase because Rakan provides a great amount of CC, but really poor strength within the lane to skirmish. And so as you could tell, 30% win rate to his name when he's actually a pretty high pick rate champion. So this is the difficulty around with it. A lot of the changes that came to the champion makes it so that shock and awe engage that he had in the past, a lot more readable. And you need to have a good amount of control wards and set up for the ultimate picks that he goes for.
Aatrox locked in as well. Could go to Icon, Curse, or World 6. Kind of flex between all three. We'll see what DMO want to respond with. It looks like they just want to lock in their bot lane, get the support in, and it's almost certainly going to be the Nautilus in bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you can just pick up any tank engage support that they all do well versus the Rakan. Makes it harder for the Rakan in any situation for like to a team fight because he's going to put himself at a risk. So nice pickup on the Nautilus. I want to be able to see what Dominus ends the first phase with. Oh, this one's good. I like the Poppy, but still, Camille has been Natural's pick. So now that he has that pick, knowing decently well that he's going to be going up against the Aatrox, even if he goes into a worse matchup, he's a pretty good top laner to be able to kind of shed deficits, kind of lose gracefully. I want to see if that's going to be the case here for OMG going into the second phase themselves.
OMG making sure that they don't lose as many AD carries in the bans in the second phase. They do lock in their Sivir, so there's the bot lanes, and what we would assume would be the top laners for both sides locked in. OMG do have a little bit of flexibility with that Aatrox, of course, and they ban the Nidalee, so straight away, they're just taking away any kind of Xiaopeng pick.
Yep, 3 picks. You better believe that those picks were for Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng has been a pretty damn good Nidalee, although pretty low win rate. That just goes to show Dominus hasn't been a good team in the early portion of the split, so now that he's got that second chance of life and they're starting to breathe pretty fresh air, I mean, you'd want to be able to give Xiaopeng his best option. That is if you're Dominus.
We'll see now what exactly they want to give him. Lee Sin's still available unless OMG ban it out right now. Don't want to see a Karthus because we've seen that a couple of times as well. Yeah. Silas is also there.
I think a Rek'Sai would be the pick that Dominus would want to go for. But also remember that OMG still needs a jungler themselves. Aatrox can be theirs, but you'd want to put the Aatrox in the top lane, give something pretty comfortable for World 6 would be a Rek'Sai themselves, and then start to think about the J4. It's been a trade that's been happening during this series.
Kragus locked away in the ban cupboard, as well as the Silas, and like you talked about, that Rek'Sai locked and loaded for OMG. What did DMO respond with?
Now, you would expect it to be the J4, but what's going to be really fun is the fact that you have a Camille alongside you. Camille and J4 are very similar champions in how they're able to engage on fights with their ultimate, so that's just going to be an even easier way for Dominus to start fights whenever they have to because they have the Nautilus as well. See if that's going to be the pick that they go towards.
Covering the Corki as of the moment would be a very safe blind pick for Twilight in that mid lane. They will lock it in.
Oh, I know it's just a hover, but what does it mean?
What does it mean?
Yeah!
Could go with the Poppy, so
you expect it to be a Poppy jungle versus the Rek'Sai. I mean, if we're just talking about what the Rek'Sai stops, or at least the Poppy stops, yeah, sure, it stops the Rek'Sai, makes Rek'Sai's job a living hell. But also, guess who makes the dash happen for their engage? Rakan does. Like, just about team fights, Dominus actually makes OMG's engage points incredibly difficult. Nice lock-in coming in from Curse.
All right, Fiora locked and loaded. They want to be able to put that Camille to the test, and that's a lot of AD coming out of OMG.
Yeah, no AP options. And if you're Dominus with a pretty damn good front line in the Nautilus and the Poppy, it's kind of like a win now type of deal, or split push. I very much don't see OMG looking for team fights later on in the game until, let's say, you get that 5-item saver locked down and loaded. But even then, you have a Xayah on the enemy team, and across the board, not only do they have good, diversity in damage between AD and AP, talking about the Corki and the Xayah, but we're also talking about the split push since we were initially talking about the pick up the Curse has here. I mean, you have Natural on his go-to pick in the Camille. So I'm liking Dominus' pick and ban a little bit more.
I always love a skill matchup as well. Fiora, very much kind of who she can repulse and what she can repulse. If you get a big old ability out of that, it can be huge. However, you mistime it, you're in a bad spot.
I really enjoy this matchup because I remember when it first came online, and we've been seeing a lot of Camille versus Fiora matchups. The Camille has oftentimes played very smartly into it, knowing that they can rank up hookshot and just kind of play around with the cooldown. Say they can, hookshot to a wall and then hookshot away. See if they can bait the W coming in the riposte from Fiora, knowing that it has a far longer cooldown, and they can just kind of go for another engage off cooldown. So those are the kind of mind games that you would love to see coming into this matchup.
We are locked and loaded. The coaches have shaken hands. The lineups are on the screen. DMO looking to 2-0 OMG, and OMG, they're out of contention for playoffs 100%, but they want to be able to play for a little bit of pride as we jump out onto the Rift.
Pride and some highlight reels. Let's get something going coming out from OMG. All right, calm down. But Xiaopeng going towards Predator. That's going to be a good one. Of course, that just means that he's going to be prioritizing pretty heavily, farming up one side of the map, going back to base, getting his boots, and then actually going online and seeing what he can get out of the side lane. So we talked pretty heavily about what he denies from the Recon, technically Icon as well if he wants to just dash away with his E. Certainly the Rec side, but also the Fiora, so can find a gank coming in on the top side of the map if he wants to.
I want you to explain to me as well why this Poppy jungle, what she does, and what is her kind of windows of opportunity for her to help these lanes.
Well, I mean, she is a pretty decent ganking type of champion if we're just talking about, finding herself on side lanes and using her wall slime effectively. She does need a way to get into the lanes. So it's why I appreciate the Nautilus on the bot side of the map, the Camille up top, so there's ways to essentially set up for that gank. And then a lot of the times you actually just think about it as in the idea of just team fighting, but Natural is going to be in a tough spot.
Ooh, loses level 2, flash, but there's the turret shot. That shield coming out clutch for Natural, both flashes burned.
Really, really clutch shield, as you said. That passive needed to come in and certainly needed the flash. Really good early laning phase coming in from Curse.
See Curse just trying to keep something here. There's a hook shot, goes in. Oh, baited and outsmarted.
But this is what we talked about. Like the Fiora W has such a long cooldown. And so for certain, Natural knew, oh, you're sticking to the wave. Well, good luck. I'm going to fully engage on you.
Natural needs to be careful though. World 6 is here.
Help.
Has got vision of it. It would be a very risky dive to do. The minions haven't hit it just yet, and Xiaopeng is around.
All
now
right.
he knows it's there. Oh, World 6 is between a rock and a hard place right now. There's the steadfast presence. Going to be able to do it. The wall does not get hit, but it doesn't matter. There's a flash and a kill. 2 solo kills effectively for Natural.
And you better believe Curse saw that, recognized that, and said you're on your own. Send him off at that stage because it's a full committal for a long time. And sadly for everybody around him, Xiaopeng was in the area. So you asked about what the Poppy was going to be providing, and a lot of that comes down to denying the enemy team having pretty good damage early on in the game versus the Rek'Sai, and that steadfast presence that locks him down and allows the carries around him to thrive.
That's a tilter as
That
well.
is.
Like
It's
that
good.
for Curse, who looked like he was having such a strong early game as well. So we see a bit of an engage. Ignite goes down. 5 has to back away. Great trade there for DMO. And OMG, they're just not finding answers right now.
It's the subtlety that kind of is a miss when it comes to the OMG roster. Because you're right, Curse 1 is lame. Just based off of how that early thing played out. And to be fair, he won up until he committed to the wave, because if he left that wave, to be fair to him, that wave is screwed for him. He needs help to come through. But then you should be, pretty happy with that. You should say that, have confidence that your jungler will come back, go back to base yourself, go back onto the field, and that your jungler will help you push out. But he didn't do that. He was like, I want an answer now. So he dies, and then the Rek'Sai comes, and then he dies. And now we're in this situation that is all screwed up.
It's like in those the LPL mic checks, or it's like after a fight where someone went in 1v4, and it's like, I think if I played better, I could have won that.
Yeah, yeah.
I think I've seen like far too many LPL players say that within the mic check.
That's why a lot of the times your focus kind of turns towards a coaching staff for the team, because these mistakes happen far so frequently, not only on the top side of the map, but certainly the mid lane, as we saw in the last game, that really all of this comes down to just basic communication. That is it. You're communicating between you and your jungler, and I don't really care for a lot of the decisions that they make around, like, who's going to be the jungler. Is it going to be, like, World 6 since they're committing to him right now? Is it going to be Pepper, who they've been using? Like, who is it going to be? Just pick somebody and then form the communication around that player. Because, as you can tell, it's not working out.
World 6 is on the Ocean Drake as of now, but here comes the Predators.
Nice.
They're just trying to jump in. Xiaopang knows that the Steadfast Presence is going to be able to counteract this Fiora pretty damn hard. 3-0 natural.
The double whammy. Not only did you get bumped by that Steadfast Presence, but you got knocked into a wall. It's this type of stuff that you love from the Poppy. A good change that Poppy ended up getting through the patch. The reason why we're seeing her a lot more frequently is the fact that now she gets that grounded stat for the enemy team. So if you get hit by Steadfast Presence, you're grounded for 2 seconds. You can't flash for those 2 seconds. You're slowed for those 2 seconds. Especially in those ganks, that means a lot. Especially in team fights, makes it easier for your team to be able to nail down a specific target that gets locked down. So that's why you're going to be seeing Poppy a lot more often.
Definitely could see her being picked up maybe a little bit more towards playoffs as a hard counter to someone who's trying to get this split push going. And World 6, he's trying for something, but they've pinged him quite a few times. There's a good ward there in the Raptors. They're going to get a push back off of this one here, but here comes Poppy again. Xiaopeng has got flash. Does not want to fully commit to it. I like the temperament there. Did not want to go fully in, knew the Rek'Sai was around.
Yeah. I still like the idea that OMG has. Ooh, okay. All right, we're going back to base. He has heal, too. Oftentimes, you pretty much see, teleport as a staple in the bot lane. You can see why teleports are pretty damn important. Now he's going to send back to base, go back into the lane, and lose a lot of pressure underneath their turret. In fact, might lose turret plating for all of this.
Now, World 6 is around as well. Xiaopeng is here.
Goodbye.
There's 1 turret plate. Maybe they get 2. It does take a while. It's a long walk of shame back into that lane for Gala.
This is why something needs to be done about teleport. Just does so much for your team. Combat effectiveness of heal is great if the lane is inherently aggressive, but Kane doesn't care too much about that with the Sivir, and the Rakan right next to him could deny a lot of pressure if anything gets on top of them.
If everyone takes a certain ability or a certain rune, is it broken?
A certain rune, is it broken?
Or anything, like any kind of like, if it's a must-have for everybody, is it broken?
Yeah, it is.
Flash.
Flash broken.
You think it's broken?
Yeah, Flash is broken.
Because everyone takes it?
Yep.
It's just like everyone has to take it, or you're pretty much trolling?
It's a necessity.
Okay, good
A lot
to
of the
know.
times, because it's such a staple and because that discussion has happened so long ago that's an accepted truth, not a lot of people have that discussion. It's essentially a part of the game. So.
Yeah, it's almost like you might as well just leave it. You get Flash and then another ability.
Yep.
Do you remember Surge? Was it Surge? The old summoners?
Do not remember the names of the old summoners.
One of them was like buffed up a minion. It was like buff up a cannon minion.
Yeah.
Basically made it like a Baron minion in one wave randomly.
And then it became an item, and then it was so broken that they ended up taking it out of the game.
What was it called?
Siege, I believe. I could be wrong.
Siege Minion, that was, or I can't remember the exact name of it. I'm sure someone in Twitch chat or on Twitter will be able to let us know.
I'm notoriously bad when it comes to memory. I've had to make documents about like champion item, or at least champion names, and not names so much as just their abilities and all that.
Yep.
So
it's a lot. There's 140 odd champions in this game,
yep.
all with 4
Doesn't
abilities
help.
and a passive.
Doesn't help this old man here. Banner minions is what they're called.
Banner of Command, that's
yep.
what it was. Banner of Command is G. Engaged there, but Pong, able to pop down the Steadfast Presence, gives him a nice one. And Gala is just taking so much punishment in this lane.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of pain here. That heal not helping him. I'm sorry. So at least this time around, OMG's bottom lane's cashing out. And that gold lead that they currently have is nice, but seems to be a larger gold lead up in the top side of the lane for the enemy team.
Advantages for the bot lane of OMG, but advantages for DMO on that top side. 3 kills. You already got the Ravenous, or sorry, the TMAX, excuse me, half of a Ravenous Hydra available for you. Went for the early Ninja Tabbies as well, so knows that this lane is almost certainly going to be him and the Fiora almost exclusively. Has got the Poppy coming in, as you see on the map. They're going to do it. There's the Grand Challenge. They're going to try and jump on top of him. They will get the kill. Perfectly executed dive from DMO.
Xiaopeng comes right into the turret range too, and just as he does, then you see Natural using his ultimate to juggle aggro. So this is just pretty brutal for the Fiora. We talked about the small interaction between E and the riposte that Fiora has, and then that just has been the focus of Xiaopeng and Natural.
And what we talked about a little bit earlier, we talked about how Natural has a great way of losing the lane gracefully.
Yeah.
But at the same time, what I love is as well, we're seeing the same being said for, Gala and Mark. Yes, they're behind. Yes, they're not as, high in CS. But they're not dying. They're not constantly losing, a huge amount of gold over to the side of OMG. They're just kind of going, right, this is our limit. Let's back away. Let's play respectful. And yes, we're going to go down, but it's not going to be the worst.
Well, it seems to be an all-in coming through, but 5's going to get out of there easily.
Yeah, this is going to be Icon teleporting in on top of this as well. Immediately gets rooted up. 5.
Oh, come on, help.
Takes 2 turret plates, and over-aggression from OMG. They will potentially be able to take this turret, but they haven't got the health bars.
Yeah, so that setup is really weird. They knew that Rek'Sai was not going to be in the area. They essentially just tried to double down here. And just gets out of range as riposte comes through. This is not a good lane here for Curse.
No, and look who's back here as well. Flash is available for Curse if he really, really wants it, but he doesn't even need to get anything there, as Natural just solos him, and that's going to be Rift Herald dropped immediately onto the top side.
This is just one of those games, everybody has them. Don't lie out there, you've definitely had these games at least 10 times, all right? It just happens to be on a stage. It happens to be in front of your home audience. So,
30, nearly 40 CS, 4-0-1. We talked about how natural his pick is this Camille, and right now we're seeing why he either gets the last pick into counter matchups or it's just usually bad.
And so I want to talk about what has been, if I get given the time, let's just hope that he doesn't go for the engage. 5, calm down. 5, thank you. This is a pretty disingenuous discussion that ultimately happens when it comes down to player talent and being on poor rosters. And so Natural, great player, going for another all-in. I'm sorry. Goodbye, Curse.
Grand Challenge was used in response to the Hextech ultimatum, but Natural just basically trying to get cooldowns out of him.
But then, a lot of the times, people start to rail a player when he's on a poor team, when he doesn't get the support, and they only essentially look good when they get put into a roster that obviously has their early game all sorted out. And so, Curse having a bad time, goodbye.
Flash engage, there's the riposte, but he has got some jungle help now, and actually he might not even need it. No flash for Natural, he's going to be waiting for that hook shot. He will get it, but it won't be able to get away from the clutches of the Rek'Sai.
At least the jungle attention is there. It's coming on back, right? We were talking about it, and finally he gets some help. He was there for a reason, everybody. He was there because World 6 came in, baited you thinking that he was just walking to another wave aimlessly. Thankfully, OMG responded back.
Natural really wanted that Triforce before he went back. That was literally why he went for the kill. You could tell he's like, I have enough for the components, but I need 300 gold.
That feels bad.
Yeah,
always feels bad. It just makes you feel like, oh my god, I want to stick to the next wave, but every wave's being taken. At least in competitive, there's some level of communication, so you can steal a wave or something, or take a jungle camp from your man.
Sneak it.
Yeah. Don't let him know. I'm taking your Krugs.
So you just take him and hope that he doesn't ping you. But item parity definitely going to be on DMO's side as we look towards some finished items. Triforce now finished up for Twyla. You've got the Cinder Hulk and Ninja Tabis for your Poppy, so she's in a pretty decent position in terms of a mid-game power. Still waiting for your Essence Reaver, though, for the Xayah. And Triforce now finished up for Natural, so far so good. Still only got, realistically, the Essence Reaver for Kayn, and that's kind of it if you're looking at the side of OMG.
Yeah, it kind of hurts that OMG's only strength is pretty much on standby. Can't do too much here.
And good pressure from DMO. Realizing there's not much for them to take up on the top side. They've already taken the turret and the Fiora's life many times.
And they rotated the Camille into the mid lane, so now she denies Icon from being able to take turret platings. Don't play this too aggressively, though.
Here we go. We're going to see the aggressive push in there. There's the World Ender popped
Wow.
out, but the Void Rush going to be there from World 6. And Natural, this is where it kind of gets a bit scary. Now you're giving over time and money over the side of OMG.
You lose a lot. It was still a great idea from Dominus to have Natural in the mid lane, but his sole role is to just hold the wave and then rotate if needed towards the bot lane. But unfortunately, essentially puts himself so close to Icon that Icon can just all in on him. So unfortunate that he puts himself in that position and gives OMG an ability to trade.
Yep, they trade out 2 turrets for 1, a kill.
Yeah, OMG literally won that entire trade.
Yep.
They didn't lose anything on the bot side of the map in terms of just people. Like the Sivir and 5 both lived through all that, but here comes the gauge on Icon.
There we go, flash into the old, oh,
Wow.
That's so unsetting. Mark's going to be stealing that one with the dredge line, but that's just a feels bad, man.
I mean, this Poppy's looking 2 steps ahead.
Let's have a look exactly how Natural, like you said, I think he just overstepped his mark.
Yeah, Blue Smite 2 coming in from World 6. Probably didn't expect that with how many junglers are taking Red Smite these days, but he able to close the distance. Didn't even need to do too much, but unfortunately overplayed his hand.
Natural needs to be careful. You've got this lead, don't throw it away. You know, it's very much you've been given a situation where you absolutely just destroyed the laning phase. Don't ruin everyone else's phase, you know?
And think about it this way. He lost that top lane turret because of that. Camille, knowing that his bottom side of the map was doing so well, could just rotate to that huge wave up top side, but lost so much because of it. So if he stayed alive, just literally just kept alive, that trade works well in Dominus' favor. Now it went completely in OMG's favor, but because of the quality of these two teams, this is a bit of a bouncy castle. Yeah, picks happening on both sides, and now you're just going to have to wait for the next mistake to come through.
Natural still feeling good, still feeling strong, as he should, because the Poppy is here. There's the Hextech Ultimatum, going to be able to pop him in place for a little bit. World Ender has been used. The Predator run in, Predator run out.
Yeah, Aatrox has a lot of sustain. Get out of there the moment he pops his ultimate. And another thing, too, is they just don't have too much vision in the red side jungle. Make the obvious assumption that the friends on OMG are coming alongside to help the Aatrox.
Yeah, they did randomly disappear.
Where could they have gone?
Yeah, it's like, I wonder how long this Aatrox can last.
I found some trails here leading up top side. I think we need to call this one off.
Got a bogey in the wire.
Yeah.
Not quite sure why we're doing a buddy cop thing. But
well, you know, Manhunter on the Rift is always something that I wanted to see. There just needs to be a literal man on a horse as a champion, and he can just track a movement of a champion. I'm just putting out ideas.
Like a Canadian Mountie?
Yeah.
Just get like someone who just kind of like goes down, touches the ground, even though there's nothing there, and goes, he was here 4 hours ago. How do you know? I just do.
I have an idea.
DMO still 4,000 gold ahead. A little less, but feeling pretty good about it. Have equaled up the Ocean Drakes. Mountain Drake will be spawning in 20 seconds.
Both teams definitely want a hand in this one, so it's going to be on Dominus to be able to secure the vision around here. It's going to be tough for OMG. In fact, OMG shouldn't even try to contest for it, simply because look at all this. Look at what we got here.
Oof.
Wow.
Swing and a miss there. As I say that, though, Natural jumps in straight away. Going to be forcing 5 back. And like you said, I don't really think OMG could fight this, but they're going to try it. There's a good steadfast presence onto 3 people.
Honestly, Dominus shouldn't look for fights. They should be kiting backwards rather than trying to force forwards. So fighting for mid lane pressure is nice, but don't overplay your hands with how much essentially fadeaway damage that Kayn has here with his Q.
Got to be careful. You either kill The Sivir. Oh, they're going to engage
wow.
straight away. There's the death charge as well. The quickness had come out. So there's Mark going down. They will finish off the Dragon. TP coming in off the backside as well. Flashes are being used. There is the Keeper's verdict. The Keeper says, I shall not use it today.
Yeah, we cool. You know, Marcus, he's dead. God bless him. But now we got that Dragon. So Mountain Dragon there for Dominus. They can play this one defensively. Let's see if World 6 finds his prey.
Good respect here from DMO, knowing that they have not got vision or control on OMG. Gonna
but
give
they
up that one.
they know where they're at.
They know where they are. They're going to try to clear this wave. There's the engage. Just get the flash W, but they're underneath the second tower. They haven't. They're between two sticks here, and I don't think OMG are going to come out of this very well, as we're going to see Xiaopang coming in on top of this. It's a double kill for the Corki, maybe even a triple kill for the Corki, and 5's in no man's land. Natural sweeps up that one, and OMG, they overreach.
I don't think that worked out, BP. You're just going to put that out there. You know, I like the idea, but something tells me they're overplaying a little bit.
Between the sticks. Between the sticks.
I like the idea. The execution was a bit far.
It was definitely wanting, I think is the word I want to use there. And DMO, it looked like they actually kind of got caught, you know, with their hands in the cookie jar, trying to get, you know, too much with the mid lane fight. They tried to force, and they were trying to take the Dragon. It looked like OMG had an opportunity, but unfortunately, that window is very much closed.
I just want to see how much gold this Corki actually has now. He's been CSing fairly well. To that one, 197 in 20 minutes, pretty decent. Another thing too is the fact that he has Klepto to his name, and the 3 kills on top of that. He's a pretty damn rich individual.
Here we go. Hextech Ultimatum has been met by the final challenge. And there's going to back away, but you feel like Natural feels more comfortable in this matchup the longer it goes on.
Yeah, but at least the sustain is now there with the Ravenous Hydra. But going in between 2 turrets is pretty damn difficult. When they finally got the kill, who's going to be tanking turret HP? Curse is going to be, but there's no exit strategy there for Icon and Kane, so great slows coming through from OMG initially, and even Twyla baiting in Aatrox, but this was pretty damn funny too.
Ooh.
Cancels him out with his hook shot, makes it so he couldn't even travel that extra bit of distance.
We see a Thornmail finished up there for Xiaopeng on this Poppy, so he's just becoming an unkillable machine, and this is the problem when you go, you know, kind of later and later on in this game. The tank, the front line of this Nautilus and Poppy combination are going to pick up more armor and more things that you just can't deal with.
This is going to be tough by every measure. You're right about the fact that the Thornmail coming through on Xiaopeng, and Natural should be able to get out of here pretty easily.
You say that. Forced to flash, though.
Okay.
Given respect.
A lot of respect. You know, I thought that he would have had enough movement speed from the Phage proc on Trinity Force that he would be able to get out of that one pretty easily.
Did notice his entire team was going top, so had no backup, and the rest of OMG was heading down towards him. So I feel like he definitely gave it the respect it deserved.
I take those risks.
Yeah.
I'm a man of risks, all right. I'm going to play it close to my chest.
You're the guy in my solo queue game. He's just like, I got this, as he goes in for a 1v5 Baron as you're the top laner, like you're not even the jungle.
I've learned for the next game. You may not benefit from it, but it's about my experience.
Yeah, I had fun, and that's all that matters. And right now, DMO, Mark playing as the bouncer, keeping away everybody from OMG. They're going to realize far too late that this Baron was going down. DMO picked themselves up another Baron in this series, and talked about it last time. It never feels like they're out of control.
Yeah, and I love that about Dominus right now. It really does remind me of their play last split when they became such a powerhouse through teamfighting, right? They were the team that upset Top Esports during the regular season for good reason. They played well around a confident jungler in Xiaopeng. They had good teamfight, you know, IQ around their major frontliners, and they had great backline and talent in Twyla and Gala. Now they're going essentially back to that with renewed confidence in Natural. So, I mean, the road is pretty damn nice for Dominus. We'll just have to see if they can make that run with LNG, EDG swinging in their way.
Definitely something they've kind of, you know, built upon. Was not a good start to the season at all. Only really kind of turning it around once they took down JDG. And able to kind of make that run now. But like I said, if you look at their wins, they've only taken down Rogue Warriors, LGD, Vici Gaming. It's like scalps like, you know, the likes of RNG and FBX is when we actually start thinking about whether or not they can make playoffs. But at least there is still an opportunity for them, and they're making the most of it.
Yeah, and it's fun to be able to see that kind of pride and hope within the team. So we'll see how it goes. there's been far too many splits in the LPL that have been decided on the last day or the last week of that split, where a team makes that run or able to get in. And it comes down to those like nitty-gritty, the small like tiebreakers. Like once upon a time, remember clearly, I think it was LG, I think it was Team WE that got bounced out of playoffs simply because of, you know, head-to-head didn't match. It was points didn't match. They had to go down to game time. Like those are the kind of points, and thankfully that doesn't happen anymore.
It is a little silly
anymore.
to go to game time.
Yep.
It's seems a little unfair.
Yeah, but even head-to-head matters so much because of the fact that you only play against that team once.
Here we go, potential engage. World 6 jumps in, but not able to get anything. There is the keeper's verdict. Pretty much off cooldown, just needs to use it as a deterrent. It's scary as an ability on its own. You don't even have to use it. It's like the Blitzcrank hook. The fact that you have it is scary enough. Oh,
yep.
I like that.
Yep.
Mind games.
Feels bad when your W has, or your post has, like what, basically a 15 to 20 second CD timer. And then the hook shot, now at max, pretty damn quick.
So 8 seconds, 7 seconds, including CDR as well. So we see DMO playing OMG at their own game. OMG would have loved to have had a Baron buff and a split push going for them. As you can see, Curse trying to deal with Natural, but just can't really deal with all 3 lanes being pushed in by DMO.
You gotta expect Dominus to start rotating towards that bot side of the map. We'll see, I mean, Gala's being opened up on here. These are, you know, them playing around that tightrope.
30
playing
seconds.
It close to heart. Let's see what gets. Oh, Natural just going to go straight for it.
Yeah, don't blame him. He's going to be able to break it open at the same time as the bot lane turret is broken open as well. OMG, you need to decide where you want to go. The next fight could be your last.
I love that. Poppy just bopped out the Rakan and said, we're taking this turret, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Double mountain as well, so DMO, their split push is pretty damn strong.
And they made the best use of the Baron buff while it was on them. So the fact that they were able to get essentially, you know, 2 inhibitor turrets, that is, quite a lot of damage, a lot of gold denied through jungle camps as well, and then going right back onto the map to essentially do it all over again. Dominus have had a pretty fierce grip on the map.
And they've got themselves an 11,000 gold lead at this stage, so that Baron buff, I would love to see it. We'll see it pop up exactly how much they got from it, but I'm going to say it was around the 4,000 to 4,500 marks. They just, again, similar to Game 1, they just took down every single structure with OMG not really able to contest.
Yep. I mean, it's going to be pretty difficult for OMG to ever find that opening in the map. If I look towards their team, really, the only thing they can do is say maybe 5 can find a member, and maybe Mark, maybe they'll have enough damage to take him down before the rest of the gank comes in. But mostly, it has to be the amount of gold that 5 is accruing for himself. He's got himself the Trinity Force, thankfully. He's been farming up quite a bit in through the jungle camps. If they could buy for enough time so he can be a real split push threat, go back to that skill matchup between him and Natural, and then maybe come out in a small victory, that's what we need out of OMG.
Next Baron won't be up for a little over a minute. You can see DMO just prepping the red side jungle in anticipation of this. They've got Natural pushing up in that top side. Bot lane is a little ways away, but is still very much pushing in DMO's favor as they look to try and take down the 3rd and final inhibitor turret. Just keep out the vision away from that Baron until it spawns.
All right, let's see what we got here. Icon.
Icon needs to be careful. We're going to see a 3v1 as we're going to go golden. There's 2 people going golden now. Natural just waiting for the rest of his team to come in on top of this. Flashes and use the hook shot to get away. We're going to see 2 flashes there from Mark and from Kane, but that's going to spell the Rek'Sai going down. No jungler available. 1 inhibitor goes down. DMO have the waves.
Pretty slick spell shield coming in from Kane, but at the end of the day, it's Dominus taking their name on the map. Top lane inhibitor. Mid lane inhibitor. Now the bot lane inhibitor. Someone draw the line in the sand.
You've got no engage outside of the Rex or the Rakan. You need the Rek'Sai to be able to go in with that kind of dive buddy, and you can see all 3 inhibitors falling to the wayside. Baron up in about 10 seconds. That's going to be pretty much as easy as you like for DMO.
All right. At this stage, for me at the very least, I mean, Dominus is showing pretty good consistency against lower tier team. You would want to be able to see them go up against a top team like RNG and FPX and perform, be able to compete. Taking a look at this play, I mean, Natural's just testing his limits here.
Yep, wants to see how much he can do, and you can see they invest so much into them that he just buys enough time with the stopwatch.
And then Spell Shield, nicely played by Kane. But at the end of the day, I mean, you're still playing defensively. There's nothing you can do that's stopping Dominus as a team to push their will. If they can get Twyla here.
He has got the package, so is actually in a very safe position as we see the TP coming in. Twyla says, I want this game to be over now. Will sacrifice his life, so it's a 1-for-1 trade as we see Natural trying to jump in. Hextech ultimatum has been popped off as well as the Poppy jumps onto the front line. Steadfast Friends is going to stop anybody from running around, and there's just too much gold. There's just too much damage. There's just too much DMO. And they're going to be able to take this series 2-0.
All right, they put in a big effort. OMG tried to at least defend on that final fight, but it was Dominus that came in the Chengdu strong and ultimately took down OMG in a 2-0.
Dominus continuing their win streak up to 4 series wins in a row, second only to RNG, who are sitting on 5. And OMG, their season may be over, but there's a lot of things they got to play for right now. We talk about pride, highlight reels, but can't take anything from DMO. Played well, looked consistent, and looked in control.
Yep. Good stuff coming in from Dominus. At the end of the day, you look towards him, you just wanted to see a level of consistency that was, you know, relevant in the last 3 performances, and we're seeing that. Good stuff from the organization, and I mean, just from the players. I want to see who gets MVP here. I think a lot of it comes down to Natural, as you can tell.
I'd love Xiaopeng to get it, though. That Poppy. Didn't set up alive. Definitely Natural going in for it. I feel Natural will get it, but definitely want to see exactly how they go for it. But DMO, they're feeling good. They're feeling happy. It's exactly the kind of performance you want to have before you go up against RNG in your next series. And again, you know, 30 minutes, clean, a couple of small misplays every now and again, but if you shore them up a little bit, you should potentially be able to kind of take out, you know, anyone in the top 8.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Dominus have shown it pretty easily in the spring split. They've gone and had a lot of surprises. Playoff performances definitely shining through. And I mean, at the end of the day, we need to be able to see this team reach that former glory. And I think they're making steps to doing that. And the only time you can really believe it is when it happens. So mark it on your calendars. The next 3 series is going to be fun for that team.
I believe Rome's on fire when I see the ashes myself, as they say. And, you know, it's kind of like, you know, the SKT thing. It's like, I'll believe SKT lose a World Championships when it happens. And of course, it can and does happen quite a lot in a lot of the regional leagues. Yeah,
and I think that, I mean, what's interesting is that kind of story about teams coming into the LPL through, you know, promotion, much like, you know, from the LDL. And people ultimately look at that team and expect a little bit of the worst, right? Because there's always that question of, can that team, can those players provide a good amount of competition in a Premier League like the LPL? And we've seen pretty easily that Dominus have been able to say, yeah, actually, we're damn good. I mean, in the spring split, they've shown that easily in playoffs in their first split. And in the summer split, they come in, and sure, there's a lot of easily doubt based off of the current lineup, but they adapted so quickly where most teams would usually wallow in that kind of space and have a lot of faith within all those players and the coaching staff, and they wouldn't want to make any changes too quickly. They made those changes, and now they're benefiting.
Yeah, and it's kind of like, you know, having the back-end staff to, like you said, realize the small little, you know, hiccups in your lineup and making slow, small changes rather than wholesale, let's change everything as quick as possible and change how we view even the game.
Yeah, so it's good stuff. Like, they kept that same identity, which is good. Gala is still able to come in team fights and able to pump out a lot of damage pretty safely as well. You don't want to just look towards a player and say, you know, from split to split, split 1, team fighter, play those Kaisa kind of, you know, Kaisa, Zaya, all that, and then go into spring split and say, oh, summer split that is, and say, lane, you know, dominating laning phase, try and take down these big cats like Uzi and all that just through like playing Lucian and all that. You don't want to make a major shift in champion pool and play style. You just want to be able to say, okay, this is what this player is best at, is what he's been playing for the last 2 years in, like, you know, developmental leagues and now coming into the big leagues, and you want to be able to see him perform when he's most comfortable.
And for OMG, it's all about development. It's all about, you know, as the nicest way, it's all about kind of thinking about 2020 as they are officially out of playoffs.
Yeah, and too many people think about development as in change everybody, change rosters, and also just keep the same players, but have them really learn something, like on stage consistently. If World 6 is going to be your jungler, keep him as your jungler. Have him work alongside Icon, understand him, really try and find real growth. And same goes for the top side of the map. Too many times in this one series, we saw those mistakes in the first 9 minutes.
Yep.
So definitely keep those players, please. Unless if you find like unless if you find like Knight version 2 in the top lane. Like if you find somebody big, then you pick them up. But for the most part, they're all players who are the same skill level. They just need to be able to have that time on stage.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think for OMG, you know, they won't be happy. I think that's definitely one thing we can agree on. But like you said, like, you know, they're still finding out what they want to be. They're still finding out what is their identity as a team. And for, you know, going against DMO, who have found that identity, it's always going to be an uphill battle.
It is. It is. I think OMG, their identity has always been, and I think they've been trying to strive for kind of, you know, an assassin, kind of icon-esque team play. They've always been that team. When LeBlanc was in meta, then you play around icon and you empower that LeBlanc early on in the game, but that hasn't been the meta for a very long time. It's worked out well for them when Irelia, and technically she is still a really good champion to be able to throw into the mid lane, but I don't think they've ever been comfortable kind of supporting that style, unfortunately. So that's something that OMG definitely need to work on, and also just finding a Robin, you know, a Robin to that Batman. It used to be, you know, play towards Icon and then have Icon bridge towards SMLZ in the mid to late game. They don't have that player anymore. Technically, Curse is that person, but they haven't been there to support them consistently, and so it's just more so them trying to kind of fit the pieces together.
Yeah, it was interesting as well. Like for Curse, had honestly a pretty strong game 1. Like I actually thought he looked incredibly good on that Silas pick in game 1, but in game 2, just I keep saying overreaching, but it really was. It was them kind of going for a little bit more, a little bit too much every single time.
So in game 1, for me, it's the what the hell happened in the first 5 minutes, or at least first 8 minutes around mid lane, right? That entire sequence was crazy to me. And then game 2, you know, the dive onto the inhibitor turret when really you're trying to focus towards the inner turret mid lane, right? There are multiple moments where you're saying decision making was pretty poor on an individual basis, and then at the end on a team basis. And I think they just need to run those kind of rounds consistently to be able to come to the right calls, have the right communication line picked up. So those are what we need to see from OMG. It's kind of hard because a lot of that work gets done behind the scenes. We just see the product, and the product isn't good. It's just like,
yeah, unfortunately, if you were in NALCS, not buying shares in OMG, but we do have our man of the match.
Who is it?
It was Natural.
Yeah.
After picking up several solo kills, you can see him there. He had a pretty damn good match on Camille.
Yeah, you just want to see it happen, and it's pretty iconic that he gets that MVP against his former team. The team that he debuted in professional play with, now he then can just move towards, you know, a new future. And this was a pretty bad position to begin with, but set up for something wonderful, which is sticking around. Knows that
Level 2's coming.
Exactly. Level 2's coming, and Fiora is just going to be kind of sit around here.
I love this because he actually baits this out so well. He knows the wave's pushing into him. He just needs that one minion to die, and as soon as it dies, he goes back in. You can see it now. Boom, level 2,
get in
there it is. And that's all she wrote.
Yeah, I've had good eyes on that one, and just playing it out as patiently as possible. And this one was fun. I would attribute this one
30
to
seconds later.
Exactly. So this is the debacle that we saw on top side. So it's just really funny to be able to see both game 1 and game 2 pretty damn similar in the early game. Game 1 happened around mid lane. Game 2 happened around top side of the map. And so it resulted in a pretty awful laning phase there for Curse.
And what I love, we talked about it in game 1 as well. DMO, they're not reliant on just one person kicking up and going absolutely crazy. They have multiple carries in multiple lanes. Game 1, Natural couldn't do anything. It was all on Gala. Game 2, Gala was left on the back foot with Natural literally picking up his own solo advantages and making sure that his team had as much as they needed going forward.
Yeah, and I think this team struggled a little bit in the middle portions of the split because they needed somebody to be that talent. They needed someone to be that Curse, that icon to be able to take over. But then they found their groove as a team, kind of like Spring Split. And so they can go back to this whole playstyle, rely on each other once again, and it's paying off.
And for DMO, next match is for them, RNG.
Yeah.
The tough one. But
guess what's our next match?
I was just about to say, they're going to be able to see their opponents before fighting them. RNG versus TES in our match of the week coming up. And I am very, very excited.
I want to see it. I want to see it get done. I love both of these teams. I think they're showcasing an immense amount of stability in both these rosters, immense amount of growth. Both these teams from Spring Split to Summer Split, different kind of beast, honestly. So you want to be able to see what happens because this is the only time they face off against each other in the split until playoffs, perhaps. We're gonna get to see some fireworks.
We're gonna maybe see some fireworks. We're gonna send it to a break, and when we return, we will have that match of the week: Top Esports versus RNG. When we return.
每当赛季进行到冲刺阶段，任何一场比赛的结果都显得至关重要。无论是早早钓鱼告别赛场，还是一路前进剑指世界赛，所有队伍的结局都可能因为一个小局胜负而改变。境况不佳，但他们对胜利的渴望却不输任何人。褪去青涩，天赋兑现后的目标是更大的舞台。只要相信奇迹，1%的概率也可能变成现实。几经出局，尊严和荣誉同样值得他们捍卫。 再度重返巅峰，过去的遗憾将是他们最大的动力。一路走来跌跌撞撞，他们能最终达到外界预期吗？拒绝高开低走，命运的方向盘要由他们掌握。常规赛不是终点，他们渴望用加冕为这个赛季画上句号。唯有奖杯才能替自己证明，只有冠军才是赛场唯一的赢家。
Yet to come. Like summer nights, rain. I'm gonna dance, tell you my name, and I'm free. You should do this here, top of my game.
Live in the Beijing RNG arena as we await the start of our match of the week, RNG versus Top Esports. Two teams vying for those top 2 spots, both sitting on 9-1 for RNG and 9-2 for Top. And right now, this is a clash of a potential final for the LPL Summer Split.
You gotta love it. I mean, we're right back in Beijing, as you can see the nice banners being. I just love it. Every single time we go into the Beijing venues, you get a great focus on the jerseys of the past. MLXG being added up. You start to see Top Esports coming into the venue. It's a slick one. It's in Wukesong. It's in Beijing. It's a really good area. And for Top Esports that made the trip over. Wait, that's actually. Wait a minute. How do they have their pictures up?
I was gonna say, I was like, that wasn't an RNG player. I think that was. I think that was
Top
Knight.
Esports player. Yeah, Knight coming in. So I guess they just wanted to showcase this is where your door is at. Come right over. So that's going to be nice. It's awkward for Knight that comes in. He's like, how long did you have this portrait up on the screen?
How many other teams have seen this? And
yes.
RNG, home, their fortress, if you like. Very hard to see them losing, but if any team's going to do it, it's going to be Top.
Yeah, 100%. In Top Esports right now, looking damn dominant. They're looking incredible at this stage. And I mean, whenever you see them, it seems like they're getting stronger and stronger. I thought they kind of peaked when it went to Rift Rivals. The questions about, 369 and XX coming up once again, but it feels like their most recent performances are getting a lot more focused on what their strengths are. XX is starting to buckle down around those players, and right now it's only positive. So I want to see what happens when they go up against tough competition.
And you can't mention Top without mentioning the mid lane, Knight. This guy, he is potentially the MVP of the regular split.
Yeah, I mean, look, Spring Split, he was damn close to it. He gets second place right next to DMO. That's what the juggling was, right? It was a juggle between like the leadership and shot calling and, being able to bring FPX to first place. That's why it got DMO over that rope. But then you go to Knight, who is just the best mechanical mid laner you could even say in the world right now. And it's just about him getting to that next step, going to playoffs and being able to not just be that sole carry, but when they went up against Victory 5 last series, he just outright dominated. He did what you kind of thought wasn't going to be possible in being able to be that 1v9 player. Comes into these team fights, able to come in a huge advantage, 10 minutes into the game, comes out with 3 kills. 1 minute later is even worse. That's when you start kind of sending in the white flags, because this happens.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and when you're feeling good, you're feeling good. And quickest game of the LPL Summer Split so far, and Game 2 wasn't much longer.
Well, this was, you say Game 2 because they played the same champions. It was the Zoe that now Xiaohu picked up and went wild when they went up against Suning. So it's gonna be fun. You're seeing 2 fabulous Zoe players in Xiaohu and Knight, and then they go clash up against each other. Right now, when we talk about the MVP race in the Spring Split, you believe these 2 players are going to be the front runners of this MVP race in the Summer Split.
And you can see Xiaohu versus Knight on your screens. Xiaohu does, kind of have a little bit of advantage in certain things, and kill participation as well, but I think that's all because Xiaohu plays with his team.
Yes.
Knight carries.
Completely different playstyles, because Knight consistently comes out and leads in just solo kills. Because you always find those unassisted advantages through mid lane, and then Aurelia being an iconic pick for him, because whenever he gets those leads, he puts himself on side lane. The enemy team plays opposite to him, and he essentially challenges anyone that comes his way. Mid laner matches him, he looks for another solo kill, or just scares them away, and he just picks up all the solo experience and gold to himself. So one essentially splits up the map, plays strategically, and then looks for 1v1 outplays. Xiaohu, you're right, plays to the team because you have Karsa and you have Uzi that you can rely upon.
And that's kind of the big thing that kind of separates these two teams. You look at top, I wouldn't say it's only the night show, but it's very, very heavily...
Very damn close to the night show.
Very damn close to the night show. Whereas RNG have kind of gone away from the kind of old perceptions of it's the UG show. And now all of a sudden you're looking at this team that's just, you know, threats from all lanes, all angles, and they can play whatever way they want to play.
I love that adaptation that RNG has made historically because it can't just be about that 180 carry. In fact, that's a lot of the lessons they had in 2018 Worlds when they were on that final lap towards that golden road where they got MSI, they had Rift Rivals, they had Asian Games, they were racking up championships. In fact, they had to find another room for all those trophies. Yeah. But then they get to the Worlds run and they convinced a few teams thinking that it is the 80 carry meta, and then they go up against G2 that had great amount of solo carries that just trumped them in the early game. So Xiaohu needed to be the early game presence alongside Karsa, and that's what we're seeing right now. Yeah,
and I think with RNG, you know, like you said, love the development and would love to see what they can do against this top esports squad.
And so here's the thing, you know, we made our predictions, us casters. Unfortunately, I want to see what your predictions is. What was your prediction? Because you came in pretty late to the game.
I did.
I'm the one that came in for top esports. I'm the only one. Who do you have here?
That is a tough question. So everyone else has gone for RNG, as you can see on your screens. You've gone for top, and you're the one who's closest to me right now.
That's true. I'm getting closer. I'm getting closer.
I think it's going to be...
Say?
I'm going to say 2-1 top.
There we go.
I'm going to say 2-1 top. I do believe...
You were within my sphere of influence. That's what it comes down to.
Quite literally, your arm could hit me. Your sphere of influence swing at me.
Boom!
Yeah.
That's what you had to worry about. I was basically your Cuba. Thankfully, you made the right call.
We are going to see now the team that could potentially take down RNG in this match of the week. Top Esports feeling good. Had a random blip in the bar against Suning.
Yeah, and this is going to be your roster. Of course, 369 in the top lane, XX in the jungle, Knight in the mid lane, and rounding out the bottom side of the map is going to be Loken and Ben.
They look calm, look ready for this. You know, they look like they're not letting the stadium, because even I have never been to it. You have.
It's great.
I was going to say, it looks so impressive.
They definitely threw the dollar bills at it.
Oh, yes.
Like, even the washrooms.
So worth it.
Even the washrooms. It's stacked. Like, this place is great. It's in a wonderful district, right next to an absurdly large Cadillac arena. But, of course, it's going to be RNG. Your hopefuls. Going to be looking straight towards the lineup. Longsing in the top lane, Karsa in the jungle, Xiaohu in the mid lane. And in the bottom lane, it's Uzi and Ming. You got Coach Stake as well. A fun addition that they were able to have in the team in between Spring and Summer Split, being able to bring him from Rogue Warriors. The team right now has been an incredibly smart drafting team. You know, coming into today, you also saw BSYY from Top Esports looking at their previous series, RNG versus Suning, and able to kind of just at least get a good idea, last take on RNG before you play. And it's difficult. I mean, a lot of it times you look towards the overall playstyle of the team about how do they stop and stunt Xiaohu and Karsa, because they really took over the last series.
And you can see here as well, Top Esports, they are the definition of an early game team, but at the same time, RNG, very damn close.
Gold difference at 15 and first turret percentage. Yeah, you better believe Top Esports are leading the entire damn league in those areas. So yeah, RNG is a fun one because while Top Esports tend to have much faster games, we'll be hearing from Top Esports BSYY and what he wants to say.
卡萨跟小虎之间的配合越来越默契，然后下路优哉跟明的对线也非常棒，然后狼行的话跟整个团队的融入感也是比较强的，所以他们有自己比较强势的这样的一种风格跟体系，然后我们自己也有自己强势的风格跟体系，所以与其去针对他们，不如说把我们的优势发挥出来。至于是什么优势，那就比赛场上再看。
Gotta love hearing that. Play your own style. Don't play to counter. Because at the end of the day, I think those two teams have very iconic differences where Top Esports, when they find a snowball, they'll just ramp up the pressure on that lane. where RNG
对
tends to
目前
slow
状
it
态的话
down.
其实
We'll be
我觉
hearing
得
from
没有
Coach
到特别
State.
好吧，对，就是赶紧把状态抓回来，我觉得我们应该就能够赢下 Top 吧。目前队伍的话，我觉得更多需要提升的地方是团队配合吧，我觉得因为我们个人能力都算很顶尖。
I mean, all he ever tends to talk about are the negatives, all right? I just want to hear, talk up your damn team.
I like that he's like, you know what? This isn't even our final form. This isn't even.
You could take it that way.
The 100%. This is us looking at like, you know what? If you can't even beat us at 70%, don't even come near us. You know, and you know what? Going back to what the top esports coach said as well is that like a good offense is a good offense. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, you ain't even concerned about the defense.
He doesn't want to know about defense. He's like, we have aggression, they have aggression. We think our aggression's slightly better.
Let's take a look at this one. This is the matchup that we were referring to at the very beginning. Kills and assists at 15 is more indicative of the team, and you better believe RNG as a team are active early on. Even though they tend to slow the pace of the game down if things get a little bit rough, they don't tend to try and match pressure. They still start right out the gate incredibly quickly. And another thing too, because we talked about the MVPs, both of them are first place right now at 5 MVPs apiece. I think it's just for mid laners, as I'm going to double check the current MVP standing, but both of them have had a great split so far.
And you can see as well, just with Xiaohu, kills plus assists at 15 minutes there, second from the bottom. He is first. We averaging 5 kills and assists within the first 15 minutes of a game.
All right, all right. I'm just taking a look at this one. So far, the split, we're just talking about a cumulative MVPs. I may not understand the Chinese that are underneath it, but Knight does lead MVPs with 12. Of man of the matches, so far, the individual awards of this split, Knight leads the pack at 12, Xiaohu comes in at 7. But both of them are very much front runners of the MVP race. Both of them have had a great run, and Knight probably feels like he's been robbed. A lot of the people who are Knight fans feel like he should have been the one to be able to get it in the spring split. That it was Doomby that picked it up based off of that kind of obscure discussion about team play leadership that Knight says, hey, I lead by example. I play well, and I get that cup, or at least during the regular season. And so a lot of it now comes as a, an added pressure onto Knight to perform during these major moments.
And what a stage, if you like, to be able to kind of prove that you are one of, if not the best mid laner in your league. You're going against Xiaohu, the guy who we have just been talking about non-stop for the last few RNG games, because he is the guy, and I'm curious to see what they both bring out in this game 1.
When that Dorito crunch, you know what time it is. And when you get a close-up on the coaches, you better be damn sure you're going into game 1, at least for the pick and ban between Top Esports and RNG.
Here we go. Olaf going to be almost exclusively banned by every single team on the red side. They do not want to let that one up. Yeah, well, at this stage it is kind of bland. We see the Aurelia, the Gragas, the Vladimir, and the Karma also banned. Top Esports, what's left for them to ban or what's left for them to take away?
All right, let's take a look at it. Because immediately, I mean, Yuumi has been a pretty big priority just across the board. And at the end of the day, just taking a look at this, Silas is up and available. Tahm Kench is up and available. I think you just forego supports here. You don't need to pick a first pick of support immediately. Okay,
but they disagree. They disagree with you.
I mean, Ben will just easily pick up the Tahm Kench. He's actually pretty fine with just that matchup, even with the changes that Tahm Kench got going into 9.14. So I think it's just more for comfort. RNG wants to have a strong laning phase, and Ming is going to be able to provide that for Uzi.
That Zac ban is just very, very interesting. They want to put Karsa onto something very specific.
You're right. That's interesting, because Karsa, prior to the changes of the Zac, has been the Zac player alongside Ning, but hasn't gone back to it, since the fact that his ultimate no longer brings the champions over, it just disrupts. So I want to be able to see, hopefully we see that in the future, because at the end of the day, they're able to see what he's been practicing, and that's a fun one. You bring that champion back. Bring Zac back.
Has changed back to a reverted, if you like, his Let's Bounce. It's no longer a Let's Bounce. It wasn't a Let's Bounce. It's more like a duct, if you like, in the old school. But now it is back to a displacement. So taking that off the board, they obviously know something that we do not. Ezreal locked in. Jarvan locked in for XX as well. So we see the Kai'Sa picked in for Loken. And Right now, you're looking for what looks like RNG building towards what I can imagine is just kind of a standard laning, safe laning with poke comp.
Yeah, and I mean, if there's one thing we do know about, it's the fact that RNG's, as you said, going straight towards that poke. He's going to be, we're going to be seeing quite a lot about it, like, you know, the mid game, a lot of poke to get leads. That's why I want to see going into the second phase, how do they end up just kind of turning that into a net positive, a team fight positive, a team fight champion, a Jarvan is something that, you know, coming into this phase, I would be expecting to be picked up. Top Esports should just outright, yeah, they already have it for themselves, so I'm not even going to concern myself with that one. That was picked a while away. I'm actually pretty concerned about what Karsa's going to be picking going into the second phase now.
I was going to say, with the jungler picked for Top Esports and the heavy focus that was put in by, you know, Top in the first banning phase, you'd imagine that more focus will be going into those jungle matchups to get XX just a much easier time and make Karsa really dig deep into his champ pool.
Yep, ban the Lee Sin. He's pretty damn strong on that champion. Gragas has already been banned by RNG too, and RNG, Karsa had a phenomenal game 1 with that pick, so it's going to be really decent struggle on him.
Rek'Sai still available.
Sejuani as well.
Yeah. So
there's technically still that kind of insurance policy that you can go towards. In fact, I'm surprised that there was a Zac ban before the Sejuani ban. You know, if you're worried about the team fight startup, Sejuani is going to be an easy one to be able to be afraid of.
See the Zoe ban there. Not going to be seeing it. We know that Xiaohu and Knight are both exceptional Zoe players, and RNG just feel like they don't even want Knight to even have it as a consideration going into this matchup, because he just knows the champion too damn well.
Yeah, I wonder when the next mid lane ban by RNG is going to be. I'm expecting another mid lane ban. It starts with an S, and my mind is already blanking on the champion.
Is it Silas?
Nah, it's not the Silas. But the Akali one is fairly smart. It's a good one.
No ban there for Top. They obviously ran out of time, didn't decide on anything there, so they will have a miss ban as the Akali was taken away by RNG, but talked about the Silas, and it looks like it's going to be locked in here for Top.
Silas is a smart one. I was referring to the Syndra. Syndra's been working out really well on both ends. I think it's been a better champion for Xiaohu than it has been for Knight, but it's a good way to essentially have that range advantage over the Corki in the early laning phase. Force him to, you know, use his Valkyrie a little bit more often. If he doesn't, then you get that stun, then you get great follow-up by the Jarvan and the Nautilus.
Gangplank locked in, can flex between 369 and Knight. Sejuani we talked about. Surprised not to see her on the ban list. Looks like Karsa's going to be taking up the Boar's reins.
Let's see what we get the full composition here for RNG. It's going to have to be the top laner, and Lungsing ideally goes towards, you know, the Aurelias. It getting banned by RNG makes it a little bit harder for him. The Aatrox makes a lot of sense. It's a great team fight disruptor.
And you've got Engage, you've got Poke, you've got Sustain. RNG giving themselves a very strong, well-rounded composition. Now we get to finally see what will be the mid lane pick.
I was going to say Azir simply because they do need consistent wave clear. Victor technically does just that. The only concern is that he needs a little bit of time to get to that power where he can just be consistently wave clear. In fact, Top Esports are going to go a little bit riskier here. Heavy skirmishing focus is coming in from Top Esports, just so, like, let's say if they make a mistake early on, and if they have to continue to respond to RNG's wave clear and pressure, they have to do that by forcing more fights. So, I want to see what Top Esports do. They can't afford to slip up early this game.
You fall behind and RNG's poke comp will just soar ahead of you without you really being able to do much about it. Top Esports, like you said, picking up that Silas and the Gangplank, they've got a lot of damage, a lot of AoE team fight as well. Potential. If they want to try to take down RNG, it's going to have to be a pretty solid early game.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see what the mid lane Silas can do, in my eyes, because we just haven't seen a laning Silas really before 9.14 because of all of the nerfs to the wave clear. I love the fact that now you can contest the buff on his Q, the buff on his passive. I mean, they really just made it so laning was possible now. The takeaway of the ultimate CDR, the exceptionally low ultimate cooldown that it had, was, I think, a great trade-off, because at the end of the day, in teamfights, you all that's a great poster, by the way. In teamfights, you'll only really see 2 rotations of its ultimate, and that's usually a pretty long team fight. So I think the real nerf to the Sylas ultimate made it so you can't just spam poking abilities like Ezreal ultimate and the Lux ultimate to be able to set you up. But in just outright team fights, if you commit to it, then there really is no change.
Yeah, you pick that one big impacting ultimate, able to make it work for you as RNG and Top Esports. You see the lineups on your screen. They're going to be hitting the Rift very, very shortly for Game 1 of our match of the week here in LPL Week 9.
Yep, and you better believe, you say match of the week, it's basically match of the split. Want to see what ends up happening Game 1? What do we get? All right.
No need to wait for cheers. We get no audio. We do see a beautiful flag, though.
I love the flag in Beijing. And even better, we don't get to see it too much these days. But the camera pans up. You can see the moon in the venue as well. They have a damn moon in that venue. So sad that we don't get to see it nearly as often. I was going to ask,
is it open air?
Actually, that would be a great idea.
It would and it wouldn't. When it rains here, it really rains.
Yeah, sky ceiling, something. But it's built in the venue. It's nice, it's beautiful. It's also lit. Lit in both ways.
I was just about to ask. You caught me before I could ask. But you see there the ruins popping up onto your screen. You actually see the electric route for Langshi. And I actually like this 369 going with a respectful grasp the Undying rather than the kleptomancy.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, if we're just talking about how laning phase is supposed to go, you're right. The grasp the Undying being there for 369 is great for just out being able to trade within the lane, pick up extra HP along the way. For me, a lot of people wonder why we're seeing so much Corki. A lot of it is the fact that he can get out of laning phase fairly free. A lot of the champions that ultimately pushed him out are gone, or at least fairly difficult to be able to accomplish that. A lot of sustain in the laning phase matchups, and if we're talking about sustain, guess he just got mana potion off his Kleptos. So not only is he going to get additional sustain based off that RNG, also he gets that additional gold so he can get a Triforce a lot faster.
Makes sense that the RNG gods would be in favor of RNG. Again, like you said, a little turnaround there from Knight. And this is what you talked about in the pregame. He wants to constantly challenge. He wants to make sure that you're on your toes.
I love the fact that he's electrocute here too. You see both sides, which is electrocute. Sometimes you see, conquerors, but then you see the aftershock. But he's saying, no, I'm getting straight in it.
Xiaohu finally looking like he might be being tested in a laning phase, forced to back away immediately.
Yeah, because the way Knight traded through that wave made it so the major cannon minion was actually still pushing in favor of Top Esports. So it's pushing away from the Corki. So Corki made a good decision, had to base teleport with full HP, so he could test that wave and has a decent laning phase past that point. But Longsing's in a pretty dangerous HP range.
Down to about below half. 369 burning him down as well. Does have a ward in that bush. We're going to see XX and 369 pushing forward on top of him. They're going to go in, flash in, but there is the Sejuani. Going to flash in as well, and this is the first skirmish we're going to see of the game. First blood goes over to Karsa, but can they trade it back? Yes, they can. Double buffs tonight.
Nice to see it from Top Esports. I was concerned because, following that flash is a good idea, but there's going to be a counter, a follow-up coming through from the Sejuani. Okay, we'll see him from GP. GP just going to take a little bit of the wave. But at least the teleport is, pays off for Knight. He ends up picking up the early kill and extends the advantages that he has.
You can see this. XX, he's just waiting for the flash, and then as soon as it comes out, he follows it up.
Yeah, and so, of course, you can see Sylas is back at base. Didn't think that he needed to actually come in and help out the team in this situation when it finally happens. XX is pretty much always hovering that finger over the trigger. He always wants to look for the play. Thankfully, Knight bails himself, or at least bails the team out of that situation.
369 taking a little bit of a beating there from the Atrox, but does find himself with a 14 CS lead.
This is fun. Like, Top Esports are a team that constantly moves, is always looking for positioning on a play. And RNG are usually a pretty good team to match that, but primarily want to play it far slower. Nice challenge here from Karsa.
Hard to make that damage stick with the corrupting potions and the grasping and dying, able to be procced. 369 should be relatively safe. XX has spent a lot of time in this bot side, like you mentioned, constantly on the move, constantly looking for opportunities.
It's just a tough decision here for the Jarvan, because think of it this way. If he takes the Krugs, and if he gets matched by Uzi and Ming, that's a lot of great chase down. The blink that Ezreal has, and certainly the Q of Yuumi will be able to slow you down, and you'll just die from that, or at least you'll bull flash. Taking a look at Silas, though, you might get matched here. All right, okay, he's going to be fine. It's nice to be able to see Knight come in and help out, you know, his jungler, be able to take the Krug. So an advantage is now being given to XX.
Share the advantage. You've got red buff and blue buff on your Silas in mid lane. Able to put down a lot of damage. Steals the Corki ultimate. Able to put down more poke. And Xiaohu is under pressure. Knight really putting him to the sword.
Yeah, Knight has some kind of swagger here. The ability of just being able to outright take control of the matchup. Know that Xiaohu is just trying to think so much outside of the laning phase with the Klepto procs that he's essentially hunting for. The Knight just says, okay, I'll just dominate you in the laning phase. All I got to look for is the all-in trades, and he's landing everything. The Abscond Abduct is always landing, and there's no way to trade back because of that extra magic shield that the Abscond ends up giving you.
And that all kind of stems from the fact that he had got the double buffs on him, that he was able to take away from Karsa, able to spam out abilities, constantly put down the poke, and that makes this, like you said, the Kleptomancy in the mid lane, which is normally a very safe and kind of, I'm going to farm up lane, into, no, I'm sorry, you don't get to farm up.
And now with the wave being pushed underneath the turret of the Silas, so he's actually going to have even a larger CS than he currently has. Like, approximately, this is going to be a 10 CS lead there for the Silas. It's pretty crazy because all of our expectations here is that the Corki is going to be fine, that he's going to be CSing all right, that he's actually either going to be shoving into the Silas matchup, or at least keeping it at an even state, but that hasn't been the case whatsoever.
Gold still very, very even. You do have double Kleptomancy on the side of RNG. So easy enough to be able to kind of shore up those small little CS differences if you get the right bag of gold.
That's true. Double Klepto will always mess with the gold chart. A lot of the times you'll see the minions being taken down, you'll look at the gold lead and you're like, that shouldn't be what it really is. But Ezreal and Corki being able to get the job done.
Yeah, Glacial Prison was available. Flash burned there by 369, but World Ender was also popped.
And you take those. The cooldown on the World Ender is actually fairly low in comparison to the flash that 369 had to use.
Knight does not miss a single one of those. I've yet to see him go in and miss and abduct as he tries to go under turret. This might be a little bit too far. Ooh, Sejuani has a swing and a miss, but now he steals himself the Glacial Prison.
Knight is actually just playing these guys. He didn't move an inch. The Sejuani ultimate came in. Perhaps it was trying to guess if he's moving or not, if he's going to duck and dodge it. He continues to walk forward and then steals the ultimate, and it was the Sejuani that needed to block it for Xiaohu.
And RNG, for the first time in a very long time, look like they're on the back foot. Look like they're the ones being challenged, and they don't really have a 100% answer to it. Mechanically, movement-wise, macro, they've all been answered straight away by Knight and TES.
The advantage is actually just extended to 20 CS. It's huge. Now, I'm not going to count that Abscond Abduct as missing because he ducked behind a minion. It landed on something.
It hit a it hit a hitbox. That's all that matters.
Because if you finished that sentence, you would have been wrong.
Yes, I was like, it didn't hit a champion. I was putting myself into a hole.
But it's crazy. I mean, at this stage, you got to look towards the package usage from RNG. Just a play in general from Karsa. Karsa was looking for it. You can't say he wasn't. It was unfortunate that, Nice is that good of a baller. He's playing it right now. But here's a potential play from XX. He's looming over the lane.
Came here once the first 5 minutes. Going to show himself now. XX just shows himself a little bit to clear out that vision. Maybe put Aatrox onto a little bit of more worry. And then back away. Has got Karsa around here, so not really feeling the pressure too much.
And if we're thinking about the long road for top esports this game, I mean, giving GP space so he can farm up is always a good option. Kaisa, haven't said too much about it, but also has been doing well for herself in lane. Nice follow-up.
There we go. Going to actually catch out the Valkyrie mid animation. Very nicely done. No flash for Xiaohu.
Let's see if the GP can weather this storm. Pretty big wave, but he should be able to eat it. Let's see.
Yeah. Here we go. There's the cannon barrage coming in. Oh, actually the knockback. They were able to cover him from all angles. Karsa basically saying you can't go forward, you have to go back. That's a pretty clean kill for the top side for RNG.
Yeah, finally we get to see something from them. The fact that they were able to get that dive pretty cleanly. And then Knight didn't expect it to actually go so well for RNG, so late teleport there too. So he tries to help out once again with another teleport. This time around, RNG get in and they get out.
You can see it here, and I like how they just covered both ends. Like you either go down towards the Aatrox or up towards the Sejuani. There is no both.
Yeah, so they finally lock him down. And between both of them, they can tank the turret incredibly easily. So you really need someone from Top Esports that isn't the GP to be there. Obviously to try and defend, but they didn't get a whiff of that one.
RNG building themselves up a 500 gold lead. Effectively just that kill they just picked up. A little bit of first blood as well. And we talked about how both these teams, you know, gold difference of 15 were 2,500 gold each ahead. Now we're looking at an incredibly even game, and only really right to see that given how closely matched these two guys are.
Yeah, and I just want to see, because these are the mistakes that can cost you the game. Let's see what ends up happening here.
Here we go. Knight just go in straight away, trying to just get the damage down, but he gets locked under tower. TP coming in for Longshi as well. XX was there, but just not close enough. And Karsa doing very, very well to react to all of Top Esports moves.
It's those moves that can tip the balance. So close to being able to get that pick. Didn't come through. Very tough for Knight to be able to swallow that. At least he keeps his flash. But at the end of the day, RNG get themselves a kill. They get themselves a dragon. Roll the dice. Let's see what the next one is. If it's a double mountain dragon, you're going to love yourself. Actually, Infernal even better.
Right now, Top looked like they were in control. RNG steadying the ship. Definitely showing that they will not go down without a fight. They need to show Top Esports that we're the legacy team. We're the ones who almost made the golden road. And this was just perfectly placed by Karsa.
Yeah, played well, I'll say, right from the get-go from Knight. I think Knight played this one out well from the very beginning. It was unfortunate how long of a road XX had, because not only was there that difference between that distance there where Karsa could help. Let's see if they can cover the distance to get onto Long Sing. All right.
Did drop down the depth charge. There's the final chapter as well, as we might see already a 5v5 coming out as all 10 members of both teams here looking for that top side.
And coming out of the replay, we didn't catch the fact that Top Esports ended up getting that Rift Herald. At least we didn't get the context, the setup behind it, but at the end of the day, RNG, when they picked up that dragon, had to go back to base. Good timing from TOP to be able to respond effectively, and now RNG has to defend. It's going to be pretty tough for them to do so.
But I like the reaction from RNG. They realized, obviously, that they had to send everybody towards that top side, otherwise a Rift Herald drop would be almost certain. As I say that, though, Hook misses, and Loken takes a lot of damage. Needs to be careful with that WQ combo. XX sitting in the bush, hasn't been caught just yet. Just go flag and drag in. There is the killer instinct along with the cannon barrage. The Sejuani ultimate misses. Couple of flashes burned, but here comes Knight. Everyone from RNG is on full retreat mode. They're going to drop the Rift Herald and just look for more gold.
Yeah, at least they get out for free, but these Sejuani ultimates are not working out as well as you'd want them to. And that's just how life is, right? So far, at least one of them got and nailed down Knight when he was going in for the dive in mid, but since that point, I mean, overall, they've been left wanting.
They pick up first turret, get themselves a nice bit of gold, and take the gold lead again, only about 1,000. So they're going to be the beneficiaries of the early lane. Zhao, who's got his Triforce? They've got the Muramana, or Manamune, excuse me, soon to be Muramana, on the Ezreal.
He's actually just one minion off of being able to get that extra bit of gold from Cole too. So Xiaohu just wants one damn minion. Don't go back to base. Get that minion. And then he's going to be able to, you know, invest towards, I think, looking at the composition that Top Esports have, I would want the rapid fire cannon. Well, I mean, okay, technically IE is better because there's an incredibly low range from Top Esports, but talking about that, 0 plates.
Versus 7 plates.
Yeah.
Purely 1,000 or 1,100 gold in favor for Top, but that's kind of all they have right now for their advantages. And even then, it's only a 500 gold lead, realistically, as That last minion was picked up, so a nice little payoff there for Xiaohu's Corki.
Yep.
They have full vision of where the Aatrox is roaming around. Do they want to collapse? Maybe that is the answer as they look to just try and push down this bot lane turret and trade it for top.
All right, trading turrets is... Look, ordinarily, I think that's fine. Only problem is trading for turrets when you're a minute and 30 seconds off of the next dragon. Top Esports are not only going to be able to get the full pressure towards the bot side of the map, set up vision and deep in the red side jungle, they're certainly going to stick on the map so they can at least get that Infernal Dragon. It's going to have to be RNG trying to defend for it. They're in a pretty much a losing position.
Triforce finished up there for 369 as well, so you're looking at some pretty big item spikes coming in. The one item power spikes you see from Knight and that Proto Belt. A Triforce for the Gangplank. And it's going to be the Mana Mune / Muramana build for Loken, so going for that more AP heavy style. I imagine we won't see much happening from either of these sides until that dragon spawns in just under a minute.
All right.
I say that.
What do we get?
Oh no. Xiaohu found
369
someone.
run!
369 is going to have to try and run away, but don't know if there's anywhere he can go. There's the Cannon Barrage and the TP flash just to get an auto attack down. And looks like they're going to try and back this away, but there's a Glacial Prison that works out. Sejuani has her ult stolen. The Golden Knight is left to potentially try and turn this one around. There is the depth charge. They try and just turn back on top of this. Cataclysm comes down, but Xiaohu's still pumping out damage. Xiaohu's still trying to turn this one back around. Jungler for top laner, but you got to feel like RNG come out on top as Loken gets jumped on, has to use a Killer Instinct to get out of the Infernal Chain.
That was still a great response from Top Esports, primarily Knight. I never think that a flash is worth it to be able to get your passive damage as a GP. But he was pretty confident that, you know, every damage counted to be able to get a lead for yourself, but you definitely need to buy for time. He was in a mode where he needed to buy for time, but thought he, you know, the way he was playing, he was like, we can get that kill right now. So, unfortunate there for TES, but at the end of the day, I mean, it's still that 2 kills now there for Knight.
Yeah, Knight's still looking good. Actually going with the Sheen as his next item.
All right, we're grouping.
Potentially looking towards this bot side. Langshi going to push up this wave. Walk directly into a hook. Gets knocked up. The world has ended for him. And Knight picks up his 3rd kill.
Perfect part of the map, too. Infernal Dragon is essentially just sitting there waiting for you, especially with Longsing now down and out for the next 26 seconds. So let's take a look at this one more time, because I'm just talking about this stage. You look at the minimap, a lot of people are on the way. Teleport there to buy for time as well. That extra flash there just kind of threatening Xiaohu off. Well, he got the message. He's going to kite right back out. A lot of damage he didn't anticipate that he was going to be able to take there. So I think flash was necessary at least for Karsa's ultimate. He ends up getting hit by it, and so he's dead. But still, a good response from Top Esports to come in with the kill.
Yeah, and being able to take out the jungler far more beneficial, considering, like you said, the Infernal Drake was spawning very, very soon. They picked that one up as well during that replay. Another Infernal going to be spawning on the map, so we could see literally both these teams having equal kind of, you know, strength if RNG are able to take it, or if TES are able to snowball it away from the side of RNG. This is not as bloody as I thought it was going to be.
I definitely expected the game to slow down because I think RNG as a team are incredibly good at being able to kind of make mention of losing gracefully. Specifically, I think Uzi, Ming, and Longsing have been very silent this game. Longsing has done a great job of being able to pick up the CS whenever he can, dive when he has the pressure there from Karsa, and we haven't seen much of anything from Uzi, who has actually have really, once again, like across the board, excellent CS margins. So 191 at 18 minutes is perfect, and a lot of that comes down to the fact that they understand that they just need to be able to pick up waves, be there to stop Top Esports from picking up major objectives. Sadly, because of Longsing dying the way he did, they had to give away Infernal. But they're just waiting for that late game margin that we kind of are worried about. And at that stage, if you talk about Xiaohu and the champion that he's most known for, like, there's a damn meme about how much damage he was able to apply in a major playoff game with Corki, that he just took over a game. That happens. So the fact that he's able to get so much closer to that essentially the build that's going to be wild. Take a look at the group here. Ben's positioning for an engage.
See the poke and the siege coming out here from RNG, just too much to handle for that mid lane turret, and it will fall. They equal up the turrets there. This Baron is just about to spawn, and you can imagine both these sides are going to have to keep a close eye on the big purple worm. They do not want either of them to get it.
It's going to be a fun one. I think both teams actually take down Baron incredibly quickly. I remember in Dominus earlier today, I mean, the composition was essentially set for that. This time around, if they have any time, both teams with the big purple worm, they can both definitely rip it up shreds, especially with the Mountain Dragon both of them have.
Good engage from both sides. You can see Top just trying to establish vision control again. They have got 2 items onto Loken, still looking to wait and upgrade his Mana Mune to a Mer Mana, and that was when he'll really start hitting like an absolute truck. And just vision control, safety in numbers, Top Esports basically just taking over what RNG had just taken.
A little bit more focused towards the Corki build. I mean, he's going straight towards the Essence Reaver, no surprise on that one. I mean, he's going for the big crit build that is going to be stationed around like a huge team fight focus. All of that lead that currently Knight has, especially going towards Electrocute, you better believe he's going to be putting himself on side lane, not trying to group up against the damage that Uzi and Shaku will be able to provide. So I think right now TES are going to be in a position where they feel like they need to fight now. They feel like they need to get the current slight gold lead that they have and turn it into something bigger, because technically they can still go into team fights and rely upon the GP. But if we're just talking about execution focused, like eyes on the strongest members on the map, being able to perform, you know, a lot of people will go to Vegas and put a lot on towards Shahu and Uzi to perform into high levels. So RNG definitely have a lot going for them.
You can see 2 item spikes coming out for a lot of players now, as you see the Yomu's Ghostblade and the Triforce finished up for 369 on his Gangplank. You've got a Lich Bane to complement that Proto Belt for Knight in the mid lane, as well as the Guinzus and Mana Mune for Loken. And on the other side, RNG, they've got the Mermana and the Iceborne Gauntlet for Uzi flashing. Cataclysm goes down, flash away, they get a good Glacial Prison. And that's going to stop any more engage coming out from top. But these Burn Summoners, they get everything out of Ming and a flash out of Uzi.
All right. At least you got a flash on that one. Great pick on the TES. Let's see if there's any counter engage, actually. Shahu's coming straight in fast.
Got a lot of poke potential on the side of RNG. If they can land it, Top will want to try and make sure this doesn't happen. 10 seconds until the Infernal Drake spawns. We're going to see the FLICKR drag out. Big barrel there. But Yuumi able to sustain up now. This could be a big fight. Infernal just about to spawn.
Great amount of vision control here is going to allow 369 to set up those barrels pretty easily.
Here we go. He's actually going to find himself Langshi on the backside. There's the Ezreal ultimate. It's going to take XX down very, very low. Dragon still hasn't been taken, but the Sejuani is dead. Now they finally take it, and the fight ensues.
Got him.
And he gets him. And a flash over by 369 is going to be able to secure Xiao, they keep chasing. They keep hunting. Top Esports decimate RNG.
Easy as possible, and they nail a triple kill in the back half of it. Top Esports played them easily. Vision control there to set up GP, so when he was face-to-face with the Aatrox, put him out of the fight. And then you saw how, you know, Karsa went straight in for XX. XX went golden, bought his team enough time to be able to eviscerate Karsa, and then take the back line freely. You lose a lot here, RNG, and now they have some time to think about it.
You lose a lot, but Top Esports, they gain a lot. They got everything from that fight, and it was just such a good turn. And it's all set up from what you talked about, the fact that Top Esports had set up a line of vision.
Yep.
RNG had no idea how much was left on the Baron, or the Dragon, and they had to face check, and not knowing where anyone was just gave Top Esports so much room to move.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's always about the finer details. The details that sometimes, you know, RNG didn't get punished on. I felt like when it was onto the next Mountain Dragon, they didn't even think about the setup, right? They had top lane turret picked down, and Top Esports not only got the full outer turret bot side, but then set up for the next Dragon. It's TES that has Dragon focus. It's RNG that are kind of left trying to build back up. And so I think they need some definitely some foresight. I think they definitely need to work on that. But so far, it's great consistency coming out of the team.
Great early game from top, and we're actually back into game, ladies and gentlemen. Just a quick pause. Not exactly sure what the error was, but nonetheless, we are back. Top, they got themselves a 5,000 gold lead. I'd love to see that replay as well.
Oh, it's definitely.
It's in 100%. The works. It's in the back
100%.
Office.
It's one of those things. Whenever you see a GP in the perfect position in team fights, and I'm just talking about, even though it wasn't a team fight for GP, put the barrels down. You're thinking about that massive 3-man barrel. Finds Longxing and takes him out. And then you see a great Ezreal ultimate, sure, but XX is able to buy for a lot of time, get the smite on Dragon, and then turn on Xiao, who is incredibly low. Great pick onto Longxing, who is essentially stuck dealing with the cheap GP, and then the subsequent fights work well for Top Esports. Great hooks all around there from Ben.
I love the commitment from everybody on the side of Top Esports as well. It was an immediate, you saw a 369 flash, you saw the flash in from Ben, Knight flashed as well. I'm almost certain you can see almost like you can pretty much time when they all flash together because all their timers are almost identical in terms of when they come back up.
Garza's still in a pretty good position for a defense on tower, but TOP has been playing this one out well to slowly move towards it, not take any unnecessary risks. And take a look at the Silas. He's going to be pretty key in see on the mini-map. Trying to, if he can find a pick, great. If not, he can go towards the side lane and have that shove happen. I want to see what his goal is going to be. It seems like he's going to go straight for the side lane.
Do the Dragon Gods just know when we're on a match of the week?
Hell yeah.
They just know. They're like, you know what? We sort you out, boys. We got you. And we're going to put in double mountain, triple inferno just to set you up.
That's what you need. Gets the audience going.
We see Top just utilizing their Baron push as well as also having a Lich Bane on your Silas helps to be able to take down those turrets very damn quickly.
And now this is a real danger zone from RNG. If they can find a really good team fight, extend the game, you know, allow RNG to be able to get rapid fire cannon on Xiaohu and Uzi to be able to get to his, I believe, either Gunblade or Blade of the Rune King, but you better believe it's going to be Gunblade. Take a look at this.
Here we go. Final Tempter comes out, but there's a Cannon Barrage in response. I just don't think you have the damage. Uzi was not a part of that fight. You lose 2 and the tower. RNG trying to force something, but not on the same page.
I mean, I think RNG had no chance to be able to defend that. Not a single opportunity. Top Esports already did a great job forcing them on towards the inhibitor turret, and then they just bait and switch, move up towards the mid lane. It's going to be even harder now for RNG. They need to get out of here.
Oh, Uzi, so close. He's burning, but he's not able to go down. But who will go down is Xiaohu. And Top, honestly, looking at the death timers, they could end the game right now.
I don't know. You're right. Long death timers, I think Longxing can't take any more unnecessary risks. Keep them out of arm's reach. It should be Top Esports that need to bait, because I've seen so many LPL games where, you know, you look at it, sure, long death timers, but it's always that one guy that thinks he can defend the inhibitor turret, and then he dies. And you're like, okay, now it's a longer death timer. It's like, well, I'll try and defend the Nexus turret, and then he dies. You just gotta calm down. I love that RNG didn't throw any more members at them to make it an end game situation.
And Top, like I said earlier, putting RNG to the sword, basically saying we're better than you. We're the definitive #2 team here in LPL. Second only to FBX, and I don't think anyone's going to give them any flack for that. But even here, this is what you're talking about. Uzi was not part of this fight.
Yeah, but remember, both of the players from, like 2 players from RNG were stuck defending the inhibitor turret. And so you send 2 TPs towards mid, you're always going to lose. So you should just not defend that turret. Let it go, because you're going to have a man disadvantage just very naturally.
Look how quickly Xiaohu dies. It's like an instant.
Yeah, a lot of damage at this stage. Remember, it's a Lich Bane on Knight at the moment. So if he's in the thick of things, he's going to be able to get you. It's just pretty tough right now if you're RNG to be able to stop this. So I just like the idea that Top Esports had with how much of a large wall RNG placed towards that outer mid lane turret. They knew that they just forced them to respect the inhibitor in the bot lane, that they can get their way, and they did. So that was, after all of that, that Baron buff gave them a flat 5,600k gold advantage. Really?
They're nearly 9,000 gold ahead. Just a little bit over it, actually, clearing on 10,000. And For RNG, they need to get the engage. They need a godlike Karsa ultimate with the Sejuani, but we've looked at it so far this game, and that just hasn't happened.
Yeah, certainly had some struggles on that department, and I think a lot of that is because of Knight, and he's defined his pick.
Knight is defying how this game should be played. Cataclysm goes down. It's going to be the GA pop there for XX, who's forced to flash away. The hook misses. RNG live to fight another day.
So close, but at this stage, that's a triple Infernal top. I mean, they're going to be comfortable to take any of those fights. That's a lot of damage that Uzi took just based off that one alone. All right, this is the type of game that you're concerned about.
For RNG, it looked pretty good. Like they steadied the ship from the early game. It looked like they kind of had a nice idea of where everything was going to go and how they needed to play the game. And then all of a sudden, 1 or 2 fights later, the game has just fallen away from them.
Just remember, these are the top 3 teams right now. And based off of just the stats, if these teams very likely could end the split very similar points. So if they come in and match points, then it comes down to the head-to-head. And it's the difference between playing an extra best of 5 if you're in the top 2. RNG don't want to deal with that one. They don't want to go through a longer road in the playoffs. But if top esports play in this fashion going into the second game, you don't have a choice in the matter.
See Baron buff number 2 of this game taken for a top as they bring themselves to nearly 12,000 gold ahead of RNG. They're going to go straight up to the top side. No need to buy items. No need to look for anything else. They're going to look to try and end this game with one last fight.
All right, you even got Grievous Wound that 369 is going to apply based off his ultimate when it starts raining down on their head. This team's going to be in a really good position. It's a lot of damage that Xiaohu just took.
Yeah, Xiaohu took a lot. There is the stolen final chapter as he jumps straight onto Uzi, who goes golden, but only for but a moment. He goes down. They do kill the Kai'Sa. Can Knight continue this? A lot of blinking health bars for RNG, but they're the ones the closest to their base. Looks like Topper just going to take this inhibitor turret, but is there any re-engage there for RNG?
RNG should just go for a fight right now, knowing that the Kai'Sa is down. Pick a fight whenever you can.
Yeah, but looks like they're going for it. Ben just gets tagged. Just throw out the dredge line and try and catch something. Knight taken very, very low, but the Aatrox is the one who falls. And Knight is going to keep himself alive. Jarvan will fall. They take themselves the top lane inhibitor turret. That cannon minion is not able to kill off the inhibitor. But they have broken the back of RNG.
Yeah, Karsa wasn't confident to go in for the fight and just soak in damage himself. He didn't have his ultimate. So it was going to be Long Sing, and Long Sing, unfortunately, the moment they start moving behind that terrain, he's taking free damage. It's a tough game from RNG. The responsible people would say an impossible game. This is just one of those games.
Yeah.
It's one of those games that you try to FF, and there's that one person that truly believes, or is just trying to troll the rest of his team, you know, just trying to make them pissed off. I do that sometimes, you know?
You can see here as well, you're getting caught at 2 angles, and when you have got that stolen Yuumi ultimate, another missed Sejuani ult, you just haven't got the potential to really lock anyone down after that.
Yeah, I mean, still, I think that Loken at that instance was just testing his limits. So he put in a lot of effort, thought he can actually burst him down. The moment the Cataclysm came through, I actually didn't think it helped him at all, sadly.
If anything, it hindered him.
Yeah. So we'll see what ends up happening going forward, but at this stage, it's going to be RNG. They need to find, I think, 2 more repelled pushes. If they can find 2 more fights like those, then suddenly you're getting to a pretty damn good position for Uzi and Xiaohu. Xiaohu's now got himself the rapid fire cannon. The next item is going to be Infinity Edge, and if he gets to that point comfortably, then great. But that road doesn't seem to be very helpful.
Needs items, needs gold, but more importantly, needs time. Top lane inhibitor falls, mid lane soon to follow. 40 seconds still left on the Baron. Top esports, are they going to go and try look for the end right here, right now? Stolen Sejuani ultimate, Karsa chunk down to below half. Killer instinct down onto Uzi, who has to force a flash away. Longshi also getting berated by the cannon barrage. Nexus turrets are falling. Nexus is soon to go. Top esports are too much in game 1.
First game is already setting the standard and pace here. Knight just feels unstoppable. We're talking about the MVP race. I mean, this guy already looks like he's just waving at you at the finishing line. Great stuff immediately, because like while this game really looked like it was just about the team fights that was coming through in the Dragons, I mean, you have to think about that early laning phase where he was absolutely handling Xiaohu, batting off the gank from Sejuani. This guy was a damn Shaolin.
And you can see it was relatively close right up until that mid lane defense at around 22, 23 minutes. And then it just spikes because all of a sudden, you know, Uzi wasn't on the same page as Karsa and Ming, and it's just like they all got, Ming and Karsa go in and Uzi's backing away. It just wasn't good communication there from RNG.
Yeah, I think you're right about communication and wholesome team play. I think at the end of the day, while a lot of the early game was predicated and it started off of just individual performance of Knight, and somewhat of XX, that at the end of the day, RNG just didn't have the similar focus on Dragons, much like Top Esports did.
Yep.
That they were always on the right side of the map. They always had vision around the objective. Literally a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes before the objective even comes up, RNG found themselves consistently having to fight into it. And then, of course, losing the fight because they didn't have any eyes on the GP was setting up barrels. You didn't have any idea of where Jarvan's going to be coming up if he wants to start the fight, or if he just backs away towards the Dragon. Had no ideas in the HP, so they can't even make the decision to actually steal the Dragon itself. So if it's going to be so much about the Dragon, let's say if this game was a Cloud and Ocean Dragon situation, it would have been completely different. But that wasn't the case, and RNG should have recognized that and handled it accordingly.
Yeah, I think after the third Drake, you're realizing, okay, this is a high-stakes game. You know, a lot of pretty high-value Drakes here. We got to change our game plan.
I just think even after the second Dragon, I mean, after the first Dragon. After first Dragon, you notice the second Dragon is going to be just as impactful. You play towards it. You have an idea of what the next Dragon is going to be like literally as the last Dragon gets taken. But RNG was just so focused on being able to pick up items on the side lanes that they were unperturbed by Top Esports, even to a certain degree, this thinking that they would mess up the vision control, that they can still kind of defend the Dragon takes overall, and that wasn't even close to being the case. So Dragon takes weren't theirs. XX had a pretty good take on Rift Herald as well that got them initial control of the game. So nicely played from Top Esports from beginning to end.
And we saw the coaches talking about aggression and how, you know, Top Esports were very much confident in the sense of that, you know, we play our game, we play our aggression.
Yes.
RNG just didn't look like they even, you know, they didn't look like the same RNG that we've been seeing for the last few weeks.
I think if we're just talking about an individual basis, every team that goes up against Top Esports doesn't look the same. Because a lot of the times our focus on RNG is like, yeah, these players are looking great. But then it's always a game of relativity. Are they as good as Knight? As they're as good as 369? And you put them against that situation, and Xiaohu couldn't handle them. Now, to be fair, we're just talking about the pure matchup. Knight knew that matchup out of his like the back of his hand.
Yep.
He was able to handle it very easily. Picked Electrocute, an aggressive in-lane, solution to what Corki was going was Klepto, trying to get himself out of the lane phase. Going into the second game, Xiaohu's going to put some more respect in the lane to be able to handle Knight mano a mano.
We're going to have to wait and see if Xiaohu is able to respond. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we'll see if Top Esports can take the 2 over RNG or if we're going to a Game 3.
换思路了，来搞一波上路，这个位置有大招，
能够军训船长吗？船长先一个大招，他被 EQ 抬了一下，再跟他招闪现以后再给一刀 ，Maple 成功击杀掉了塔下想越的 Windy。
我这波两边也是纠缠了很久，但是这边安卓还在绕啊，这个位置没有被视野发现。
上来了，阿卡丽一个E带一个 Q 进入匣在里面后保自己一命，塔姆往前闪现，吞了一口阿卡丽，阿卡丽出来以后成功下当掉了 Wi-Fi， 这样子 Windy 也走不了。 这波牙膏是抽了上到6级，抽了火箭轰炸，开始反手利用飞机的技能来打飞机。
那关键难受的是中路这个线权，而且以及每一波飞机想要把 B 线推出去的话，他自己就会空蓝。这个情况其实还是蛮难受的。
这么激进的吗？在内塔前方想强杀，才一丝血，一个 R 技能拿到了这个人头。
看能不能继续推一下这个塔，但是希维尔还活着，
希维尔还活着，而且何况他们获得大龙 buff 以后，使得这个兵线有点难清。
哎，但是这边小东被绕后了，一个大招没有推晕， 这边吃了一口之后 ，Smart 的位置非常尴尬，反手交出闪现之后是 A 死了这边布隆。
然后 Sodat 是扛到了最后以后死在塔的下面，关键这个塔还在啊，苏宁的塔从头到尾是一直在帮忙输出伤害。Angel 这个时候飞机得理不饶人，直向前追，后面一个导弹并没有打到，但是上面司马老贼正在努力报仇，又刮了一下轮子。B5 最后残兵败将，不得不慌忙撤退。虽然说一个盲僧 QQ 到了 Maple， 但是并不能够阻止 Maple 的脚步。 但中路的外塔很快的就会被 Hold 两脚给踢掉，已经踢掉了，而且正面是锤，直接锤走了 Flores。Flores 开大招想要回到一个正面，给了一口秒盾，莫妮的血量掉的非常的快，进去看一下乱阵中，伊德瑞尔没有死掉，张无忌还在做输出，他看到春哥甲也没有被打掉，但是这时候哇，慧眼的一个飞机是直接被牙膏给撸死了，高值的这波还是非常的给力，
张无忌这个输出
，Hold 再一个一技能，他踢死了牙膏，而且还可以继续作战，他还没有倒下。 Hold 是现在的大魔过来，一个 Q 技能配合卢登，再一个 Q 技能 ，RW 打出团灭啊！
This is game over, you can feel the ground rumble. When I hit the ground running, you should move a lane over. Rain holder, we don't run on the same motor. I'm a chain smoker, you a lighter to a flamethrower. I come from an insane culture, living like a trained soldier, just to make it a day older. No closure, remain closer to the days when I could feel the hunger pains I knew I would take. I knew this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I will never lose, I'm the greatest. Just face it, I was made for this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I ain't going out. I was made for this, and I will never lose, I was made for this. I feel colossal, choir sing the gospel. I can make the sky move, breathing through my nostrils. Sharks in the water, looking for imposters. You ain't in the bloodline, Prince in the popper. Stand between my digits, then you better be a comma. Leave you in a coma, you don't want no problems. Destiny designed us, made us for the finest. Born to be legend, long live your highness. I was made for this. I was made for this. I was made for this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I will never lose, I'm the greatest. Just face it, I was made for this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I ain't going out. I was made for this, and I will never lose. I was made for this.
Gotta take control. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. That's enough.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen. The Crow's Nest in Beijing, Worlds 2017 finals held there. Fantastic finals, of course, and we are going being a little bit more local. Not quite Worlds yet,
Oh,
but
okay.
2 teams potentially that we could see at Worlds representing China.
Yeah, I mean, look.
Swings and roundabouts,
Both
my friend.
TOP and RNG, maybe they'll find themselves in an equal venue. I don't know if you guys have something like that in Europe.
I don't think it's as grand.
Yeah, no, you don't have anything.
I don't.
You got nothing.
I did think when they first announced Paris, I was kind of like, oh my god, are we on Parc de Francais? And I was like, that's amazing. And then I was like, wait a minute, that is literally an 80,000 seater stadium. There's no way in hell.
Maybe it's possible.
Yeah.
Anything is possible.
Yes, true.
The Chinese
true.
fans will come.
Yeah.
They will fill those seats.
If they get the team to the final.
There
but,
we go,
you know,
then.
we'll have to wait and see. But coming back into this matchup, Top Esports, you know, we had a quick look at some of the replays. We had a quick look at, you know, everything else. They looked dominating, and right at the forefront of that domination was our MVP, Knight.
He took great control in the early game to mid game. I think he was just fly throughout. I mean, just taking a look at this was a pretty bad play coming in from 369. But guess who comes in and save it? It's Knight. Being able to get the pick alongside Ben and XX. So this happened actually really early on. There's a reason why he has the first kill to his name. Knight actually not only took over the early laning phase, came in and a lot of the team fights came through. Now, if you ask for a co-MVP, I would say Ben.
Yep.
I think Ben did a lot in these team fights to be able to secure kills and then just be able to support, you know, at the right time, Knight. The roam up topside worked. This team fight even better. 2 hooks that were able to nail very crucial kills.
And this is kind of where it all went wrong for RNG. It was an incredibly close game up until then, and then we talked about it a little bit in the post-game, just miscommunication and not being on the same page, and Knight, with the side of Top Esports, able to capitalize on the smallest amounts of mistakes.
And guess what he does best? He kites. That's what he does. The fact that he was able to come in, I think that's not even a misspelling, by the way. He was able to play so well in a lot of these team fights. Congratulations to Kite, Knight, however you want to be able to call him.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah?
Like,
These eyes don't lie. I always catch them. And I'm always going to make a joke about them. But I felt like Knight came in strong this entire game. And he might be able to wrap this series up. Remember, Top Esports comes in and they'd be able to have very fast games. They're the fastest team right now in the LPL. They have the fastest game time in the last series. So if you think they're going to slow down by any means just because they're in your venue, you're wrong.
And something I wanted to talk about just before we obviously get into the game 2 picks and bans, like we talk about mid laners within the LPL right now. Doomby, Xiaohu, Knight, you know, you've got, you know, a rookie to, you have to still give your, you know, respect to the World Championships. Which one of these is not going to Worlds?
Oh, yeah.
That's the question we got to start asking ourselves, like which one of these 4 is not going to make it?
Recently, I've been close to the edge of drinking. I'm telling you, just because every time we get to the Gauntlet tournament, I'm always like, God, I would love to see JD make it to Worlds alongside EDG or even Rogue Warriors. We're getting to that stage where you have multiple teams that could get there, simply not getting there. And I mean, at the end of the day, with how ultra competitive it is, actually, there's a reason why our LPL teams make it so far. How Worlds was a possibility for Invictus Gaming that was so strong during the regular season, ultimately couldn't be able to take the championship during the finals until this year.
Yep, spring 2019.
So a lot of that comes down to how hard it is to be able to come out with those victories during the regular season. You're right, one of these teams have to be let go, not Top Esports on RNG, but certainly from the, you're right, you already mentioned them. You don't want to lose them all. If you're talking about, if Top Esports goes, if RNG goes, who's another team? Let's say FPX goes, suddenly you're not bringing your defending world champion.
Yeah.
Just like this sign says, Top Esports
go! They go! Committed to the cause. But even looking at it, like, you know, even Top Esports, like, for them, the kind of only two kind of like setups they have would be win the split, and then to take away all doubt, they need IG to falter. They need IG to fall down so they could potentially take the points win if they come second.
Yeah, that's when...
But that's when the water gets very muddy.
You're right. Whenever we talk about points, that's when everybody just... It's like talking about politics at the family dinner.
Yeah.
You're like, all right, then we take a step back. You only take the statistician seriously in the desk, right? The only one, because at that point, you just start going in roundabout discussions. This is when we go back to the Kiana poster. Gotta love it. That's the second time they've shown it. Hopefully there's a third time. But that's when you're right.
A lot of effort went into that poster.
100%.
Like, it was properly photoshopped. It didn't look like they just stuck a face on something. It looked like it was properly photoshopped to fit Kiana's head.
Yes, 100%. Someone put effort into that one, made the printing job go through, and then found themselves at the venue. So that's always nice. Hopefully we get ourselves a Kiana pickup by Xiaohu. At least appease the fan. Caps has done that 2 times in a row.
Yep, saw Tristan mid, saw Garen top last night. If you didn't see that match, that was G2 versus Vitality. Spoilers, not as strong pick at all.
Look, what I said on Twitter is I'd like to see a lethality Garen mid. I got myself a tank Garen top.
Against a Karma.
Yeah,
Let's move. That's pretty rough. But anyway.
No shade to G2. I love you guys. Keep throwing picks like this to me. Okay, I'm never gonna criticize you again if you give me something crazy.
And you win with it. But moving back to what we have in front of us, RNG versus Top Esports. Aurelia, Gragas, and Yumi banned away. Tam, Kench, Olaf, and Karma taken away as well. Looks like RNG going to give Karsa a much more favorable matchup. They're not going to let him get banned out again.
Yeah, let's see what we end up getting here. Nice hover over the Silas, because you know you have the Cataclysm ready there, waiting for you. If that's the only ultimate that's going to be useful, then God bless, I'll take that.
Yep, 100% of the times. And don't fix what's not broken. Pick up the Kaiser, pick up the Silas. You've gotten 2/5 of what you had last time. The only thing you got to change as of right now is your bot or your jungler, excuse me.
Yeah, and I like the Aurelia ban that RNG has gone for, just because of how emphatic Knight has been in the pick. You still have to give him a great amount of respect to it, even if he's going to have his hands on the Silas. I mean, let him have it, but challenge it in lane. RNG will be having that counter pick in the second phase because they're not too bought or sold, I suppose, on the fact that it's going to be a Silas mid just yet.
I actually see 2 of the 5 that Top Esports plays last game taken away by RNG, obviously valuing it very, very highly.
Don't lock this in. It only has that 1 win in the LPL. Maybe if you increase that win rate, but it was a hard job for EDG to be able to increase that win rate.
Here we go.
Locks it in. All right. 1 out of 5 games.
Explain to people at home, because obviously we're seeing a lot of it. People are trolling it. We've seen a lot of like LCK play it as well. Why Volibear support?
I had to add to find out if Clement's in the chat. Yes, he is. So he hates the guts out of this champion. But yes, why Volibear support? It's a great amount of engage within the lane, right? If we're just talking about the matchup here, Nautilus is going to be the matchup. Have a great flip for yourself, flash flip, and sets up for your jungler. So if we're just talking about dominance within the lane with that pick, you can get that. In the mid game, in fact, once you picked up like Righteous Glory, depending on the keystone, you know, JD's picked up the, what is it called again? I'm trying to remember the pickup on that one, the Predator.
Yep.
So you can increase that movement speed. And the idea is in mid game, when you have your control ward set up, then you can have, you know, Volibear look for picks. It's very possible if they don't come running down a lane and if it's not something that's easily seen. So that's the idea behind the pick. Unfortunately, it hasn't been incredibly successful if it doesn't have the Kalista to just throw you into the thick of things. So that's going to be the difficulties of it. It only has that 1 win. And even in that win, that was the win that EDG shouldn't even have had. They actually were so far behind that game that it was like a pity victory.
Yeah, it was like, you know what, guys, we need to pad his stats a little bit. He was looking a bit terrible, but Top Esports are going to go with it, and they're also going to go back to the Gangplank. 369 had a pretty decent laning phase with that champion. Not so strong in the 1v1s, but still very powerful.
I'm just going to go ahead and override the statisticians. Override the facts, because that Volibear win by Mako was literally his worst game. So that's 0 wins. I'm just going to come out and say, I'm going to veto the win that he had on that one.
We'll have to bring that one up with the
Look, I'll talk to them.
Yeah.
I think they'll understand, but it's going to be a philosophical debate.
And we're going to see if it will add to that win rate, and it will be, in your eyes, the first official win if Ben is able to make it.
Yeah, I'm going to be completely fine to have my own awards here, right? My own stats, RAS stats.
I don't think that sign was...
Thankfully, I didn't see it. I don't know.
Did you not see it?
I did not see it.
You'll see it in a second, and you'll understand why I reacted to it. But Rumble locked in for Xiaohu.
Yeah.
That's something I'm excited for.
His KDA was huge. All right, he was massive with the pick. And I'm past the KDA. I mean, the fact that he was able to have consistent shove in lane to allow Karsa to be able to come for consistent invades has been a thing that they've been able to rely upon. So I love the fact that they're going right back into the pit.
Yeah, picking up the Vladimir, picking up the Rumble with the Jarvan and the Xayah and the Nautilus. RNG is saying, we will team fight you. No more poke comps. We're just going for full-on engage, and the final pick is going to be that Kindred to try and nullify it all.
Fight, fight, fight. is what I love to see. And the Kindred ultimate, I love it. So whenever we're thinking about that all-in fight coming in from the Vladimir ultimate, the Chemo Plague that he's able to throw down alongside the Equalizer, you're like, great, this fight's looking up pretty damn good for us. Throw down the Kindred ultimate, and then suddenly, you know, throws the game into kind of a bit of a coin flip in that team fight. That's what I love. I love being able to see essentially like Bard ultimates, Kindred ultimates, to kind of throw disarray into a lot of these fights.
As the coaches shake hands for what potentially could be the last time tonight, unless RNG can pull this win out and get them to a Game 3. But Top, they're feeling good. They're looking strong.
Yeah. I mean, TOP right now, if we're just talking about what makes them strong, past the champion select, it's just the damn players. So just about the fact that they get a lot of great matchups for themselves, and they go above and beyond to fill in the gaps. Like, we're just talking about what happened last game, 20 CS difference, just through the mid lane. That's something that needs to be dealt with by RNG, and I think the Rumble pick does a great amount of work to be able to say, okay, now that I'll have some bit of power within the early laning phase. In fact, you have to deal with my consistent shove. So there we go. That's the response that Xiaohu was able to give.
We'll have to wait and see if Xiaohu is able to answer in kind. Forced out my Rumble, and now feel its wrath. Top Esports, they've got some answers of their own. So we're going to jump into Game 2 of this best of 3 series. Can Top Esports take it to 2-0, or will we be seeing a third game in this epic? And Knight back on his Silas. And an incredible Game 1. Again, don't fix what's not broken. Get yourself a Gangplank. Literally all the damage carries are back again in this for the side of Top Esports.
Oh, nice thing that we saw. Thankfully, we were able to just catch it was Kindred going back to base. So he did place down a nice ward. I think it was actually in the top side. It's very difficult to catch. I think it was a defensive ward. So defensive ward on his red. And then he goes back to base, gets himself a red trinket. And a lot of it is actually you get reduced cooldown on your red trinket. Greatly efficient to be able to now have 2 rotations of you know, trinkets for yourselves, while Karsa is going to be sitting on that yellow trinket and just going to be having that for himself, just that one ward that he can place down.
And as well, like, you know, you kind of little mind games as well, very, very small, but like, you know, it could give in the heads of RNG that, you know, he has a red trinket, there is no extra ward available for him.
Yep.
Little small things like that. You know, we have the mind games that we saw in Game 1 or Series 1 today. So we see it's actually the Aftershock Volibear going to be going into that bot side.
Yep, Aftershock Volibear is one thing. Another thing that's actually caught my eye is the Silas going towards the Comet. So, you know, Silas, once again, can go towards multiple different keystones. Conquerors has been something that you have if you're just looking to consistently skirmish through it. This one, he does have the range disadvantage, so he's just going to be relying a lot of his Q damage that he can throw in the lane. So having that extra bit of Comet power on top of Xiaohu should work out well for him. That's what we were essentially looking for.
Again, won't be expecting a huge amount of early aggression the first few minutes, but should anyone make a misstep, you would imagine that either side will be 100% looking for the opportunity to capitalize on that. And what can Karsa do now in this early game? Last game wasn't as predominant. Definitely struggled a little bit. Good hook, good root. Ignite goes down, Flash comes out. Loken forced to back away. He had to burn his heal as well, as here we go. Flash burn by Knight. Double flash in from the RNG duo as they look to try and capitalize. And Xiaohu, first blood.
Now that was the visual bug. They didn't flash in place, flashing closer to get as much damage down as possible. Great, effectively all in from Karsa to be able to get the job done. Let's see if XX can get anything here.
Flash is burned left, right, and center, but he's got the scrap shield, extra 10% move speed, and that means that Xiaohu is going to be pretty damn safe.
That hurts. XX was setting up well to be able to get Xiaohu, but Xiaohu recognizes, especially when the teleport comes down, he can get out pretty easily for free. So all in comes through on Knight. The flash follow from Karsa and from Xiaohu, so you finally get to see the reason for those flashes. Get as much damage down as possible. So even with him, you know, overloading, being able to see Rumble get as much auto attack damage in there. So good job.
NextX wasted his flash last time. Will it be able to get anything this time around? Xiaohu, though, using his spidey senses, realizes that he has no vision of that top side, and last time he checked, Kindred was there.
It's going to be tough for XX from this point forward, just not only because he lost his flash, because really the most important thing for Kindred is pressure through mid lane. If he doesn't have that, then suddenly won't be able to invade for, you know, pick up on his mark. And that's something that he needs to be able to track through properly. And I want to be able to see if he can get a good gank through in mid. At least he has the setup. That's the only thing that I worry about with Kindred is if he goes through a gank, you need at least some hard CC. He's able to have that from both mid lane, the Upscon Abduct, and the bottom lane with Volibear. So he might be able to look towards bottom lane later on once he positions himself.
With Kindred, the magic number to really feel good about yourself is that level 4. You get the extended range on the marks, excuse me, not level 4, but the 4 marks.
Yep.
And if you're not able to get that, you could be in a pretty bad situation. And I like that little interaction. If you use the Triumphant Roar, you're able to stop out the Nautilus from engaging and get the extra auto attack down.
You won't be able to see this one coming. Xiaohu's in Fog of War completely.
Yeah, going to try and steal the Gromp, but unfortunately for him, XX had Smite. But good early aggression from RNG. This is the RNG we're used to seeing.
Yeah, an RNG that always has pressure through mid. So the fact that game 1 showed what an RNG looks like, where you know they don't have mid lane working quite well for them. That they didn't have mid lane to defend up top lane when Longxin got dove. Didn't have them when bot side need a little bit of help to take down turret plating. Xiaohu needs to be able to rotate a little bit more frequently, and this time around with Rumble, especially the early gank coming through from Karsa, is able to get that down.
See another fantastic route by Uzi. He's done with playing second fiddle. Flash in from Mings. He tries to go for something here, but a flip into turret. Gonna tank up a bit of damage, but overall, RNG coming out on top. They get the trade, they get the dragon, and now they're looking for even more.
Oh, these dragons are just painful, man. Next one's gonna be the Infernal Dragon, so RNG are actually on the right side of the RNG. Next time around, I mean, they're going to be consistently throwing pressure at the bot side of the map. I think the only time we'll be saying them rotate up top side, maybe about 9 minutes in, so they can look to contest around Rift Herald. But they should just then come right back bot side, play another heavy focus on Dragon, knowing that they got the Cataclysm and the Rumble ultimate to kind of play around team fights properly. Looks like it's going to be pretty easy for them.
It is 6.5 minutes into the game. That is a 20 CS lead for Uzi over Loken.
Sad.
That is an insane number, and that in massive ways that we just saw just completely gone. Loken gets none of the XP. He's about a level and a half down. This could be huge for RNG going into the early stages.
That's why Fog of War plays such a huge difference in how a team succeeds through early laning phase. Xiao's going to be going right in on him.
Yeah, Equalizer has been popped. We'll have the Blast Cone to back away. Ultimate used, but now has no pressure. As the rest of RNG are here, they can have anything they want in that jungle.
But to link to your previous point, the reason why he has such a large lead is not just because he's been shoving out the lane and trading out well, but because Xiaohu's been ducking out of vision for so long, running into the river and just pushing Loken away from wave. Finally, the time the XX comes through and tries to contest for vision, he gets Rumble ultimate on top of his head, and he needs to just back away from the vicinity. It's Uzi that comes on and picks up the Scuttle Crab. So like, not only does he get the experience and all of that, now they get the vision to be able to protect the constant push that they have.
Karsa hovering around. You see Xiaohu just standing in front of Knight saying, you know you want to try and contest me, but Knight...
Help.
Not really trying to do it. And this is just sad. Thank God for Loken, if you're a top esports fan, that he is able to get the wave crashing into his turret as Knight steals himself a equalizer.
Might just use it on the wave so he can back properly. Both of them don't have TP, so really what's important is just being able to get the best base timing possible. He's actually holding onto his ulti. I think he just wants to stick into lane a little bit longer.
Karsa has just been hovering around this mid lane for so long, making sure that Xiaohu does not get all in. And you can see the game plan from RNG, the adaptation, if you like, from game one is we can't let Knight just have his way with the mid lane.
Yeah, and to be fair, if you're playing with a Rumble mid, you definitely need to be sticking mid all the time. It's been the case when you have a Rumble top lane. Rumble top lane has a longer lane to deal with. When he trays through the wave, so wave control literally makes no sense. So a lot of the time you just need to hover so he can fully shove in. And in this case, especially even if it's mid lane and it's a shorter lane to work with, I mean, there are more ways to gank through mid. And so Jarvan certainly needs to be hovering when the wave is not looking good for Xiaohu.
Portobello picked up there for Xiaohu as he's setting himself up for a nice mid-game spike. 1,000 gold for RNG as we hit around the 9, nearly 10-minute mark. Minute 45 until that Infernal Drake spawns. First Drake did go to RNG as well. And this is genuinely a feels bad man for the bot side of Top Esports. They can't go near Uzi or Ming.
All right, you need to get out of there, 369, but he does have Knight now.
There we go, Knight. Going to be forcing Langshi out of lane. Hemoplay had gone down, all summoners down. Don't get the kill, but they get pressure.
All right. Just wanted to get that push off. I think it's a complete push in top lane wave, so 369 can actually find a base off himself. He does have Sheen fully built up, so I think he needs a little bit more to get to the next Trinity Force items, but oh no, they're committing.
There we go. There's the ultimate's advantage. You have 2 levels for Uzi as we say that though. Knight coming in as well as XX. They may just look for something. Feathers fly. Cannon Barrage has gone down as well.
Ooh, oh yeah.
Was waiting for it. Xiaohu with the equalizer, able to take out XX on the back end of that. And 3 kills to none. 2,000 gold lead. RNG looking strong in this game too.
Xiaohu just knew that at the end of the day, XX wasn't going to press ultimate. That he was just going to get that last tick of damage. All it really was 0.5 seconds, and Kindred just let himself die there. Didn't run to keep himself alive with the cooldown and ultimate. I don't really appreciate the idea, but just taking a look at this one. Great timing, because Knight comes in and help. But remember, he used Rumble ultimate topside, so he actually has his ultimate on cooldown. So he can't do anything to actually make it so Ming pays for it, tanking up so much in turrets, so he dies here. Speaking of death, that was actually so damn good from Uzi to be able to get the pullback and feathers on the back end to set up Xiaohu on the ultimate.
When that fight started, Uzi was level 7 and Loken was level 5. That's how far ahead this bot lane is for RNG, and right now it's just, you know, they're straight up not having a fun time. Wait to see now. Infernal Drake has spawned, but Top Esports realize they have no pressure on this bot side. They're going to use their solo lanes and try and trade it for a Rift Herald.
And so here is the trade. Throw it out on the table. XX, yeah, you'll get Rift Herald and you'll be able to use it on the lane. Likely going to be top lane. You can throw it in there and you can get yourself a free Trinity Force there for the GP. But roll the dice, the next one's going to be a Mountain Dragon. This investment is going to actually play off really quickly for RNG, where then they get double Mountain for the 20-minute Baron, has the Infernal Dragon for the team fight. You just like this a lot more from RNG.
See now, Rift Herald has been spawned. RNG going to back away immediately. And that gold going to go over to Loken. He needs it. He needs something. They're also all going to play bodyguard as he picks it up.
Imagine just walking across the map with a Kerche shard in hand and that's all you have. And you look across the board and essentially that's an Essence Reaver right there for the AD carry immediately. Yeah, Loken is just on full CSing duty. He needs to be. He doesn't want to fight. He's telling his team quite cleanly that if you guys are looking for a skirmish, I'm out of it. So you have to be pretty damn confident that you have a pick and you have an exit strategy, and Top recognizes that. They're not going for it until they're really confident.
They pick up 2 turrets, only trade 1. And RNG still in control. That 2,000 gold lead, now a 3,000 gold lead. Got themselves the Mountain Drake and the Infernal. Another Mountain going to be spawning in just under 4 minutes as well. They know there's no pressure for the top side. They can rotate their top lane towards that if they really want to, pick up some more plates, as they have about a minute left before those plates go away.
This is why I love best of 3s and being able to catch adaptation not just in draft but in overall play style. Now you're going to have to really have a focus on Loken and how he adapts during the game and how well Top Esports can play on the back end, on the back foot. I think right now what we've been seeing is XX so much kind of focus on being able to start fights that now he needs to be able to slow the game down, and that's something that I haven't seen really too much from him, during the split.
XX has been heavily pushed back into his own jungle, hasn't really had the opportunity to get those Kindred stacks. that he so desperately wants. And you can see right now he's just trying to support Knight, knowing that his win condition and in most games, and in this one it's probably the same, is to try and get Knight ahead, get him to a point where he can 1v1 anyone in the side lane and create pressure.
I think he has 0 stacks. I think this is what it was. We'll double check on it just a second. We don't have any control. Literally, it's just going to be fully the observer, so at some point they'll hover right back onto him. But just from every single moment, I mean, he hadn't had the focus on the Scuttle Crab. Right? He hasn't been able to, because of how mid lane has been going, being able to get Raptors or Gromp whenever he has spawned. So it's been just a rough time overall for XX. And we're going to have to see how he ends up playing out team fights. At this stage, he's going to be out his Lamb's Respite to be able to stall the game out, make it so GP can get to his items. As I mentioned, the Trinity Force is now the pickup for him. He's going to be the primary star of this team.
Using the Cannon Barrage into the mid lane, 369 makes sure that the mid lane turret does not fall. We see a almost actually exactly equal trade of gold. You can see where the priority was. Gangplank able to pick himself up some of there, and they gifted over a lot to Loken to try and get him some semblance of a item lead. As we see that now, Hemoplate goes down. XX just going to take a little bit more damage, and that's just pure pressure. But there's a fantastic dredge line. Into the depths you go. Loken, I don't even know anymore. They're bullying him.
He's lost focus. I think that's what it is. Just flatly set. Like, Ming didn't even use flash for it. He walked up right past the minion wave pretty easily, and he got a quick hook. Kai'Sa simply cannot dodge that unless if she, predicts it and ease in a different direction, right?
Yeah.
But just taking a look at replay here, look at Loken's position. How in the world do you actually dodge this hook? And you should be expecting it to. So, at the end of the day, wasn't thinking about it, gets hooked. You can say that he was trying to position himself around Ben, but even if that's the case, I mean, Ben recognized and was already retreating to the second turret.
Again, this gold lead, now 4,000, kind of slowly gaining that little bit of momentum. When we talked about this as RNG as a team, is that what defines a good team isn't someone who can get advantages, who's someone who can get early advantages and then continue them on, making them bigger and bigger and the gap wider and wider.
Yeah, I think what we've seen from RNG in their last series, actually, was something really good. I think it was up against LNG. When in game 1, yeah, they snowballed it incredibly quickly. They made them pay for it. Perfect.
Suning.
Suning. Oh, yeah, the Suning one was also... Yeah, they slammed LNG. There was actually just no slow game on that one. But against Suning, in game 2, Suning found early picks. It was RNG that had to slow the pace of the game down. And I think they did that really well. In fact, that's what they've been doing during 2018, 2017. And it's fun to be able to see them kind of being able to take current leads, expand them slowly. It's going to be on Top Esports that needs to get creative here.
And Top really want to fight this fight now. They want to make sure they stop the stacking. They don't want to have the reverse of what they did in game 1. As we look to see maybe a potential 5v5 coming in right now. The vision control is in their favor, but they have to go in. The Cataclysm comes down after the equalizer, as the rest of the XX is just going to drop down the Lamb's Respite to keep himself alive. Flash flip, as they're going to be able to hit him, go golden. Both mid laners now in this fight. Xiaohu just keeping himself alive, but barely, as Karsa is able to take out. No, he dies on the backside of that, but a great hook by Ming means that Langji is going to be able to chase back Knight and 369. They've got themselves the inside road. There is no turret. They have got the Gangplank, though he is relatively healthy as of this moment and time. They're looking for the re-engage as they go in with a good flank, but Uzi is still fighting. But Knight able to catch him off, but there is the Feathers go fly. XX jumps in. XX goes gold. They're able to trade back a couple, but in the end, it ends up going pretty much 4 for 3 in favor of RNG.
And a lot of those kills went to the damn Vladimir. Now he's 2-0-3 at the end of the day. We've seen enough Vladimir games to know where it's going, and it didn't even have a bad laning phase. The laning phase has been pretty great for Vlad, and now Langxing gets that opportunity to carry.
And a rare, I would almost say kind of, not poor ultimate, but definitely not an exceptional ultimate from Xiaohu. It kind of doesn't really hit that many people.
But with, MLXG retiring, you still get to see that spicy hot pop. Put him in the Cataclysm, Infernal, like the ultimate, the Equilibrium being right on top of their head. And he actually still puts in a lot of damage outside the Lamb's Respite. So you'd like to see Knight being able to play alongside the GP, make it competitive. So the back end of this one was actually really unexpected. But at the end of the day, the person who's stacking up cash right now is the Vladimir. He did exceptionally well during this fight. He's able to get to his Crimson Rush, deal the killing blow towards 369. At the end of the day, now you have yourself a fed Vladimir really early on in the game.
They get themselves the second mountain with a third one to follow in the next 5 minutes. And Top Esports, they're kind of looking a little out of sorts, especially Loken. He did less than his volley bear in that fight. He just can't put down the damage.
This actually feels bad. If you were tracking him, if you either had clipped that fight or if you looked right back into the YouTube VOD, the replay or whatever, he actually had no opportunity in the fight. Nautilus kept him down. When he finally ulted right into the thick of things, Rumble just burned him alive, and then the Vladimir Humo Plague. Like, he had no way to kite back, because they were all just respective damage that dove straight into the backline without them necessarily committing. So, good luck in the team fights as a mid-range AD carry.
See now if he's even to take this red buff.
Oh, so close!
Nope. Karsa XX did smite a little early, trying to think that the damage will be enough, but smite beats no smite, I like to feel. Especially when we're at this level of competition.
Yeah. At this stage, you know, the Kindred's not going to be even thinking about marks. He just needs to get kills. He's not going to get anything.
Here we go.
Nice
there
Rumble
is it. Ultimate. Just kind of keep him away from the turret, but there it is, equaled by Knight. Able to steal that one away, and it ends up being a trade of ultimate for ultimate.
I would like to literally call that the equalizer. I don't know about the first definition, like the first ultimate that comes down, but the fact that
Knight equalizes the
literally
equalizer.
equalized the situation, then good job. I mean, they stopped them from being able to encroach on the inner turret.
We'll see exactly what RNG's next move is. Looks like they're going to try and take out that top lane turret, keep bot lane in their favor as well. Vladimir CSing fairly nicely as well. You talked about how fed he is. He's got himself, I think it was 2 items. Once this graphic drops down, I will be able to confirm that. And Observer seems to be obsessed with checking out camps. We've done that a couple of times. We've just zoomed in.
Oh, I love watching Raptors just get eaten up, you know.
But he did it for the Krug or the Gromp as well, I think. It was
you need to see that frog die. That's just the answer.
Very, very strange. But it's actually only an item and a half. As I say, that Knight might be in a little bit of trouble. Flash engage coming in. Feathers may be able to fly for Knight as he comes back on top of this. But he's just got nothing left. Uzi says, this is how I come in. Look at the amount of Feathers just on the floor. TPs did come in from both Langshi and Xiaohu, but overall, RNG taking control.
Yeah, long death timer here for Knight. He's not going to be able to join this fight. Great timing here by RNG to be able to now pressure towards Baron. Looks like they're calling off, noticing that the wave is still stacking up top lane, but have a very clear opportunity to get vision control in the area.
They're waiting for that bot wave to push in. That's exactly what they're waiting for this one to do, because they know they have a massive stack of minions. They can force a decision out of TES.
It's just difficult. Remember, Knight has teleport, but they're going straight in.
Here we go. Equalizer right on top of the Cataclysm. That is a spicy volley bear. It's going to be a fight fought on 2 fronts as the XX goes jumped on by Xiaohu. They're both on the Lamb's respite, but Loken may be able to put down the fight. Xiaohu goes golden. We've seen the Flame Splitter Gold Boy more than once this split. Knight gets revenge. And Top Esports stopped the Baron.
But it's a 2 for 2, you're right. And that makes it so much easier now for Top Esports to slow this one down. If you're a Kindred this far back, you know, you're not doing well this game. Yeah, you're going to love the fact that you traded off so now you can get more gold into Silas's pockets.
369, he smells something. Smells that potentially a Vladimir is sitting there, and he's just going to go back. He's probably thinking, you know what? I have no vision in the river or anything, but here we go. This just looks like an overreach a little bit from RNG.
Yeah, at this stage it's actually, you know, Karsa incredibly squishy. Uzi gets slowed down, so great ultimate from the GP to slow him down and not be able to follow up the J4. And then this one was really fun, because Equalizer makes it easier for him, or at least I mean the Lamb's Respite makes it easier for him to deal with Xiaohu. Goes golden and just burns him alive. So, still, you're right. RNG had full control over the Baron area. They overextend on the team fight and lose multiple members. They still need to be able to clean this one out well. And Top Esports are still in it. We're focusing towards that GP who's actually been CSing really well at this stage. So you can't be sleeping. Can't be asleep at the wheel.
I look at the GP and it's like, oh yeah, he's CSing incredibly well. And then I look at Uzi Zaya and I'm like, he is 50 CS ahead of the highest CS for Top Esports. That is a monstrous amount of gold and experience.
Uzi is definitely the gold standard when it comes to CSing. Every game, he has a monstrous advantage in terms of just overall farm. Even if he gets a lot of pressure coming in from his mid laners. And most of the time, even if it doesn't happen, like, I think, flatly put, he is our highest CSing player in the league. I can double check it, but last time I checked.
I'm pretty sure he has an average CS per minute of 10.5, if I remember correctly, the last time I checked. But Dragon is being started. It's going to be the third Mountain Drake for RNG. There will be no contest there from Top Esports. And they're just trying to use the time to get some vision control, stall out the game a little longer. They've got the Zonias now onto Knight. They've got nearly 3 items for 369, who you imagine is going towards that Sterix Gauge, and 2 items, but that's a great equalizer, able to separate the side of Top Esports. They have no way of defending this inner turret.
All right, they're going to be basing right now, but it's just been so damn easy on the side of RNG because of the Dragon RNG.
It's the exact same.
Yep.
Just reverse. It was triple Infernal, double Mountain. Now it's triple Mountain, double Infernal.
Hey, man, it's fair. Last game, it was going heavily in favor of Top. Now this time, RNG gets all that, you know, the benefits. So now we go into game 3, and that's where you see all the garbage dragons come through.
Xiaohu has no idea that 4 people are jumping in on top of him. He's overheated. He's gone golden. But that's only to delay the inevitable. He flashes, he goes down. Cataclysm comes in, but he flashes back out straight away. There is the equalizer from Knight as he nearly gets popped. The Lance Respite will land him a little bit of time. He goes in, and that's a huge trade back, and maybe Knight can take over this fight. Top Esports are not done. Top Esports are putting in the damage, and Top Esports have routed RNG.
Knight, what kind of man are you? And guess what? You're going to get a Baron right after that. That was huge from TES.
His gift to his team. Come on my back. We are getting this 2-0. And Baron, 4 kills. Gold to the side of Top Esports. Knight does it all.
What the hell was that? He also went Zonias, by the way, in the Lamb's Respite. I thought he was screwed because he couldn't reposition. I thought he was going to go out, you know, play that one out defensively. But no, he just realizes he can't go back, goes straight forward, gets the kill.
And we are, apart from those dragons, at an equal gold state effectively. It's about 800, 900 gold in favor of RNG. Means absolutely nothing at this stage. And it all started with Xiaohu effectively getting caught.
The level of creativity coming out of this team is maddening. Now, the first set that this team had in the spring split, they knew how to come back in the game. They went up against Invictus Gaming on that one in multiple teleports to find themselves in when they were in a deficit. This one was no different. But your eyes have to be drawn into one player that wanted to fight when everyone else wanted to back away. He gets put down at 1 HP. Lance Respite comes down. He can't reposition, so he goes straight in to get Uzi. Right like that. And he sticks he stays alive for so damn long, too. Just based off that King's Glory the sustain that it has off of it. So that was crazy coming in from Knight, and I want to see better from him.
Knight realizing, and the funny thing is, Uzi went from 100 down to about 33% HP from just standing for a second to auto attack once on the stolen equalizer.
Because remember, coming into this series, we talked about MVP candidates being between Xiaohu and Knight, but Knight has just emphatically answered that. Even in a losing game, if they lose this one, sure, you go into game 3, but Knight's already proven his point. So, all right, man, let's see where we're at. They slowed the game down successfully. They got themselves Baron, and now XX can farm up pretty reliably. Already has himself Blade of the Rune King. So he had 1 item to the 2 of J4. Now he's going to be able to match up in terms of, you know, this gold margins.
Gives precious time and resources to Loken, who's had to go with the Hex Drinker build as well. They will be able to crack open this top tier 2 as well. As the Vladimir was pushing in that bot side, they finally get themselves some turret gold on the board. And this game is even, apart from those dragons.
Yeah, they need to be able to get the next dragon. So at the end of the day, you know, you have a lot of great pressure up top lane. Retreat, go back to the next dragon. RNG are already there to try and defend it through mid lane push. Let's see if the fight ends up coming through. Volibear is ready.
Here we go. 5 members of top are here. There's 4 members of RNG. There's the equalizer. Could be another 5v5 fight coming in, but no minion wave, no real engage. You're going to have to disengage from that. Use your Baron recalls and try and defend mid lane.
Oh, a mass space coming through from Top Esports when there's only 20 seconds left on the dragon. Now, this is going to be a really tough one from them. probably just conceding it completely. RNG might even try to hide and look for a fight on the back end, knowing that TES are just going to look for a fight.
TES went back, picked up some more wards, picked up some control wards as well, trying to establish dominance. They had got the Baron recalled, so they're back in time.
Take a look at Karsa, though. This is the fight that I'm looking at. He gets a Cataclysm, set up for the Rumble ultimate. Look at Longxing. He doesn't have Flash, so he can actually go over the wall.
Yeah,
but these are the fights you're looking for.
Flash is available. Knight finds himself on the other side. This could be another 5v5. Dragon has been started 29 minutes into the game.
All right,
here we go. Whose smite is better? It's going to be RNG who take it and they back away.
Double Infernal, triple Mountain Dragon, and they have the run in mid lane. So this turret, if they're able to get a hand on that mid lane inner, or at least the inhibitor turret, they're going to blow it up.
Yeah, Ben is there. There's the equalizer to try to slow people down, but I don't think it's going to be enough to dissuade the side of top from defending their inhibitor.
Ben's just in a flank position, but RNG has already gotten the notice. They're not going to be able to go for in fact, maybe he gets him.
Here we go. Karsa's off to the side. He could potentially go for it. There is the ultimate from the Nautilus. Cannon Barrage does just pepper the side of RNG, but now the inside track belongs to top.
They're just going to push this one. Remember, they still have the outer mid lane turret to pick up. It's going to be RNG that are going to mass reposition, double teleport coming through, or at least basing coming through from both the Rumble and the Nautilus. So they just want to at least be in position to defend the inner mid lane turret.
They're going to try. XX, though, playing keep away. They're going to commit the teleports. Really? Karsa is off to the side. Maybe he goes for an engage here. Xiaohu does not have equalizer. They lose the mid lane outer with a small price to pay.
That was just overly ambitious, I think, from Xiaohu there. Maybe even trying to bait top to try and team fight into him because he has Zhonya's up and would have been able to buy for time. So Top Esports didn't want to even deal with that, didn't want to touch that. Got themselves the mid lane outer turret that they've been looking for all game long, and they're just going to peace out.
And the respect that is being given by RNG to Top Esports right now is, from where they were in this game to where they are now, it is honestly a fantastic thing to see, because you could look at the early game, you could look at all your Dragon stacks and say we're still stronger, and that could be such a negative to you going into these fights. And I honestly, it's going to be such a skill matchup and how you engage on these fights the later it goes.
Yeah, so just right from the get-go, I still like RNG's team composition from a team fight perspective. I mean, Xayah, Rumble, and Vladimir should just outright hard carry it. In my eyes, it's going to be the Kindred, as far behind as he is, that is the difference maker. When does he put down the Kindred ultimate? Does it really deal with a lot of the damage that Longxing and Xiaohu are aiming for? That's why Vladimir is going to start holding his ultimates a little bit longer to be able to bait out the Kindred ultimate. He doesn't want to have the Kindred ultimate essentially nullify the Vladimir ulti. So that's really what I'm kind of looking for. Want to see how effective he is. One thing to take note of is Loken has gotten himself the Maul Malmortius. He has 3 items now locked down to, let's see, count them for Uzi. 3, 4, yeah, 4.5. He's basically full build at this stage with the QSS. To the 3 items that Loken has, he's in full poverty mode.
One thing I do look, though, to be the X factor is 369's Gangplank has been doing so much work for Top Esports this game.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're right. This GP is going to be the main point of focus for Top Esports, but the fact that Uzi is just Flame Horizon Loken that has the full item advantage, RNG are going to be really comfortable fighting just because of that alone.
Every summoner is available bar Xiaohu's TP. This is going to be a full-on mechanical fight to decide this around the Baron. You can see vision control still very much in RNG's favor as Top just look to try and control the mid lane.
All right, let's see who gets the first pick. Is it going to be the Nautilus? Is it going to be the Volibear? Volibear is looking to face tank for a reason.
Here we go. There we're going to see the flip. They're going to drop down the equalizer. Kind of separates the fight a little bit. Lamb's Respite has already come in, as well as the Cannon Barrage. Langxi just get a huge ultimate off, though, and gets some more damage as Langxi is just tearing through this team. Knight needs to be able to do something here. Loken goes down. It's a double. It's the rest of Top falling. It's going to be a almost clean ace. 5 for 1. RNG taking us to game 3.
Longxing's the MVP of that fight. Nullified Knight entirely. Knight couldn't even deal with the fight just because of him. And then in the back half, Knight couldn't hold him back. The man flash righted his AD carry. Vladimir destroyed the back half of the fight. And it's nice to be able to see RNG evening out the series.
And with their triple mountain, double infernal, It was just too big of a mountain to climb, and we are going to go to 1-1. Game 3 of RNG versus Top.
All right, man. This is about the time, maybe about 30 seconds ago, when Hysterics will start yelling something about sucking blood. Because this is the type of Vladimir performance that you want to see again. Lang Xing, they brought him onto the team from Suning for this very reason. The fact that he can play a great frontline focus. They say the Amazing J style, which is basically you kind of gracefully lose, or you get games like this where he starts incredibly ahead.
And it was such a roller coaster. Look at the goal difference over time. It's all RNG until that one big fight where it just all of a sudden equals out straight away. But that's a lot of dragons to have to contest with.
That's why dragons are apparently the name of the series.
We've had 5 mountain, 5 infernal, and then 2 ocean, 1 at the end of each, literally.
This is one of those moments that if RNG acts as though, and I'm talking about like the dragon RNG, the next game is going to be completely cloud and ocean filled, and you're just going to have to focus on the towers themselves. Get that turret plate, and you can't allow yourself, like RNG in game 1, getting 0, right? Getting absolutely none of that.
Yep.
So, at the end of the day, this is a pretty damn good series. This is a playoff preview of a series.
Yep.
And we're seeing both sides of the coin of RNG, what they can accomplish when Xiaohu gets that early game shove, that he's able to have great impact in the bot side of the map. Uzi getting all of that, essentially pressure and resources. And he has, like, not only did he, Flame Horizon the enemy AD carry, the man was actually just that full build.
Yep.
And so
100 CS ahead at 30 minutes.
Yes.
Loken had a pretty terrible time that game.
Because he was getting, essentially the entire kingdom was on him.
Yep.
Like, everyone was looming towards that lane. That's why I don't think Rumble will even be open going into the third game. I think it's going to be a very safe ban to go for, because that's the ticket for Xiaohu. Xiaohu stuck in lane, dealing with the Knight Knight's happy. But if Knight has to be chasing the man down and worrying about the rest of the map, then you start to see an equalization in the matchup, and, it's going to be a fun one. Game 3, I feel like it's just that feeling, right? You get that feeling within your gut that it's going to be the best game of this season.
Yeah.
Just because of the adaptation you've seen from both of these teams, the fact that, Top Esports are actually able to bring that game right back. I think we're going to be seeing something fun.
And again, like, yes, RNG did look pretty dominating throughout most of that, but there was that moment.
There's a blip.
There was a blip.
It was right there.
And you could see it in the goal difference. And that's the difference between these teams. Like, the difference between these teams and some of the other teams within the LPL, like, the Vichis, the OMGs, it's being able to kind of go, we're at a deficit, and we can still bring it back. There was about 6,000 gold they made up in about 30 seconds.
And it was a team-wide communication thing. The fact that they went 5-man into that pick onto Rumble because they recognized that Rumble would be able to buy enough time for the rest of the team. But by the time they come, Rumble's either already dead or at 20% HP. That Top Esports will still win the fight. And so that kind of understanding is something is very rare in teams, let alone a team that is still incredibly young.
Yep.
XX, 369, and Knight are all incredibly young players professionally. And if you look towards the bottom side of the map, like, Loken has been around, he still has experience, but not championship experience. Like, so that kind of difference that you're seeing, that's just really built into the system that Top Esports was able to have.
I just want to get into game 3.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. We're going to send it to a break, and we're going to come back. We will have the conclusion to this amazing series. Do not go anywhere.
Hello everyone, this is Niberia here with another episode of LPL Insight. In the game between FPX and Vici Gaming, FPX's jungler Tien predicted all of the opponent's moves and secured the win for his team. Let's take a look at his site. At a minute 50 into the game, Vici's jungler Ikes initiates a gank towards the bottom lane, forcing Tom's flash. From this gank, Tien knows exactly what's going to happen. He stops farming and recalls immediately, even though there are still 3 camps on his blue side. After the recall, Tien rushes straight towards bot lane while keeping an eye on the minimap. When he sees Talia vanish into the shadow, everything is in his control. He sends out a ping to remind his teammates of what's happening and plans his next move. Just a few moments later, Talia and Xin Zhao show up in the bottom lane, but don't catch FPX by surprise. He dashes into the battlefield with a teleport from Nautilus, using Unburrow to knock up both Talia and Xin Zhao, and picking up the kill. Vici starts to pull out, but it's too late. Tien gets another two-man knockup with his Flash Unburrow combo and secures himself another kill. He hunts down Caitlyn while carefully avoiding the trap and finishes the fight with a triple. With a perfect prediction and teamfight execution, Tien turns Vici's gank attempt into a huge advantage for his own team. However, Vici doesn't give up their bot lane plans. When the game reaches 9 minutes and 15 seconds, Talia and Xin Zhao attempt the gank once again. Varus is melted, and Nautilus tries to get something back, but Tom is cut down by Caitlyn's Peacemaker. In this 4 versus 2 situation, Tien and Doinby have to fall back to the turret, and it seems like there's no hope. But then a hero's entrance comes from above. Tien hits the Xin Zhao with a beautifully timed Prey Seeker, letting him cast Void Rush for the kill. He's then rooted by Lux, and Caitlyn flashes in, trying to capitalize with a Root Trap combo. In the face of imminent danger, Tien keeps calm and makes his play. He flashes over the wall before the trap arms and takes down Lux, scanning with his red trinket to keep himself away from vision. Then he pulls out safely under the protection of his teammates, making this battle a 2-for-2 trade. The final fight of the game, Tien is here to stall out, goes for a solo kill on the Talia, and even more impressively, he finds it with a Void Rush and an auto to finish it off. But now it's just him and Crisp alone versus 4. But here comes Gimgoon to save the day. Tien needs to get another kill here, gets the knockup, finds the kill, and Gimgoon finds the triple kill of his own, knocking down the nexus of Vici Gaming. Tien's perfect prediction and amazing outplays help his teammates to survive from the early gank and finally lead them to win. That's all for today's LPL Insight. See you next time.
Making that a sing. Pop that, pushing
riding high here in Beijing, and RNG are as well, bringing this game back to a 3-game series, 1-1 in the overall score. I'm BP, I'm joined again by Raz.
Yep.
Don't let that great game.
I'm just gonna say, don't let that site fool you of the Forbidden, Kingdom. That one is actually incredibly full of people during the day.
Yeah.
Last time I went, I actually just couldn't move.
It was like sardines. Like, just like, oh, this is my life.
It is definitely a tourist trap until you get in there. But I didn't get much of a chance to do that. So, but yeah, bringing ourselves back to reality. You were right. We're in Beijing. We're in Wukesong. RNG brought it back to Game 3. And a lot of it came down to me for the draft. The draft looked great, and it allowed Senior MVP to thrive.
Yeah, it was, of course, Uzi, the MVP of Game 2. A lot of goal difference at the very end there, about 5,000 there, but kill participation, he was pretty much everywhere, and he was just the beneficiary of just so much gold and so much resources.
Yep, the resources came in strong. A lot of it was just Xiaohu not really giving up much CS at all to make this dive happen. And remember, this was Knight trying to respond, didn't have a Rumble ultimate ready for himself because he already used the top side. And so great timing from RNG to make this happen. And then, of course, you have XX dying in the back half. I always love to see replays like these. They just catch you off guard. But then this is the playstyle that RNG wanted to go for. Set the Cataclysm down, throw in the Equalizer, and lay as much damage as possible. You focus on the AD carry, and Loken dies easily. Not only was there an Ignite taking on him, the Vladimir ultimate, the Rumble Q that was an ultimate that was also just on top of his head. He had no chance to survive in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, and it was... it was a team effort, obviously, from RNG. Like, in the early game, it was Uzi. In the late game, it was Langxi, because he just won that final team fight pretty much off his own back. And it wasn't all doom and gloom for top, though. Like, there was some, again, we talked about it in the post-game, some blips, some moments.
This is a great one. This one really brought them back into the game. Because even though RNG came in to help them out, you got to see two things. Great strategical point from Top Esports, but even a great individual effort from Knight. Keeps himself alive for such a long time, and then doubles down to get the kill on the Uzi. Sticks alive for so long, too. Made it a large win for Top Esports to play around Baron. They slow the game down. At the end of the day, though, the Vladimir comes in big, buys a lot of time dealing with Knight on his own, and then look who he goes for next. Immediately gets the kill on towards the Volibear, gets the Crimson Rush on towards Loken, and then he deals with Knight. Really, although Uzi picks up MVP, Vladimir went wild this game.
Yep, looked incredible in those late game team fights, and it's always hard to pick an MVP, especially when you have such a team-orientated game as RNG come back out looking to seal the deal and cement themselves as the #2 seed in LPL as of right now.
Yeah, and maybe even go for that top spot. You never know what the future holds. You never know if FPX ends up dropping a few series coming into it, and you might be able to snag that top 1 spot. That's still up and available, and so at the end of the day, #1 and #2 has always meant being slotted into the semifinals.
Yep.
And all you need is that one best of 5 wins to put yourself into the finals. And, IG benefited the last split. They got themselves that 1 win over Top Esports and then found themselves in the finals where they had that 1 win versus JDG. Easy. So find yourself good seeding. Both of these teams are aiming for that.
And Top, they can take solace in a lot of that game, but again, they got to reset, and I think you said it. I do not think the Rumble is going to be getting through draft this particular time.
Yeah, don't let Xiaohu get a hand on the champion. If you want him to have the Zoe, let him give him Zoe. Because at least you got a lot of picks to be able to deal with it. Anything else, because the Rumble, when you just have that free get-out-of-jail-free card, that's something that Knight doesn't want to give the enemy mid laner.
And Knight
最近状态特别好嘛，就比赛上他就各种乱杀嘛，就和他交手的话，可能还要更加努力一点吧。
He wants to try harder.
天南还有裙子嘛，就都比较强势吧，就感觉就打什么都能打的英雄，就可以先选，就比较厉害。
Thinks Kiana and Mordekaiser are the OPs, and wonder what Xiaohu thought about it on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, look, when we saw Mordekaiser when it wasn't banned, it's still
disabled.
Banned.
Still disabled.
Take a look at this one. What Xiaohu thinks.
我看得出来你在前几场比赛失利之后，不管是情绪上还是状态上，多少有一些低落吧。在我当年也是有你这样的情况吧，就是希望你不要太在意，然后 希望你可以在跟我们RNG交完手之后尽快调整过来。
You know what? That was a roller coaster of an interview. I thought he was being super BM,
yeah.
And then it was like, no, I'm being super supportive, but then I'm still gonna beat your ass.
Oh my God, man! You gotta calm these kids down. All right, that's my big thing about that. I just want to be able to see what Xiaohu can provide going into the next game, because I mean, Knight was right about the champion picks through mid. I'm surprised we still haven't seen the Qiyana. I think a lot of people are, especially with how both of these guys have went wild with the Qiyana pick.
Yep. I think a big thing for both these teams so far in this series has been that Jarvan pick, though, as well. The Jarvan has played a key role in both victories, and I feel like Qiyana is kind of like inadvertently, kind of like nerfed as such, because when she ults into the Jarvan ultimate, it literally just circles around it. You cannot get into the Cataclysm unless you're already there.
Zuzi definitely remembers that one because happened in his recent experience. Now we're going straight into the pick and ban for the final game of the series.
Final game of the series, final game of the day. We're going to see what exactly Top Esports want to get rid of. Silas shall not be put into Knight's hands. RNG have learned their lesson. They almost paid for it in that second game.
Slowly, RNG's bans are just going to be Knight bans. The Aurelia being taken away from him, the Silas being taken away from him. What's going to be the last ban that RNG goes for?
I'm going to go for the Yuumi. And do Top let out the Rumble? Do they leave it open?
That's a tough one. Looking at it, maybe you give it away, but I just don't want to give Xiaohu the ability to wave clear consistently like that. Maybe they have a pick into it. Maybe they go towards the Camille. We've seen the Camille option as a response towards Rumble, but it's not as reliable. You have to all in and focus on that primary execution. If you can execute once on it, perfect. Rumble's out of the game, but it's a tough one. That's why they're draining out the clock.
Jarvan, key to both victories, taken away from both teams. TES think that they can deal with the Rumble, but it was the Jarvan that was the issue.
Exactly, the Jarvan makes it so much harder to play around the equalizer, and so makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense, and now we go into the pick ban with, you could say, pretty heavy focus on jungle bans. J4, Olaf, and the Silas have been banned out, which pretty much takes a pretty damn big damage toward the jungle pool.
And which means we're probably going to see a very, very different draft from both of these sides. See the Tam Kench picked up there for the side of RNG. They put a lot of emphasis in their series against Suning. Definitely something that Ming is very, very comfortable with, can reset fights very, very well, and just keep someone safe.
The Gragas hover makes a lot of sense. XX is his most comfortable champion. And another thing, too, is that it just works really well versus the Tom Kench. Sir Thomas Kench may pick someone up, but he's still going to be giving a lot towards his team when the cask ends up throwing him into the midst of his champions pool. So this is actually, okay, they baited me a little bit with the hover back towards the Sejuani, but it makes a lot of sense to keep firm on the Gragas pick. You can just see XX going at it, man. Now, it's a blessing to be seeing XX back onto the team after having those few missed games when he was sick, because the man is bloody vocal. He talks, man. He's a major shot caller and communicator for the team.
We'll see now, Gragas locked in. Kai'Sa again going to be for Loken for the third game in a row. Great game one, not so great game two. But I feel like the Volibear will not be picked. RNG hovering the Sejuani and the Ivern. Did see Ivern played last night in the LEC. Was played
Brock
for
is
Fnatic.
smashed.
Yeah,
right.
Brock is smashed. Even with Ivern, who barely does any damage, he's still smashed.
In the friendliest manner, he smashed.
Exactly. And Sejuani locked in. So you talked about the Sejuani for side of XX. He decides to go with the Gragas, and the handshake of swapping the two means that Karsa picks up the Sejuani.
Looks like this one's going to be focused pretty heavily around team fighting, because if you're going to be seeing a Kai'Sa and Gragas on one side, yeah, just like that lock-in, certainly you're going to be seeing a Sivir and Sejuani on the other. From the RNG's perspective, with how slow they can play these games, they're going straight at it. That's a great poster. Even closer to the last one. It's actually just insane what you get to see in the Beijing venue.
It's incredible how talented a lot of the people in the venue are as well. As we see the Zoe hovered, not quite locked in, but we do see as well Sivir locked in for Uzi.
The bane to the Sivir's existence is literally this pick. Because yeah, you can think about it as spell shielding one thing, but a lot of the times, like just how the Sleepy Trouble Bubble works, if it lands on you initially, you're going to go to sleep. And the subsequent damage that comes through from the Q is something that you can't scoff at. Another thing too is you can't spell shield everything. I think the coordination that comes through in a lot of these teams is the fact that they're able to bait spell shield right from the get-go so the subsequent CC or damage can land. And so I want to be able to see what Uzi can do when you have something flying at you from 100 miles an hour.
That's a Trundle ban.
That's true.
does that mean that we possibly see Ben taking the Gragas into support lane? Do RNG know something that we don't?
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of support Gragas actually sprout up ever since the HP buffs that it got, I think, in 9.13. I mean, it's just a pretty good champion. I think the two best support Gragases in the LPL is, ironically, Ming and Mako. So Ben, as a player, is actually still can't play that champion. I want to see what he can provide here because it's actually a pretty good pick support-wise into the top Kench, so it makes a lot of sense.
But probably not going to happen here if this Alistar is locked in.
Yes.
Almost certainly going over to the XX into the jungle. But Ben on Alistar, definitely something I like seeing him on.
And good luck spell shielding the headbutt pulverizer. We still have 9 seconds until he makes his pick, but it does very well versus the Sivir because you can time it well. So there we go. You're always going to get the pulverizer if you can get the spell shield, essentially soaking up the headbutt.
So we're still waiting on the top laner of top
Nice art,
Esports.
man. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
And art is pretty sick. I'm telling you, there's some aspiring artists in these venues.
I mean,
in LCK as well. Have you ever noticed that?
Yeah.
The crowd have some insane art skills. It looks like RNG. Looks like they're going to be locking in the Renekton for Langshi in that top side. Now what do they want to give to Xiaohu?
It's going to be interesting to see because, I mean, that Renekton could go in either lane matchup, but I would prefer it to be top lane, as you had mentioned. You would see the full composition coming out of this team, and yes, bring back the mid lane Lulu. I got Uzi in my team. Let's buff him up.
This is an inspiration from Dominus' recent series, not the most recent one today, but the one previous to that where they did play the Lulu with the Sivir hyper scaling comp. They did have a Karma as well, but Lulu in the mid lane, incredibly safe,
Wait
able
a
to
minute.
protect Uzi.
How are there 4 Lulu games in the LPL? I should be catching up on this.
Twyla. That's
yeah,
why.
he does play a lot of Lulu.
He plays a lot of Lulu.
He plays a lot of Lulu, and a lot of those games happen on broadcast. But we get to see Lulu mid coming in from Xiaohu, dealing with Zoe. Technically works out very well. I think he's going to, I would like for him to swap actually towards Cleanse, but there's a reason why he would want to go to Teleport. But he's going to be playing this lane pretty risky.
And you can see with Uzi at the moment hovering over that heal, he is going for pure keep me alive. In those late game team fights between the 25 to whatever mark we get to, it's all about keeping Uzi alive for the side of RNG. They're going back to their old strats.
I just love the fact that you talk about, you hype up the idea of RNG diversifying, right? They're playing through multiple carries, guys. But then we get to the game 3. You're like, God damn it, buff me up. Get me nice and strong.
He went into the back room and was just like, Steak, buddy.
Look.
It's time.
I'm going to pull you aside, dog.
Yep.
The other guys don't need to talk about this. It has to go through you. Get this man to play Lulu, okay?
And I'll do the rest.
And then get the top laner to play Karma. Maybe think about having a Yuumi support. I just need this composition. I also saw a certain tree coming out from Fnatic.
Yeah.
Everybody
you
has
could go
to support
full
me.
shields if you wanted to.
Protect me.
Didn't get the full deal, but I think Steak went him halfway. He was like, look, I can't get you the Karma, but I can get you the Lulu.
All right.
And that was the deal.
If he didn't get it, then it's in his contract.
Yeah.
It's in there. He can put up a fuss. He can hold out.
But now the pressure's on Uzi. Protect the Uzi composition with very much the Renekton shoring it up versus what I can only imagine is a disengaged split push comp coming out from top Esports.
Hey, we're going to game 3. If the ultimate doesn't go on towards the Sivir, maybe you get a goddamn fat Renekton into the midst.
We'll have to wait and see, but the third and final game of this epic series, RNG versus top Esports, hit the rift. And now we see classic RNG. It's like you know when you get Game of the Year edition. This is RNG of the Year edition.
Yeah, pretty much. You go straight back to the old. It's like when you're picking up, Jordan's squad back in the day, that championship team. Basically the same idea. You're going back to the old rules. You're like, wow, I didn't think, Lulu fit here. It doesn't, but it fits with them. Now the whole question about if Xiaohu is going to stick to teleport, finally gets resolved. He actually goes towards Cleanse. Thank God. I was wondering if he was going to take that extra risk, man. Don't take that risk.
Got Spellbook.
That's
so
true.
can swap it out.
Makes sense, makes sense. Meet me halfway. That compromise is even happening too from Xiaohu.
Yeah, saw you messaging Steak, just being like, hey dude, meet you halfway again. You know, I heard what you had with Uzi.
I didn't get to mention this whatsoever, but the Jax being picked up by 369. This is an awful matchup for the Jax. But hey, if he finds himself one pick, if the Gragas ever gives him anything on the side, then he can actually get snowballing. So we'll just have to see him get to that point. Let's see how this lane goes ordinarily. You do rank up, you know, Counter-Strike level 1, so that's not a surprise. It works pretty poorly against Long Xing, but I mean Renekton in general, once he gets his full rank up on W and E, so once he just gets his full rotation, he's actually going to be completely fine in the lane. But you just have to hold that L in level 1.
Yep. Yeah, take the level 1L. Happens. The only kind of positive you could say for 369 as he takes a huge chunk.
Thank you, Observer, by the way. I just love being able to see how the level 1 goes for the Jax. It's going to turn in its time, especially when Renekton ends up getting the wave here, but it's nice to be able to see 369 play this one out so perfectly.
Pushing the wave.
Sad.
At 10 CS ahead, so he's almost certainly going to end up with a little bit more here and uses his newfound advantage, put down some vision, give some information to XX and where the Sejuani might be.
Yeah, he just needs to have all eyes on the location of the enemy jungler, because there's going to be a pretty heavy focus towards the top lane to either getting the Renekton snowballing or getting that Jax nice and fat. I talk about it, man. I made a point about getting Renekton fat based off Lulu ultimates if he gets into the thick of things. Right now, he's getting absolutely slammed right now in the early laning phase, but at least there's great sustain coming in from the Renekton.
Hard for the Renekton to really land that stun. You know, you want the Cull the Meek to really, or the Ruthless Predator, excuse me, to really kind of land on. Very hard to land that on something that literally dodges auto attacks.
Yep. That's why he kind of needs to respect the early pressure, and I think he just did. He actually took so many free auto attacks from the Jax, and so now Jax is right back on him as he teleports back into the lane. He took a lot of great damage from the Counter-Strike and subsequent auto attack and W, even fully committing with the teleport now.
Yeah, this is Knight actually jumping in on top of this, and they're going to try and just keep going on this. Karsa there for support, but we saw the exact same move come in for Top Esports and the game 1 of this series. And it just seems to be keep this Renekton down.
And it's just so goddamn, you know, effective. The fact that Xiaohu couldn't do too much because he was slowly shoving up the wave, this is still a pretty good advantage by Xiaohu, but at the end of the day, what does that actually work, like what does that actually do for him? In fact, the wave is nice for Knight now, so he can hold the wave a little bit longer while Jax has been pounding on Renekton.
And we talked about right at the start of this series, and the important matchup was going to be Knight versus Xiaohu. I don't think that has disappointed. But even looking at how these two guys have literally created the 2 wins for their teams, Game 1, Knight gets early priority, goes to roam, sorts out his lanes. I have to hold that thought as they go straight onto Ming. He's forced to flash away as the junglers are having at it in the river.
RNG is just trying to protect that bubble. They know that their lane's doing well, even though Ming had to flash out, but they still had the big wave shoving in. Just let them have it.
Scuttle almost certainly going to go over to Karsa, but
he's
the
isolated.
priority there is to Top Esports. Ben gets jumped on, but a good double knock-up keeps him alive. They get a little bit of poke there with the Paddle Star. Knight doesn't have a lot of mana, neither does Xiaohu. Everyone gets themselves out. Very tentative from both sides.
Such a precarious situation on both ends. Talking about Karsa getting ganged up on, but his team essentially groups up and helps him out. And then XX, who is certainly a primary focus. And then the Alistar, but, you know, great pulverize to get him out of it. So nothing happens. But there was a lot of, going back to Medic's term, saber rattling. It was being rattled.
A lot of posturing, if you want to have your own term.
Nah.
Saber rattling just kind of sounds a little bit too much like a mouthful. Like posturing, you know? Puffing your chest up.
Puffing your chest out.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. You can have that one, Raz.
There we go. We'll take it. Thank
on
you.
The house.
I appreciate it. I ain't paying you a dime.
Yeah. We'll see now if Xiaohu plays the ultimate price. As everyone just seems to be collapsing onto his mid lane. Oh, they've seen him now. Flash in, flash away. Cleanse was available.
He should be fine.
Should be fine, but XX able to back away. They needed one more stack of the Tahm Kench passive, and he would have been able to devour him or stun him.
It's actually just been so smart. 80 carries being kept down on their own, and the support's putting in a lot of effort on RNG's side to protect Xiaohu. On Top Esports side to be able to at least give that early snowball going for Knight.
And like I said, back to my earlier point before we had that skirmish down in the bot side, it has been about which mid laner has been able to open themselves and influence the other lanes that has determined this early game for both these squads.
And if we're just talking about like who ends up benefiting the most out of all of this, I mean, I guess it's twofold. But I'll say right now, I really enjoy what RNG has been doing to protect that bubble in the bot side of the map. Because it all started with Karsa holding the Gragas back, saying that although Ming burned his flash, it's actually a better situation for Uzi and Ming in the laning phase where they're consistently shoving in. Now, it doesn't amount to a CS advantage, but they're currently chipping at the turret. And so, currently liking what Uzi and Ming are doing and Karsa being able to protect that consistently. Take a look at the summoners there for Xiaohu. Xiaohu recognizes the amount of burden that's going down his direction. So, teleport if he wants to. Certainly the cleanse is going to help as well.
Handy thing about it, even if you do lose your flash early on, you have got the potential to trade it back for another summoner of better value for the immediate future. As we see that top lane, early laning phase, just 369 played the early, level 1, level 2 just so much better, and now Longxi, he's paying for it.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, 369 has actually been playing out the waves so well. And so he can slowly shove this one in. Usually he would call his jungler to come in and kind of zone him out with his huge wave. But dragon timing is pretty crucial here, so.
Another Mountain Drake.
Yep. I thought it was going to be, turning the dime here. 369 playing a pretty big risk.
And that's how quick this matchup can turn around. You're against a Renekton, and I imagine people in chat arguing how does the Jax lose this matchup. That's how.
Yeah, I mean, definitely once you get to your first 3 levels, I think a lot of it comes down to how the early trades went. And so a lot of the times you don't get to see it so much in competitive play with how little we see from Jax. But being able to see how well 369 played out first level and a half, and having the necessary support too, because it wasn't just him, it was a team-wide effort. XX and Knight, especially the TP from Knight, and XX mixing it so the Renekton couldn't pick up the waves underneath the turret, so it's been pretty tough for him. And being able to see this Mountain Dragon now go down for RNG. Next one's going to still be another Mountain. The game's already starting out pretty well for RNG.
Yeah, they realized there was no pressure from the bot side or the mid lane as of that moment and time. They're able to sneak in the Sejuani over the back end with the Blast Cone. Easy enough pickup for them. But top, they're not going to want to leave it just at that. You can imagine they are just waiting for an opportunity to really kind of go for it. And you imagine it probably will come from this top side given the advantage they've accrued.
Oh, got him.
It's going to be cleanse burned. And he throws the cleanse back at him. He picked it up, used it. I don't need it.
I don't want this. You take it.
You might need it in a bit. Karsa is around, has got the Glacial Prison.
It's a lot of people.
That's a lot of people there for the side of RNG. They want to keep Knight down. Flash with the Boomerang Blade. Double flash. And they may be able to get him out of here. Ming did come out on the backside. Ming saves Karsa. And Knight, he won't go down that easy.
Crazy. How do you do that without any expectation? Didn't expect that kind of gank from happening. His team certainly didn't. XX was at his Krugs and, didn't really gauge that being a possibility. And he just double flashes right out.
Great reactions there from Knight. And didn't panic. Realized there was another flash as well on the board, given he has his W, as the Sejuani used the flash to get over the side. XX going to pick up this Rift Herald nice and early. You can imagine that's going to go towards that top side to keep that Jax snowballing, get him towards his Trinity Force ASAP.
I'm just so focused on the prior play. The man doesn't blink is the problem here. Knight literally just I don't think he blinked for about 10 years now. The man is so zero focused in. When a play like that, there's no such thing as a surprise. He's like, yes, I've anticipated this and one of the many possibilities. Now I'm just going to, get the hell out of here. The only way I know how to. He slows the game down.
Yeah, slows in, gets a, doesn't die, doesn't lose anything because he had the TP in the back pocket as well, so able to pick up all the farm as well, so keep himself relatively in line. This game is already starting to shape up to be quite the spectacle. One mistake, one amazing play could be the difference between winning and losing this entire series.
And at this stage, I mean, just based off that early defensive play, I think Top Esports are now comfortably with the flash up from XX. Look for a pick on towards Xiaohu. Remember, he uses cleanse really early on, just based off the first pickup by Sleepy Trouble Bubble by Knight. So they can try and rehash those plays, but they are on a timer just because of what Uzi and Ming are looking for bot side.
Have to clear out the vision that has been established. Some good, strong river vision here for the side of RNG. You can see on the mini-map 3 pink wards, 4 pink wards actually, all littered across from mid to bot. And they've got themselves a pretty decent line of control. Dragon won't be up for another minute 30. Top Esports, though, you got to imagine they're going to be feeling pretty good. They're going to look to maybe try and snowball this top side a little more.
Ooh. Yeah, we're about to get as much gold down, and with how close the Jax is towards Trinity Force, certainly going to be able to get that for himself. Right now, focus from RNG has to be able to respond to this, and I don't know how you respond to this one.
That's how. You do have to use Tamkench ultimate, brings Uzi into the mid lane, but no one else there to respond for the side of TES. They might lose the mid lane turret. They will lose a lot of plates, though.
All right.
As a Shezwani and Longzi is there. That's a good ultimate from XX, but he gets caught out. Flashes,
Ooh.
body slams, nice escape route. Perfectly played for him, and all the while, Jack's just been pounding at this turret.
But that was pretty damn crazy. Just based off the fact that, sure, he blew his flash to be able to get the job done, but he was just trying to blow away the minion wave. Slow the game down, so now Jax was able to get the top lane turret plating easily for himself. He was able to get the full wave there. Now, Renekton is so far behind this game, it's laughable. It's crazy. You can go back to base, expect him to pick up his Trinity Force. Now he's going to be on side lane, and when we're talking about the early game from Renekton that technically didn't even exist, now the Jax has been super amplified where Renekton doesn't even want to be in the side lane anymore.
Jax goes back, like he said. They're able to accelerate him to his Triforce, and that means he's just here in time for this potential Dragon fight. That's going to be spawning in just under 10 seconds. TP has been used there by Loken to get himself back into position. They've moved the Jax down, 369 now into that mid lane. And they've started it. There is a pink ward in the back of the pit for RNG. Do they want to give this up? It doesn't look likely. They have got a TP available from them on Langshi as well.
All right. Not going to be a response here. But at least they break up the Mountain Dragon. It'd be just god-awful if, you know, RNG were able to pick up that one. But now they actually just lose across the board. Couldn't pick up the mid lane turret. Couldn't pick up the Mountain Dragon to even it up. I mean, or at least get the 2 Mountain Dragons themselves. And now they're dealing with what is a demonic Jax, who's picked up 640 gold based off turret plating. Take a look at this.
Here we go. The engage comes in. Sivir going to be eaten up, gobbled up, set back out. But here comes 369. He's going to come into this. Glacial Prison locks him up, but he flashes straight onto Uzi, and he's still going. They're still keeping him alive. There's first blood at 14.5 minutes, but the Renekton's now on the backside. They've traded 2 for 1 in favor of Top Esports. Ben comes in. A Killer Instinct jumps in. Karsa now going to be the focus. There is the Trouble Bubble. Good blast cone. Keeps RNG safe. They only lose the fight 2 for 1.
Crazy that it takes 14 minutes before the first blood comes down. But look at how relentless 369 was. He came in through the back door. He didn't even realize there was a back door there. Uzi was like, all right, I think I'm safe. Tamkench has saved me. I am fine. I am okay. Then I had to blow flash. Lulu ultimate came down on him, and Jack still gets the kill.
It took a lot of stuff, though, for them to see it. Let's see how this one starts.
But, like, this is the fun part, because Jax uses a ward hop to be able to get right through. He's like, all right, I know what to do here. Let's get right in there. How are you doing? Not only did, of course, mentioning the fact that Uzi had to flash out, Lulu ultimate comes down, he still dies from it. Renekton does a good enough job being able to buy time, but obviously not a lot of time. Like, how far behind he is at this stage of the game, Loken was be able to get right past that pretty damn quickly.
And you see, the Renekton was there for a long time, but not a good time.
So one of the greatest problems that now RNG is about to face, probably already have to be fair, is that their composition is completely focused on 2 forms of damage, and Renekton doesn't even have damage. That's how far behind he is at this stage. But now, it's literally just the Uzi show. And he just has 1 item when he's going up against what is, you know, a Zoe's doing pretty damn fine, the Trinity Force, Jax, who's easily able to get you, even based off the originally planned protection composition. So is going to be a tough one for Uzi.
Here we go. No flash available for Ming as he gets jumped on. He's going to be able to keep himself alive with the wild growth. But 369 has found himself on the backside. Heals, Zonia's. A lot of damage from this Sivir. They're not able to take down the Tahm Kench. There's too many heals. There's too many shields. Killer Instinct comes down, but just not enough. Top Esports still fishing, still looking. They get the trouble bubble down. They're going to look to try and force this. There's no way for the Renekton to join this. It's a pure 5v4, but RNG are staying alive. RNG are keep going. RNG will only lose the tower. That was very well kited.
I think that was a really good Glitter Lance, because that Jax would have had Counter-Strike up very quickly, would have been able to got at least a 3-man stun. With how long that fight went on, you know, good job for Ming. Ming really slowed the pace of the game down. But Top Esports are outright dominating these fights, and it's making it harder and harder for RNG to have a response. Now that Tahm Kench can't keep himself alive, no stopwatch available.
No stopwatch, but definitely a positive outcome given they were 5v4 and still traded 1-for-1 in turrets.
Yep.
So they'll take those. They'll keep getting the accumulative gold going in, and now...
Oh, we see you.
XX. No one really there to support him just yet. He needed another 2 or 3 seconds.
But at least he zoned them away from even thinking about taking this mid lane turret. And at the end of the day, you know, taking a step back and looking at what RNG had as an initial goal, I mean, they hit their item spike. I'm not talking about Uzi in particular. I'm talking about Xiaohu being able to get both Ardent Sensor and the Athene's Unholy Grail. So he's doing basically peak Lulu is what we're seeing here. You may not see it in the damage chart. The damage chart doesn't exist.
You may not like it, but this is what peak Lulu looks like.
Yep. Now you finally get to see what it can essentially put down in place for his team now. Uzi still needs items, and I think that comes down to just him trying to get on as much wave, many waves, I guess, underneath him. They're going to try and slow this one down, but with Baron coming up in 2 minutes' time, it's going to be RNG trying to stop them. They got that time.
You can see these fights will be won and lost about whether or not Top Esports can kill Uzi. If Uzi survives, I say that.
All right.
Glacial Prison gonna miss. Ben gonna be forced to use the ultimate to get a lot of damage. There is a good explosive cast, but an even better Devour to keep him alive. Ben will fall. No damage onto Uzi just yet. You can see they want to try and keep poking for this.
It's way too tough. At the end of the day, that explosive cast helped Uzi and Ming a lot more than it did hurt, because it was a great positioning, but you're right, even better from Tahm Kench to save them out. Weaved right in through the minion wave.
That mid lane tier 1 goes down, and it's actually going to be 369 with priority over this dragon for the moment.
This is the kind of game it is, isn't it?
Yep.
This is just a Jax game, my friends. This is when you just turn up your music, whatever it is. I'm imagining rap. You're on side lane duty, and you're picking up as much as you can get on the opposite end.
Great flash.
Yeah, great flash coming through, but just look at the cast that comes as a response. And then Tahm Kench to be able to save him, and then reposition because of now the new trajectory of where the cask is throwing you. So he definitely saves Senior Karsa.
Yeah, would have been a 1-for-1, you would imagine.
Yep, Karsa's definitely paying the bills tonight. At least with the dinner. I don't know about the house bills.
I was going to say, I was like, it's a big training facility. Like,
yep.
It's a pretty state-of-the-art. It'd be a bit unfair on one person having to pay it. But Karsa definitely feels grateful for that. They trade mid lane turret for an Infernal. Another one going to be spawning again. And again, we see the gods of dragons just able to turn around to us and say, you know what, guys? It's all mountains, it's all Infernals. The last one will be an ocean, though. That's just the price you have to pay. Can't have triple in all 3 games.
Thank God. I mean, I swear other dragons exist. Like, I promise you guys.
Not in LPL. Not in LPL, they don't. Not in this game.
Yeah, this game in particular is literally what's happening here. I don't know. I'm just putting that out there. There's a possibility that someone had influenced the game. We may have a game.
Someone said prayers to RNGesus.
Yep.
It's not okay. It's unfair.
We got him. Ladies and gentlemen.
They got him, but have they got any follow-up? There's a great explosive.
That's a lot of damage.
Yep, great explosive cast. It's going to force the ultimate out of Uzi. Actually, no, it doesn't even, actually. That was just the Lulu speed up, excuse me. As I say that, though, here is... prediction, but an even better Flash, headbutt, pulverized from Ben as he keeps the fight going. Uzi is still alive. Uzi is still going in. Langxi's able to join the fight as well. This looks like a fight without Jax, and a fight without Jax means that RNG win.
I want to take a look at that one more time, because that, my friends, is peak Sejuani action. Knows that Zoe's going to go straight back, and so he's, oh, no, no, no. Yeah, you taking that.
Ooh.
You're taking that cue.
They will be on the Baron. A lot of poke here available to them. The Jax is still alive, has, of course, got the ultimate as well. Smite had to go down to keep the Sejuani alive as well. Jax jumps in. Jax has been ignited, or sorry, exhausted, and polymorphed. He gets one kill. Baron does go over to the Sejuani as well to try and just keep on fighting this. They're trying to kill off Uzi and Xiaohu, but I don't think they have the damage. I lie. The Jax is still going. Ooh! Almost able to get it. Knight. Will he be able to kill this one off? Yes, he will! And now it's Uzi versus Knight. The big franchise players. Baron goes over, 4 kills though to top, and only Uzi survives.
That's all you need, honestly, to be able to just, are we focusing? We're hunting, baby. This is man tracker right now. Okay, he's done. He's all right.
You can't dive it. Too much health on that server.
But the fact that this game is just coming down to just the small details, that Jax almost turned into essentially a Dan experience. Almost found himself multiple kills on a Baron, turned the entire fight. Let's take a closer look at this one, because Knight goes out, and he's going to get stunned in pretty easily. Locked right down tight. So while he's just going onto the back end, you're right, Jax wasn't there for the fight. He was making the long run in the minimap, as you can see. He wasn't going to be there for it. And so Uzi was well protected. Hit flash properly and been able to take down in front of back, and Renekton is in a pretty comfortable position.
This is where it almost goes awry. I actually thought the smite was used by Sejuani. It wasn't. It was a unsealed spellbook smite by the Lulu. But Jax almost gets this.
Yes.
Like, literally almost gets this. And that's,
I love the fact that Karsa did well to protect Uzi in this situation. In fact, actually woke up a little bit earlier because of that Luden's proc. So good job ultimately from Karsa. Karsa started the fight. Karsa protected the president. And now you're back to, you know, the first few steps, which is being able to nail this game down with the Baron buff that you have. Are we being creative now, Top Esports? Is this what we're doing?
They're looking for position on the Dragon. There's going to be 30 seconds on this Infernal. RNG wanted to equal up that and to boost Uzi up that a little bit more. They have got the 1 Baron buff left. No teleports available for anybody.
Where are we going?
They're
looking at the Jax.
They're looking to try and
we need to look
catch
at the
him
Jax.
out. There's the redemption coming down as well to put down extra damage. Flash in, but 369 going to be able to survive. And they're going to be able to tank up the Glacial Prison as well. But XX goes golden. And now Ben's in the front of this, but they can try and maybe turn this around. It's going to be the first of the fight going down. Karsa in a lot of trouble. Ben goes down as well. RNG, they find the opportunity. They get 2 kills, and almost certainly going to be the Drake after it.
Ming, this game, has been putting in a ton of work with this Tahm Kench in team fights, and then being able to get the positioning behind the Jax. And while he comes out surviving, you get a lot of members down for the... Oh, maybe they get something.
369 is still here. Did use the teleport to jump back in.
Okay.
Uzi's been caught! Uzi's down! The president is no longer here! And 369 is going to make them pay the biggest price they can! Xiaohu just about gets out, but Loken is hunting. They smell blood. 369 knows he's around here somewhere. He's going to find him eventually, you can imagine. He's going to turn straight away onto Langxi. But he's not going to find them just yet. They will be able to get him out. They get the Infernal. Drake! Ooh! Gets himself the shield.
You're on the wrong side of the
smite.
map. I mean, you're just going to die no matter what. 369 is going to track you down. Let's see what he can do.
Can he Soaz this?
It's a long
He's going to put it same bush as
They
Soaz.
know what you're doing.
He's going to go for it. 369 needs to find him right now. He's not going to. Yes, he will! 9-9 in kills to get the Infernal. Gold is even. This game cannot be any more even.
This is a fun one. Knight just slammed the brakes to RNG's troubles because you found Uzi on the wrong side of the map. Honestly, Uzi was just out in the open. They got him. Secret Services wasn't going to be enough. Now you need to hire new talent. You just need to hire more bodies to be in front of you because apparently there's a hole in between.
You got to watch your own back. You can't just rely on the help. If you want something done, you got to do it yourself. And you can see as soon as Uzi goes down, RNG's composition can do nothing.
I mean, what Zoe provides is really counter to the identity of RNG's composition. I mean, a lot of the times you think poke is great versus protection, right? Protect and go. There's a different definition to what poke Zoe has. That's 100 to 0.
That's burst.
That's literally just I poke, I burst,
yeah.
100 to 0, you don't exist no more. Like, you're just gone, brother. You're gone. So you're in a position right now.
Life.
So Xiaohu can be just killed right immediately. Definitely Uzi can be put in that same situation. So the Baron buff. Yeah, 750 gold. It's still a positive.
Yep, it's still positive, but definitely so the funny thing is, you get 1,500 gold for taking the Baron.
Uh-oh. Don't say that.
Yeah, so they actually lost 50% of its gold efficiency.
I don't want to hear that either.
But again, this game, you called it. This game just feels like it's just going to be the best game of the season.
This is the level of adaptations you see, layers upon layers, honestly. Both of these teams have a way out. If you see an Invictus Gaming game, they only go in. But for a lot of these teams, RNG and Top Esports, they can, you know, essentially ramp up the accelerator or burn it straight down. This is going to be fun to be able to see what Knight can do here because he has a lot of terrain to work with. But the next time Sleepy Trouble Bubble comes right back up.
Inside track is owned by RNG. He's going to try and poke over the wall, just try and get rid of these minions. That tier 2 should go down, but XX has found himself on the side. They don't really have priority over this one right now, and they back away.
It. Baron buff is in the side of Top Esports, and they have a really fast composition to burn it down. So RNG, let's go.
Here we go. The Glacial Prison doesn't hit, and 369. Good explosive cast to disengage the complete fight. Jungler ult for jungler ult, but also Uzi used the on the hunt.
This is going to be the most important part of this game right now.
Oh, Karsa goes too far. Karsa has to be devoured, and that's what 4-man counter-strike is huge. Makes the burst to fall, and TES can now put this fight in. They've got so much. Uzi is down. The president is over. It's a clean ace. Top Esports find it.
They just smothered them. Honestly, that is the fattest Jax I've ever seen in my life. Just give him the MVP before the game even ends.
4-man counter-strike, and that could be the game. They have no defenses. They've got the minion wave. They can do this.
You gotta love it. This game was in RNG's favor for a very long time, but Top Esports going into Beijing, their venue, and taking it in Game 3.
What a way to... The only way I wanted that to end was total annihilation, perfection. And 369, he needs to take a well-deserved bow. He put Top Esports on his back and said, you know what, Knight? I got this.
That was the deepest punishment I've ever seen to a Sejuani going forward.
Taking one click forward more than she should have.
Queued forward, I'm a fat tank, I can take anything. And then, like, you realize you need to get saved because that's a lot of damage as a response. Tom Kench spits you backwards, and guess what? Oh! I like exactly what your position. Counter-strike to get them all.
And Devour being used on your tankiest member, it's immediately a bad time because you do not have that cooldown now for Uzi, which is your entire composition.
Yes. That's one of the weirdest situations. You go into a Game 3 and you see a Lulu mid, you start to like second guess the meta, like the entire meta. You're like, in what position does a Lulu mid really make sense? And you start to be open-minded. I certainly think that Lulu mid works, right? But so much happened in this game where you're like, okay, this works as well as long as the Renekton actually has, you know, a position to stand on in the laning phase. And then he gets blown away. You're like, all right, well, as long as the team fights get set up well, right? Because Uzi's still doing a great job. He's actually still really nailing down Loken. And then Jack starts committing to team fights pretty heavily. And you get games like these where you try and protect the president as much as you can, but the Zoe bullets find a way through the targets. And then Jax comes through and he eliminates the whole front. That's the sharpest change in gold I've ever seen.
20 seconds.
20 seconds. Just like that. Just like that, huh?
And that was a series.
Yep.
There's no other way to put it other than that was a series. And
I'm glad you guys could be here to watch this.
I'm glad we got to watch it. 29 minutes on the dot. Top Esports don't want to increase their their game average game duration, and RNG. Now they're in a little trouble. That top 2 spot isn't as secured as they may have thought it was.
Yeah, definitely isn't. Certainly isn't. The fact that we even got a game like this where, I mean, once again, we talk about it. This secures, or I'm not going to say secures, but if we're just talking about the whole idea about points to head-to-heads, they've secured the head-to-head.
Yeah.
But points matter. Top Esports needs to be consistent because at the end of the day, they have a few series left where they can come in and say, we've secured 2nd place, or we've secured, if FPX starts to stumble, 1st place. And this is a crazy, really, development to the LPL where Top Esports made this huge revamp at the beginning of the year, and now they found themselves like potentially a championship team.
Yeah, and a lot of question marks over Top Esports, mine included in that kind of thing. Of like, you know, can they perform against the big boys?
Yes.
The FBXs, the RNGs. The
definitive answer. This one.
They answered this one.
They answered this one.
They answered this one.
They answered this one.
100%.
And guess what is an answer at least on the desk, right?
Yep.
The one answer that I know for certain is that we're pretty damn good at predictions, right?
I know, right? Like,
look, thank God you're within the sphere of influence of myself, Raz.
I'm just saying, like, you know, you came in, you're my mentor. You know, I ain't gonna stab you in the back.
Of course.
Yeah, man.
Guess who's #1 in the prediction rankings?
For a reason.
Yes. Look at you guys.
Come on, Jake.
Jake, like Hysterics, Niberia, Clement, out of my face. Anyways, back to the subject at hand here, which is the fact that, you know, Top Esports are the ones that are celebrating. I think that, you know, Knight continues to really surprise because he's consistent.
Yep.
Against great talent too. It's not like he's just beating up on, you know, smaller teams. A lot of times he went up against who is an MVP candidate in Xiaohu, and he played well in all of the games. And then he goes into these last team fights, and it wasn't just Knight. We talked about it, the fact that 369 had a huge performance. At times we were questioning him during the playoff times when he didn't show up. Then they had to bring in Moyu. And so there had to be that fire lit underneath them. We finally got that.
And what's great to see from Top Esports as well is that this is the development they needed. It's no longer 100% the Knight show.
Yes.
369 showed up. They needed that. They needed someone else to kind of say, like, look, even if Knight gets everything thrown at him from the other team, we got someone else. And we can play multiple styles.
Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is, this team was built to be, like an Invictus Gaming, like a Damwon, a team that's played through those solo lanes. And the fact that 369 at times found difficulty in major moments like playoff time at Rift Rivals and, you know, questions towards their identity, I felt like this resolved that. The fact that we got that Jax and they all in the early game to be able to get that early game lead for him. And then in those team fights, he really came in clutch. Huge performance from him. Huge performance from Knight. They got the job done. And now we get to go back to all those threads. All those fans can chill out. Go to all your, you know, forums and everything and start hating on that draft. Because RNG, what the hell was that? You know what I mean? You can just start talking about the Lulu excessively and say, man, this team, whenever they showcase, they can play around Xiaohu carrying. He's having the split of his life. He's like, oh my goodness, his Kiana, his
Rumble.
Boom. Like, and then you go into game 3, there's a Lulu.
Yeah.
So good damage.
You know, I've said it multiple times, don't fix what's not broken.
Yep.
And they tried to fix what was not broken, and unfortunately it broke.
Yeah.
But thankfully, we do have our man of the match from that game.
Yeah, let's see it.
It was 369.
Damn, he's fine.
Had to get it.
Damn, you are fine. 93%. Where's the 7% at?
I think it was one solo kill, bot lane.
He is the team right now, or at least in that game, he was the team.
He was.
In that game, he was the team. That is the strongest Jax I've seen. That's when the discussions start about nerfing Jax as if he's ever in the meta. But, like, this is my favorite replay where he comes in at the back door, says, guess what? I guess this door is open. I can go straight towards Uzi. Uzi says, what the hell? Where'd you come from? I have to flash away from this. But then he still gets jumped on, and they couldn't find the target.
True Devourer, 2 Wild Growth, through shields, through CCs.
Nice.
The Jax prevails.
Perfect, isn't it? Right? So they're still able to get the team fight based off all that. And RNG still get a lead immediately after that. So RNG still had a pretty good set composition. And then guess who comes in? Senor Dan Dan, right? Call any Jax in the book, just not Hashin Shin because he's not good. And he finds himself into the back line and essentially just smashes essentially you know, the major carries. It turns into a 1v1 between Uzi and Knight. And Karsa still plays this situation out really well. But at the end of the day, Uzi still has that one red buff to his name.
Yep, and I think as well, like, this is the big
And
one.
Baron
Like,
buff, yes.
Q's forward, just a bit too far. Devour, do not have it for Uzi.
Ooh.
Flash, instant. Even with the QSS, it doesn't matter. Your protection's gone.
That is just so fun, because even off that, you have the double, like, body slam on Barrel. The full commitment from everybody on the team. They don't even have to think about the details of the fight, because you've already taken them down.
Yep.
You can just essentially throw members on top of their head, so it's really well done.
No Devour,
Yes.
no QSS.
Yes.
Wild Growth has to be used. Big old target.
Big old target.
What else can we say about it?
Big old target.
So what's RNG naturally going to be a bit disgruntled, if you want to use that word,
definitely.
about this one.
Yeah.
They went back to an old tried and true, kind of style. Didn't exactly work out for them, and it's not exactly back to the drawing board for them. They're still in a very, very strong position, tied at 9-2, or the 9-2 with Top Esports at 10-2.
So the next two matches is Dominus immediately after that. That one's going to be fun.
That's going to be a great game.
Invictus Gaming. I'm already going to tell you that's going to be match of the week, so you don't have to worry about that one. That's going to be next Saturday. Then it's going to be BLG and it's going to be JDG. But I hear that it's going to be an interview coming up. I wonder who they're going to be talking to.
Yeah, I'm going to see you now.
Hey guys, this is ours for the interview translation, and we're having Knight and 369 for today's interview. Please say hello to our audience. Hi guys, this is Knight, and this is 369 from Top Esports. So today's very important game, especially RNG's on their momentum, and how do you feel after taking victory against them after a best of 3? RNG is so strong. It's a really hard game for us to take the victory. Knight, you picked Silas against Corgi, which is really strong mid champion in current meta. So how did you lane against this champion? To choose a stronger champion against him to suppress him. To push your lane. And 369, your performance was so standout. Can you comment on your performance today? So I got my 9 today. And you got the MVP of last game. How do you feel? Super happy. I got the MVP from other teammates. So speaking of MVP, it's your 13th MVP so far. How do you comment on your condition right now? Kind of good. Our synergy of the team is getting better. 369. Your Vladimir is pretty strong. And you're lane against Langxing's Vladimir. So, any tips for us on struggling with Vladimir? You're playing Vladimir? Maybe Renekton is super counter. You have to play very detailed. So it's just about the mechanics. Knight, the game 2. You still pick Silas and Gangplank for your top and mid lanes, so why did you choose the same comp? Because we got the first game, and we kind of confident for picking the same champions for the second game. Yeah, and we're kind of play good on these two champions. 369. Your Jax, or super carry. You protect your AD carry among 3 enemies. How did you communicate when was the shot call of the very last 2 team fights? So it's a question about you want to be a hero or you want to be a bear. So I chose to be a hero, not like specific communication on this. One last question. If used to a adjective to describe your teammates, what animal would you choose? I would choose bear to describe 熊熊. He's very cute, and we get along well with each other. I think I'm kind of a cute rabbit. Especially when you smile, you look a lot like with the cute rabbit. From appearance, I saw the pictures from fans. Yeah, I'm kind of like that. And that's the end of the interview. I'm gonna pass back to our caster. Thank you.
Thank you, Iris, on that one. I just want to talk about the fact that the animal question, right? Because we do see a lot of fans coming in making that comparison to 369 with that like really chibi rabbit that has fat cheeks. All they're saying,
true, actually.
They're just saying he has fat cheeks, but the rabbit comes into mind. And then the other thing is the Xiong one. So XX, the reason why they call him Xiong, I mean, at the end of the day, Xiong is actually like a bear. That's what it really means.
Yeah.
Xiong is bear, and so. Basically, the fact that Knight just says, oh yeah, he reminds me of, what's his name? Oh, bear. Yes, he reminds me of a bear.
Minimum effort.
Yes.
I also agree with 369 being a rabbit, considering how many times we just saw him hopping, going
that's true.
catching over people.
That's too true.
Yeah.
That's too
Multiple
true.
layers.
Yes. That guy's hopping.
But, of course, with this new kind of development within the league, today's matches, of course, we got to look at the standings.
Let's look at it.
Let's have a quick look at how the league is shaping up right now. You can see the gold indicates you are secured for playoffs. Dark blue indicates you are out.
Rest in peace, OMG.
And right now, we're big reps, you know, F in the chat. We got 5 people secured for something in postseason, and 11 very much unsure about what they're doing.
It's going to be a tough one for, I mean, LGD, they essentially looked at the friend that just got nibbled in the back, and they know that they're up next. LG need to start performing. LNG is also on death's door with their current performance. They don't want to, they're looking at Team WE that's on their 4-series win streak. They're looking at JD that's, I mean, they've lost their recent game, sure, but they're still right in next reach. So LNG needs to continuously perform. Same goes to the current 7-series club, right? You're looking at Suning, BLG, IG, EDG that are essentially just the next on the pecking order.
Yep, and we'll have a quick look at what tomorrow's games hold.
Nice.
Team WE versus LGD could be LGD's last game before they are knocked out if they do not win that one. WE, of course, looking to keep pushing it. Invictus Gaming versus BLG, that's actually a big one. That's a 6-point game. You gain one, and they lose one.
Exactly, and they're both in the 7-series win club. So one of those teams are being promoted to 8-series wins. And that all matters with the few weeks that we have left in the LPL Summer Split.
28 series left in total. It sounds like a lot. Then when 1 week goes by, it's like straight down to like, I think it's like 15. It's like, whoa.
Because people oftentimes thinking about it like you're in the LCS or LEC where it's like, yeah, you just have those 2 weekends. No, we're on every day except for Thursday.
Every day.
Except for Thursday. We have 6 days. And on the last week, too, we're going to have 2 3-set days.
Yes, Saturday and Sunday for week 11, we'll have 3 sets a day. We'll be starting at a much earlier time, but we'll talk about that when we get there. But for the moment, that's all we have time for, Raz.
There we go.
Now, thank you for joining me on such an amazing series.
And thank you for being right on the predictions.
Thank you. You know what? I had a great mentor about that. I'll introduce you to him soon enough. But thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us today. Of course, thank you to our fantastic production team. Thank you, Iris, for doing the translations as well for the interview. And that's all we got time for. We'll see you guys very, very soon.